Chapter 1 The House by the Sea of Stack Stonecutter and his three faithful companions. In a house by the sea there lived a young man. In a few minutes I'll tell you about the young man, who after all this hero is the story. This is the hero of the story. But you first thought to know something about this house, because it's important to our tale as well. The house wasn't a palace, you probably couldn't even call it a mansion, but it was big, and most people who saw it thought it was beautiful. It was built out of black and white speckled diorite, pink granite, and glass. The diorite and granite had been carefully polished, and the first rays of the morning sun made the house seem to glow, like it was lit from within. The house had been built into the side of a green hill dotted with white birches, so it looked like it was part of the landscape, instead of something artificial that was made stuck in the middle of it. And the land around the house had been carefully reshaped to make it pleasing to the eye. If you approach this house by sea, you step off your boat at the end of the broad green lawn, which are the line of birch trees that enter side. To your right, you'd find a low hill covered in flowers of every color: roses, peonies, tulips, cornflowers, daisies. To your left, beside another low hill, you'd see pens for cattle and pigs and chickens and sheep, and above them, you'd find lovingly tended rows of crops: wheat, beetroot, and carrots, and the squat squares of pumpkins and melons ahead above you. You'd see the house. You reach it, you'd pass between the white birch trees, perhaps thinking they looked like soldiers on the parade, walk around a cheerful mountain and splash with bubbled in a square green lawn, and climb a broad flight of polished diorite steps until you stood at the front door. The young man who lived in the house named Stack Stonecutter, and he was the third in the line of stonecutters to call it home. Stack's grandmother, the first stonecutter anyone had ever heard of, had built a simple dwelling on the side of the hill many years ago, little more than a cave chopped out of dirt and rock. It was her son, Stack's father, who enlarged the house and planted the trees and flowers, made a stonecutter home an impressive estate. Stack's father and grandmother were dead now, buried alongside the rest of the family in place of honor in their back garden. Stack's lived alone, or almost alone. 3 cats lived with him. A black one with golden eyes, a gray striped one with green eyes, and a Siamese with blue eyes. They were called Coal, Emerald, and Lapis. After some of the rocks and minerals of the stonecutter family had mined from the ground over the years, Stax loved Coal, Emerald, and Lapis, and considered them company through a happy life. In recent years, he began to talk with them, even though they offered answers beyond swishes, tails, purrs, and occasional meow. Visitors to the stonecutter estate had grown used to the coming across Stax somewhere on the grounds, planting flowers or pruning tree limbs while chatting companionably with one or more of the 3 cats, who were more often than not would be asleep in the sun. The people who lived near the stonecutter estate thought behavior was a bit strange, and then everything about Stax struck them at least a bit strange. His oldest neighbors remembered Stax's grandmother was a skilled miner who never shied from marching into a dark hole in the ground and returned weighing down the rich materials of marvelous treasures. The younger ones recalled Stax's father was a great adventurer, a smiling man who loved traveling the world and meet new people. Stax's father had loved tales, and he was ready to good at telling his own stories, and was convincing people he just met that they'd be happier if they brought a stone that the stonecutters had mined and cut into polished blocks. All of the neighbors, regardless of how old they were, agreed that Stax was nothing like his grandmother or his father. He went to the stonecutter office every few weeks to take care of family business, but as far as anyone knew, he had never traveled through the forest or across the plains, or set out on a journey from the stonecutter boathouse to visit any of the islands his father had told such wonderful stories about. Everyone agreed Stax was skilled at mining and cutting stone, having learned the craft from his father and grandmother, but he never expressed his interest in finding new mines and seeing what they might contain. People who went to visit Stax at the big house by the sea said he was pleasant enough if you talked with him about cats and flowers, but if you tried to have a conversation with him about anything else, pretty soon he'd get a faraway look in his eye and start to fidget. And with a few minutes after that, he'd make some excuse, and not always convincing one, to go back into his home. This kind of neighbors felt sorry for Stax, who became an orphan when he was just a teenager, and asked what was really wrong with being homebody who was interested in cats and flowers and mines. Which miners should first tell you they were always very dark, often smelly, and sometimes dangerous. But the less kind neighbors had Stax was lucky the other members of his family had worked so hard for so many years he didn't have to work that hard at all. And as the years went by and Stax got a little odder with each one, the less kind neighbors came to outnumber the kind ones. Now there's no way for me to know how old you are. You might be 8 or 18 or 88 or even 888. Alright, you're probably not 888. But no matter what the answer is, you know it's easy for people to be unkind about things they don't actually know a lot about. So let me tell you about one day in Stack Stonecutter's life. The day he came to think of as the last normal day he ever had, because it was the day before everything began to go terribly wrong. Maybe if you know about that day, what came after it, you'll be able to make up your own mind. Chapter 2. The last regular day. Breakfast with the kiddies, an unwelcome visitor, duties on the estate, a job for an axe. Things are put right, however briefly. This particular day began with a sunny morning. Stax woke up late in the upstairs bedroom that once belonged to his father, the one whose floor-to-ceiling windows were shielded from the morning sun by a bulk of the hill behind the back garden. He rubbed his sleep in his eyes and carefully lifted up Cole, who was sleeping on his chest, and then Emerald, who was sprawled across his knees. Neither cat woke up when they gently laid down amid the rumpled sheets, though Emerald gave a big yawn and stretched himself into a long, contented, furry bow. Stax looked for Lapis and found Siamese was already awake, sitting at the foot of Stax's bed, giving herself a bath. "Good morning, kitties," Stax said cheerfully, which earned them a purr from Lapis and a twitch of Cole's ear. Still sleepy, Stax put on his robe and stretched, one hand ruffling his tousled hair from the upstairs bedroom. A ladder led down for the main floor of the house, while a door opened into the balcony overlooking the back garden. Before he opened the doors into the balcony, Stax peered into the windows, in case a zombie or spider might be lurking nearby. But he wasn't very worried. It had some time after dawn, late enough for any dangerous night creatures to have burned up or sought shelter from the sun. And the stonecutter estate was dotted with lanterns and set on diorite columns, carefully spaced to discourage evil things from approaching the house. There had been a spider lurking above the balcony one morning, one of the big ones that had a cluster of red eyes and was covered with black bristles. That had given Stax a fright and left him out of sorts the better part of a week. When that happened, last summer, Stax thought, though he wasn't entirely sure if it hadn't been the summer before that. This time, there was no spider or any other monstrous things to disturb the peace in the morning, just bright sunshine and a warm breeze. Reassured, Stax left the front door open, leaned against the balcony railing, looking down into the back garden below, and he could see the edge of diorite swimming pool that his father had built, half in the sunlight, half in the shadow, cast by a ceiling of rock and dirt. The water looked cool and inviting, and Stax decided that a dip in the pool would be an excellent way to end what he suspected would be a hot afternoon. Next to the pool, a wooden hat sat at the edge of the lush green lawn. That was the entrance to the stonecutter's richest mine, which was a deep central shaft. Farther away into the oldest birches and near a sparkling blue waterfall lay the graves of his parents and grandparents, surrounded by flowers. Stax's eyes rose to the ridge on the far side of the back garden, and the diorite pillar that stood atop it, crowned by a brightly lit lantern, had marked the edge of the estate. Beyond it to the west was a crescent-shaped bay, fringed with a beach and thick green forest. If Stax followed the shoreline, that a day's walk would take him past the stonecutter mine on an island offshore, and then a small house next into the side of the mountain, surrounded by scrubland and acacia trees. A no-frills outpost his father had set up in the base for raising cattle and exploring the tunnels and lava tubes beneath the mountain, furnished with a little more than a bed, furnace, chest, and crafting table. Stax hasn't visited since he was a child. I wonder if the outpost is still there. But of course, it was. Why wouldn't anything have changed? No reason to go all that way, though, right, Lapis? Stax asked, reaching down to pet the Siamese, who was butting her head against his shins. Not when there's so much to do here, starting with you three hungry kitties' breakfast. He dressed and climbed down the ladder, emerged from the middle of the house's main floor ahead of them, though through wide wall of glass blocks lay the lawn and fountain, with a line of birches leading down to the sea. To the left was a stonecutter trophy room, and a high ceiling was next to that. A small, low-ceiling bedroom overlooking the lawn. Behind him was a door to the back garden, and a combination storeroom and a workroom, with chests against one wall and furnaces, crafting tables, and looms against the other, as well as a ladder leading down to the enchanting room, another storeroom, and a pool. To Stax's right, past a cluster of couches and chairs, was another wall of glass, forming a door leading to the south lawn. Stax could just see the roof of the boathouse, tucked snugly against the hill and the sheep pen. As Stax prepared breakfast, Cole, Emerald, and Lapis all made their way down from the upstairs bedroom to twine themselves around the ankles, meowing on the verge of starvation. He prepared fish for them, sliced off a chunk of bread for himself, laddered it with honey, and ate it while inspecting the east lawn and the south lawn to the back garden. All looked as it should, which was why all looked the same as it had yesterday, and each week and month before that, except... kitties, this isn't right, said Stax. He put the half-eaten chunk of bread down at the table in the back wall. Below the frames holding the stone pickaxe and sword, climbed up the ladder to the bedroom. Then he made his way out to the balcony and stared out to the ridge. Birches crowned the top of the ridge, sprouted from the terrace slopes, and left much of the back garden in the cool shadows. That was what Stack's father had wanted. He liked the birches' white trunks and narrow, blade-like dark green leaves, and had pointed out the stacks that were bright bark marked with black whorls mimicked the diorite walls of the house, making the back garden and the lawn feel like a continuation of the stonecutter home, rather than something separate from it. But now Stack saw clear that he thought he glimpsed downstairs, where it was nothing great shade of green peeking out among the birch leaves at the top of the ridge, below it a hint of dark wood. Now, how did I miss that? He asked himself, having forgotten that Cole, Emerald, and Lapis were still downstairs, happily reducing their fish breakfast to bones. An oak tree has grown up into the view. We can't have that now, can we? What would Father say? Stack stood in the balcony for some time, first considering the oak tree, then carefully scanning the ridge of the hills around the back garden, in case some other invader had escaped had his attention, but all else as it should be. Well, that's it then, Stack said. We'll have to revise the day's to-do list. But he didn't head out to deal with the tree right then, or indeed for the next few hours. Instead, he wandered the shore of the estate, taking a moment to peer out of the icebergs in the distance and whacked away at the stray tufts of long grass. He wondered if the flowers on the low hill would be more attractive if he mixed in some lilacs for more color. Or perhaps he should reshape the hill completely, making it symmetrical and creating terraces for planting. Stack decided reshaping the hill was too big of a job for one day, particularly such a hot one, but promised himself he would consider the idea again in a few weeks. He checked in on the cows and the chickens, gathering milk and eggs for the larder, and finished the rounds by hopping the fence to stand amid in the stonecutter flock of sheep, which included white ones, but also ones with red, yellow, blue, and orange wool. He must have left the door in the house open behind him for a while as he sheep penned. The cats joined them and alternated between purring and mewing for a second for attention. I think we need a purple sheep, Stack said, eyeing the red and blue sheep munching grass in the corner. Do you think so, kiddies? And the estate needs to be sheep of every color, after all. Cole chose that moment to meow, and Stack shook his head. Dye a white sheep purple? Well, we could do that, I suppose, but a more proper to do it the natural way, don't you think? Anyway, I'm not sure if we have any purple dye in the storeroom. The more Stacks thought about it, the more he was sure he was correct. They had no purple dye. He knew he could find the recipe for purple dye in one of his father's books in the enchanting room down by the pool. That reminded him of a swim, which seemed like a peasant activity, break up a hot afternoon. The sun was midway down the sky, but it was still uncomfortably humid, with no sign of rain, and looking at the sky reminded Stacks once again of the oak tree that had grown up where it hadn't belonged. He vaulted back over the fence, thinking grandmother wouldn't have approved of taking such a shortcut instead of using the gate. This time he made certain to shut the door of the house behind him, though Lapis, as usual, had to take her time deciding whether or not she wanted to come in. It was nice and cool in the storeroom, and Stack's resolve wavered as he mopped his brow. That oak tree still will only be a tiny bit taller tomorrow, he told Emerald, who would be curled up on a furnace, who looked ready for another nap. The gray-striped cat closed his eyes contentedly, yawned, and began licking between his toes. Oh, I suppose you're right, Stack said. Hard day today means leisure tomorrow, Wonder where I heard that. Certainly not something father or grandmother would have said. Hard work today, more hard work tomorrow. That sounds like them now, doesn't it? And the tool chest opened with a wheeze of hinges, revealing its carefully arranged contents, swords and axes next to shovels and hoes. There was stacks of armors and quivers and arrows and coils of bowstrings. Pairs of shears sat next to the compasses and planks and exotic wood brought back from Stack's father's expeditions. Stack selected the diamond-bladed axe, testing its edge and quickly pulling back his finger. He slung the axe over his shoulder, giving Emerald a compatible ear rub, and headed for the back door. He thought that removing the diamond chestplate or at least the diamond helmet and armor stand in the trophy would, but immediately decided against it. He hadn't sighted a creeper on the ridge for many months. The day he was oppressively hot as it was, and surely the axe would be sufficient protection against unexpected hazard. Though an axe wouldn't be the right tool for that job, now would it? He asked Cole, who was trotting across the lawn next to him, tail headed high. Grandmother would have a fit. Stack glanced guiltily at the shady place in the garden where the stone-covered gravestone stood, but a few minutes later he was climbing to the top of the ridge, peering up at the sun, which was now bare nearing the horizon. There was an oak tree ahead, a young tree, only recently grown from the sapling to fight its way through the shade and birches and stretch its limbs to the sun. Wrong place for you, I'm afraid, Stack said apologetically, giving the young oak a little pat, looking to make sure Cole had chosen a safe distance for snoozing. He swung the axe of the oak's trunk, a deep, heavy whack echoing off the hill and the gleaming white and pink walls of the house. A few strokes and he had hewn the tree through, allowing him to take aim at its limbs and leaves, until he was standing on a stump, sweating freely now, surrounded by leaf litter and debris. "Here's a good day's work done," Stacks told Cole, whose answer was to stretch a little farther in search of the sun. Stacks hopped off the oak stump, cut it down, and began to gather the wood he chopped, whistling cheerfully into the place where the oak had stood and cleaned the meat. Maybe it was his imagination, but Stacks thought he could already see the grass growing over another bare patch on the ground. The sun was now touching a distant hills to the west, and it left the light left the placid surface of the sea, rippled with a pink and orange. The shadows now crept across the back garden toward the cheerful lights of the house. "I guess we'll make it an evening swim then," said Stacks, stirring his axe. Before his swim, he fed the cat, added to the oak house's supply of timber, returned the diamond axe to its proper place in the storeroom. He thought about taking one of his father's swords with him out to the pool, but decided against it. The back garden was well lit, and unlikely event of trouble, the doors out of the enchanting room was just a quick dash away. And so, Stacks snoozed idly in the pool, his elbows up to the polished diorite, while the cats played in the garden, and the stars wheeled overhead. And, as he predicted, no trouble found him. It was the last night he'd be able to say that. Chapter 3. The Visitor. An unexpected caller, a tour of the estate, unwelcome questions were asked and reluctantly answered, into the mine, a promise of more company. Stacks should have known a visitor was trouble when he came to the wrong dock. Visitors who had business with Stacks knew to land their boats at the end of the lawn, in the shallow cove. Stacks' father had carefully squared off such arrivals. This left Stacks see that visitors had arrived, but it also showed off the estate at its best. Before conducting business, visitors would walk between the lines of the birches, past the fountain, and ascend the diorite stairs. Everyone arriving on business knew that, because of course they didn't come unannounced. They would go to the stonecutter mining office first, speak to someone there, and that the person would hurry off to the estate and tell Stacks of the new arrival. That was the way it had been done in his father's time. It had worked well then, and Stacks could see no reason for anything to change. The visitor came unannounced too. So it was that Stacks was finishing breakfast in the house and explaining to Emerald that no, he couldn't have another cod, when he spotted a boat made of dark wood approaching the southern shore. "What is this now, kiddies?" he asked, mildly annoyed, and looking across the lawn to see another boat was arriving in the cove, where it belonged, but there was nothing there. What's this?" Stacks asked again, as the boat neared the little family dock of the person inside shipped as oars. He was definitely going to land. "What a bother," said Stacks, checking to see if his robe was cleaning and deciding if it was clean enough. What a bore. He was still muttering variations of his open south door. He got to inconvenience and imposition while pulling on his right shoe, started across the lawn. The sheep, not used to seeing him at that hour, offered bleats and baas of curiosity, or at least as close as sheep could get to being curious about things. The hill fell away to the water in the south, and the west side of the sheep pen and the west side of Stack's father had built a trim little boathouse of birch. With a dock extending out into the water, it was Stack's favorite place on the estate. Many mornings, he and the cats liked to eat breakfast out on the dock, after which the cats and sometimes Stacks would enjoy a brief snooze. Sandstone steps led down to the water in the south lawn, and as Stacks strode down from the visitor stepped out of the boat and turned to face him. He was slim and not much older than him. Stacks with bright blue eyes and was always in motion. Jumping from Stacks to boathouse in the larger house of the top hill, something struck Stacks as odd. The visitor was wearing a suit of mismatched armor, a gold chestplate above diamond leggings and leather boots, and his clothes were a riot of clashing colors and looked like they didn't fit. Some of his garments were too small, to the point of looking uncomfortably tight, while others were baggy and saggy. The diamond sword hung from his hip, but his belt was too big, and he kept hitching it up as he took his surroundings. "Good morning," Stacks said, remembering he could be polite before shooing the visitor away. I'm afraid I must have forgotten our appointment, Mr. "Oh, we didn't have an appointment," the man said with a smile that struck Stacks as faintly mocking. "Boring things, appointments. I go where I want, when I want, and now I'm here." That sounded faintly rude, and Stacks didn't like it. His father probably would have turned it into a joke, and then his father loved visitors and meeting new people. And at some point, while living alone, Stacks had decided he wasn't fond of either. Or rather, he wasn't quite decided that starting acting as if he had. Until they become one and the same thing, that can happen of people who spend too long with only themselves for company. I'm afraid it had happened to Stacks. So instead of making a joke or turning the conversation somewhere different, Stack stared at the new arrival and crossed the arm over his chest. "And your business is?" he asked. "You might call me a collector," the man said, his eyes studying the house with the ancient blue gaze of experiences. "I don't see how experiences can be collected," Stack said. Now the man laughed, a bawling guffaw that went on an uncomfortably long time. "I'm sure you don't, Stack Stonecutter," he said. Stacks had made up his mind he didn't like this unannounced visitor, and it was highly reassuring that the man knew Stacks' name. That suggested that he at least had some reason for arriving on the dock. He tried to think of how his father would have handled the situation. "You have me at a disadvantage," Stacks said. "You know my name, and I'm afraid I don't know yours." "That's because I haven't said it. But since we're getting so well acquainted, it's time I did. Fueg Tempero, at your service." And Fueg Tempero gave Stacks a low bow, then looked up with a grin that struck Stack as unsettling similar to the look of a predator that might give particularly plump meal. And what did that mean that they were going to be well acquainted? Stacks reluctantly decided his father would have treated this Fueg Tempo like any other potential business partner, even though he had arrived unannounced and misbehaving strangely, even rudely. "Never let a poor first impression get in the way of turning a profit," his father had said. Or at least, that sounded like something he might have said. Stacks didn't like the idea. What he most wanted to do was order the man to go away at this minute, but he forced himself to behave the way that he thought his father would have. "Well, now that we know each other, how can I help you, Mr. Tempero?" Stacks asked. "By giving me a tour of your home," Floyd said. "It's an impressive property. You must have worked very hard to make it what it is." "Well, yes," Stacks said. That is, my father did most of the work, to be honest. My job was more keeping things running." And what does that require?" Floyd asked. Stacks wasn't quite sure what to say. Cutting down the occasional oak tree, plucking tufts of tall grass on the lawn didn't seem like the kind of work that would impress a potential business partner. "The house mostly runs itself, to be honest," he said, "as does the business. Really, Mr. Tempero, you should have stopped by our office before your visit. There you would see samples of the minerals we mine, as well as blocks we've shaped and polished. I assure you, your workers are the best in the business. Stonecutter by name, stonecutter by trade. That's what we say." This forced cheerfulness sounded ridiculous to him, but Fourier was rarely listening. "Offices, bah," he said. "Offices are where people go to die. Once they've been given up and accepted what the world thinks they should be. For a collector like me, the home is the key of the understanding of service and soul. So lead on, Mr. Stonecutter." And he gestured out of the house as if their roles were reversed, and Fueg was the one who lived there, and Stacks was the visitor asking for the favor. Stacks was so flummoxed that before he could quite knew what was happening, he was leading Fueg around the grounds, showing him the alley of birches, pointing out of the fountain's central pillar made of glowstone, which was lit up the lawn at night. Now, if you like, they're probably thinking, "No, Stacks, don't. Can't you see this is a horrible mistake?" And without skipping ahead too much, I can tell you that Stacks spent many, many lonely nights and anxious days thinking about something very much like that. But Stacks had grown up happy and comfortable, without ever hearing or being touched by evil. And like most people who grew up that way, he thought that evil might never would touch him. He would figure out that he was terribly wrong about that, and by then, of course, it would be too late. Fueg was said little during the tour grounds, which made Stacks wonder if he were bored. But being in his familiar surroundings made Stacks feel more at ease, and slightly less irritated by having a peace interrupted. Anyway, he was generally proud of the estate, from his energetically squawking chickens and multi-hued sheep and the drifts of flowers that carpeted the terrace hills. Before too long, he was enjoying giving the tour, at least a little, and he opened the front door and invited Fueg inside. Coal, Lapis, and Emerald heard the door open and sauntered out of the bedroom, where they had been sleeping in a puddle of sunshine. But all three cats stopped at the sight of Fueg Tempero, their tails suddenly held low. "Hello, kitties," Stacks said brightly. "We have a visitor." One of the things about Stacks that annoyed the neighbors and workers of the Stonecutter office was how Stacks seemed as much more at ease talking about his cats than with other people. He was more cheerful with the cats and somehow better at making conversation, even though, as far as the neighbors knew, the cats had never held up their end of the bargain. This time, however, the cats' opinions were clear. Cole hissed at Fueg, their black tails swollen with a bristle brush. "Now, Cole, mind your manners," Stacks began, but before he could finish, all three cats shot off in different directions, making themselves scarce. "Huh," Stacks said, scratching his head. "I don't know what got into him." "Animals don't like me, and I don't much like them," Fueg said matter-of-factly. "Lead on, Mr. Stonecutter, lead on." Fueg had no more to say about the inside of the house than he had about the grounds. His eyes skittered over paintings and furniture and flowers and pots, betraying no apparent interest, and so Stacks led them into the trophy room. This room is the site of my grandfather spent her very first night here, Stack said. That was just a hole hacked out of the hillside. Grandmother didn't even have a bed. She huddled inside all night, listening to monsters howl on the other side of the dirt wall. And look at it now. Stacks looked proudly around the room and polished diorite and granite walls. The gleaming suits of armor had been belonging to his grandmother and father. The framed blocks of precious metals and symbolized the stonecutter's good fortune. It was a massive map that covered the entire wall. You should have left the hidey hole as it was, Flake said, as a reminder. Oh, I don't need a reminder, Stack said. That was what the room was all about. It's certainly impressive, Flake said, walking up to the map and craning his neck to see if it was better. His eyes tracing the blue squiggles of rivers through the green swatches of forest and jungle. But what are all these flags I see on your map? Outposts of the family business, Stack said. Some of the houses, not as impressive as this one, mind you. Others are little more than hollow-out space with a bed, a furnace, and a crafting table. My father created a network of them for his business dealings. What a busy man your father was, Frank said. What happened to him then? He died a few years ago, Stack said. His boat was lost on a trip back from the southern operations, just a month after grandmother's death. And my mother passed away when I was a boy, so it's just me. Hard to be all alone in the world with no one to watch out for you, Fwake said. I miss them every day, Stack said. But I can take care of myself. Can you then? Fwake asked. He wasn't even looking at Stacks. He was intently studying the map. He pointed to a green flag in the center. We're here, are we not? That's right. That's the Stonecutter Peninsula. Home. And this would be an ice field that would navigate to reach you? Fwake said, tapping the section of the map just east of the peninsula. Hazardous seas, Mr. Stonecutter. But of course you know that, seeing how you live so close to the icebergs. Oh, I've never taken a boat out there. Too dangerous. Too risky. What would be the purpose of journeying like that, Mr. Tempero? To see what particularly at your front door, Fwake said, then shook his head. Never mind. What about this flag here, up in the orange sea to the north? What must be an interesting spot? Badlands, by the look of it. Never been there either, Stack said, still stiffly. The folks in your office would tell you more about the outpost, if that's what you're interested in. It seems you've never been much of anywhere, Fwake said, and Stacks opened his mouth to object, thinking that he might have the final straw, and this was a chance to order a disagreeable man to leave. But before Stacks could get his word out, Fwake smiled broadly. But then who can blame you for staying home when you live surrounded by such beauty? It was the first polite thing Fwake had said. Stacks decided to look at the bright side. It was good that the man had finally remembered his manners. Stacks nodded modestly, but Fwake had already turned to look out of the back garden, his eyes moving from the pool to the hatch in the lawn. The hatch leads to the main stonecutter mine, Stacks said, a bit reluctant but determined to know what was right for the business. Would you like to see it? Very much so, said Fweg. And Stacks led him down to the back door to the backyard, then opened the hatch. He climbed down the ladder and ended on the top of the narrow stone staircase, then waited for Fweg to join him. It was cool below ground, with a faint ripple of breeze rising up the stairs. This way, said Stacks, as he picked his way down the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the narrow space. About 10 blocks down, there was a landing with a door in the narrow window looking to the storeroom that contained mining tools and other supplies. From there, the staircase turned its descending deeper into the ground, which was no longer enclosed by a wall on the right. Watch your steps. Sometimes visitors get a little disoriented here. Stacks wondered as Fweg picked up his way behind him. Why would they? Oh, said Fweg, as one hand reached relatively for a wall. Aha. Below them, a vast shaft plunged into the depths. Its opening is 20 blocks wide on each side. The walls rough-hewn stone, with a narrow staircase clinging to them. Down, down, down ran the steps, looking like a thin thread that had been glued to the rock. Torches had been hammered into the walls at regular intervals, and Stacks could see the speckles of their orange light down in the darkness. A rising wind made the flames gutter and their clothing ripple. How deep does it go? Fweg asked, his back against the wall. All the way to bedrock, as deep as you can mine, Stacks said, then pointed up to the roof. And that's the bottom of the pool, believe it or not. That would make me nervous, sitting over so much nothing, said Fweg. Oh no, it's very safe, Stacks said, making a nonchalant step over the edge of the staircase, peering down into the depths. Shouldn't you be careful, Mr. Stonecutter? You might take a bad step. I'm used to it, Stacks said. This is my backyard, remember? I spent my teenage years down here, learning the family trade, figuring out the best levels to mine, how to avoid lava and water, techniques for finding the richest veins, those sort of things. I'd be nervous. Someone might give me a push, Fwake said, and Stacks' heart jumped to the realization that he turned his back to the strange visitor. He took a hasty step down out of Fwake's reach, but looked up to see the man still had his back pressed against the wall. Stacks told himself he was being ridiculous. The man was rude and strange, but he didn't make him a criminal. let alone a murderer. The stonecutter can't be afraid of heights, Mr. Tempero, Stack said. Or enclosed spaces, for that matter. I can't imagine, Fueg said, taking a cautious peek below them. So this is where the vast stonecutter wealth comes from. Oh, I couldn't call our wealth vast. We have a lot of mines besides this one, Stack said. But yes, this is the first one grandmother started digging, mostly for coal and diorite. But then she and my mother expanded operations, tunneling all the way down to the bedrock, excavating the mine complex just above it from the central shaft. That's where they're standing in. Tunnels run for hundreds of blocks in every direction. It must be easy to get lost, Flake said. Oh no, it's actually nearly impossible. We have a system, you see. The feeder tunnels are always 2 blocks wide, so you can tell you're in one. And the branch tunnels are a single block wide, and arrayed in grid around the feeder tunnels, like twigs around a tree limb or limbs around a trunk. But really, it's simpler if we go down and see for yourself. Stacks beckoned the guest. For a moment, Fueg did look down, out and down, at the line of stairs snaking his way ever lower around the edges around the shaft. Then he paled in retreat to the relative safety of the wall. Surely you should bring a weapon if you're going so darn far here, Fueg said. In grandmother's mine? Stacks asked. Oh no, I never carried one. Not when I learned to mine back in the day, and not one inspections now, and no armor either. All that weight would just be a burden, and climbing these stairs is tiring enough. And here I thought you were never reckless, Stack Stonecutter, Fueg said, his eyes glittering. Yet it turns out you were gallivanting through the lightless bowels of the world without so much as a little knife in your hand and a tin pot on your head to keep your skull from getting cracked. Stacks laughed. These mines used to be perilous, true. Grandmother would tell tales of fighting skeletons in the dark that would make your hair stand on end. But many caverns were cleared out and sealed off long ago, and the shaft is inaccessible from the outside. Nothing can get in except through the hatch above us, and I assure you, everything is well lit, Mr. Tempero. It wouldn't do to have evil things taking up residence on the premises now, would it? No, I imagine it wouldn't, Fueg said. I thank you for the tour. It has been most informative. And then, without waiting for Stacks, he headed up to the narrow staircase. By now, Stacks had grown used to the visitor's abrupt manner, and figured it was Fueg's fear of heights that had caused him to retreat to the world of bright sunshine and green grass. As they re-entered the house, Fueg seemed lost in thought. His eyes settled on the well-worn stone pickaxe and blunt sword in the frames. Quite a place of honor to a pair of broken things, he said. Were those your grandmother's? Those were grandmother's. She made them the first night in her dirt hidey hole, Stacks explained. Why, they were worn almost down to nothing by the time he hit her first vein of iron. But grandmother never threw anything away. Father put them here to remind us where we come from. Ah, Fueg said, and ran a pale finger over the pitted edge of the blade. I'm sure that seems odd to you, Stacks said. For in truth, he always thought the old pickaxe and sword looked shabby, and he thought putting them away in the storeroom and finding something else for the place. Perhaps a bright, cheery painting or an arrangement of flowers. It doesn't seem odd to me at all, Fueg said. In fact, I'd call them the most valuable items in the house. I can't wait for my associates to get a look at them. Associates, Stacks asked, who was very much looking forward to getting rid of Fueg. Oh, yes, I just worked with them for years. Very capable fellows, Fueg said, striding through the living room. They're tough in a fight and loyal because I paid them to be. I thought I'd bring them by day after tomorrow. For a moment, Stacks felt like he was falling, but then he got his bearing. They crossed the south lawn and he shook his head at Fueg in. He hoped at a stern manner. I have to insist that our future dealings go through the office. That will be much more efficient for both of us. But it won't be more efficient, Fueg said, striding down the sandstone stairs of the boathouse's dock. It won't be at all. My business is here with you. Stacks wondered what his father would say in this situation, and reluctantly decided he'd say to Fueg Tempero it was difficult and demanding customer, but a customer nonetheless. But it was distasteful, to say the very least, to think the yet more strangers in this house, and another morning spoiled, particularly in Fueg's associates, had become the same deplorable lack of manners as their boss. What if they tracked the mud, or stepped on the flowers? No, the day after tomorrow simply won't do, Stacks said, stalling for time. I'm frightfully busy, you see. There's much to do in the estate. I simply couldn't clear my schedule, and it's quite impossible. Fueg smiled an unpleasant smile, the one that's made Stacks think of a wolf that had cornered a lamb. Yes, it's obvious you're very busy fellow, Stacks, he said. What's on your overflowing to-do list, then? Well, there are cornflowers that need to be planted on the ridge, Stacks said, and the birches need to be trimmed. They're frightfully shaggy. 3 flower pots need to be made, and I don't have any clay in the storeroom, so the whole expedition right there, and well, look right there, a plank on the deck was cracked, needs replacing. Well, that does seem like a lot of work, Fueg said. How long will these labors take you, do you think? It occurs to Stacks that none of these is Fueg's business, and he shouldn't have discussed any of it with him, But it also occurred to him that it was too late to do anything about it. "Oh, that's probably a week," Stack said, thinking of a week would be surely too long for Fueg to wait. That he would have business elsewhere, and he would leave Stacks in peace, and pretty soon the entire unpleasant morning would fade from memory. But Fueg had smiled and gave Stacks a little bow. "A week, then. I'm looking forward to it, Stack Stonecutter." Stacks forced himself to smile back and say something polite and meaningless as Fueg rearranged his baggy, ill-fitting garments and grasped the oars of his boat. But Stacks wasn't looking forward to it. Not at all. Chapter 4. Fire and Ruin. A lazy morning interrupted. Terrible things. The cat's hiding place discovered. Stacks has a question. And then something happened that's unfortunate but understandable. Or at least, I think so. Stacks forgot. Oh, he didn't forget for the rest of the day or the next. In fact, he was agitated much of the time in both of those days. Every stray moment. And Stacks, as you've learned, had a lot of stray moments. His thoughts turned to Fueg Tempero and how rude he'd been. What a nuisance his associates would doubtless prove to be. And what a nature of his proposed business might be, whether doing business with Fueg might mean having to put up with him as a frequent visitor, and why he had to put up with all visitors at all, and even thinking about all of that was more than Stacks could bear. But the next day, Stacks planted a drift of cornflowers on the ridge above the alley of birches, and was pleased by the splash of blue that hit the hillside. The day after that, he fixed the cracked board in the boat dock while Coal, Lapis, and Emerald snoozed on their backs and their bellies pointed up at the sun. And then such a nice day that Stacks thought a disagreeable visitor only 3 or 4 times. And the day after that, Stacks trimmed back the shaggy birches and hardly thought of Fueg at all. On the 4th day after Fueg's visit, Stacks couldn't think of anything he needed to do. He entirely forgot about the flower pots and expedition to fetch clay. So he spent the morning fishing from the dock while his cats meowed encouragement when they spent the afternoon puttering in his father's library. Stacks was used to being reminded about his business appointments by the stonecutter office, which would send a messenger out to the estate, prevent from an important visitor from finding Stacks, say, mucking the cow pen. No, really, that's happened not once, but twice. But Stacks had never gone to the office to warn them about Fueg because thinking about Fueg upset him too much. So no one there thought about the possibility of a return visit, or warned Stacks that something bad might happen. Stacks forgot, and the next couple days slipped by, tranquil and torpid and free of not just the trouble, but even the thought of it. A week after Fueg's visit, Stacks was sitting by the little table at the end of the boathouse dock. He finished his leisurely breakfast and a smear of honey remaining on his plate, and was skimming optimized mining practices for locating emerald deposit. A book from his father's library that was even more boring than its title might suggest. Coal, Lapis, and Emerald lay in the lazy-ass figures around him, set next to the picked-over bones of fishes. When he saw the first bone in the distance to the south, Stacks thought it was the cloud near the horizon. But this cloud kept growing, and pretty soon Stacks saw it was a boat, and that's where there was another boat behind it. More than a dozen, in fact. "Why can't that horrible man use the cove like he's supposed to?" Stacks asked of the sleeping cats who ignored him, unless a sleepy flick of Emerald's tail counted as an answer. As the boats drew closer, Stacks became more uneasy. He could see Fueg standing in the lead boat, his blonde hair shining in the sun. He was pretty sure the man was smiling at an unsettling, predatory smile of his. The other boats were festooned with banners, black and purple, red and gold, green and sickly pink, and filled with rough-looking men and women, the sun flashing on swords and axes. Lapis was the first of the cats to awaken as she hissed and growled low in her throat, her tail held back behind her. "It'll be okay, little kitties," Stacks said, getting to his feet. But he heard the doubt in his own voice and realized he no longer believed that. "Move," he told himself. "Go, run." But he couldn't make his feet move. He felt frozen, like he was trapped in a dream where he kept trying to run but found himself stuck in place. The cat shot off the stone stairs when Fueg's boat ground against the side of the slip in the groan of wood. Fueg stepped nimbly into the dock as the other boats bumped against the steps. Their occupants leapt out of the shallow water, looking up at the boathouse and laughing. "Stack Stonecutters," Fueg said. "So good to see you again. I'd introduce you to my associates, but, well, there's quite a lot of them. And they're going to be very busy, and you'll have time to get acquainted later." "Now, see here," Stacks managed. "This has gone quite too far. I insist that you visit our office. That's the proper way to—" Fueg had been listening silently, with a silent smile on his face. As Stacks lectured him, he picked up optimized mining practices for locating emerald deposits, where it lay on the table, glanced at it, and then tossed it into the sea. "Hey!" Stacks cried out, staring at the book we was bobbing face down as it swells. "That's Father's book. and now it belongs to the deep, Fueg said. A trophy for pufferfish, maybe. A plaything for dolphins. Who's to say? You have no right. Look at my associate's weapon stacks, Fueg said, gleaming iron-sharp arrowheads and shafts and diamond hones to the razor's edge. Those give the right to do as I please. As long as I'm strong enough, and ultimately, in this world, that's the only right that matters. Ladies and gentlemen, take Mr. Stonecutter in hand and make sure he has a good view. A good view? What are you going to do? But Fueg was opening the boathouse door, directing some of the associates inside, while other bandits climbed the stairs to the house. You're going to rob me? Stacks demanded. For starters, Fueg said, and gestured towards several raiders to follow him up the stairs. Two burly men seized Stacks by the wrist and dragged him along behind him. He heard glass shattering and he looked back to see the raider bash his sword through the boathouse's window, while another had brought his axe down on the railing of the dock. Help! Robbery! Help! Stacks yelled, but he lived alone, far from his neighbors, so there was no one to hear, no one to help. Fueg didn't even look back, and the raiders just laughed as they hauled him up the steps, forced him inside the house. Fueg's associates had already been to work in the trophy room and the storerooms. The line of raiders passed by Stacks, their arms filled with iron nuggets and diamonds. They ripped down the map in the trophy room and carried it out in pieces, and Stacks saw his grandmother armor departing, one diamond piece at a time. Without a bottleneck here at the door, boss, grumbled a backbeater man. Too many what's going out while two others are going in. So make a bigger door, Fueg said. The man nodded and barked orders. The raiders smashed down the glass walls, leaving the house open on all sides. That freed them to carry out paintings and furniture and tools, like a swarm of furious ants serving their queen. Stacks watched in horror as the raiders worked in pairs outside to chop down the birches and rip out the flower beds, while others broke down the fences, keeping the cows and pigs and sheep penned up. Confused and frightened, the sheep raced in all directions, bumping into one another and bleeping in distress as the raiders laughed and jumped at them to spook them further. Leave my animals alone, Stacks yelled. Or you'll do what, little man? Asked the grinning bandit, carrying away the stack of his father's books. Nothing. There was nothing he could do. Not against such numbers. There was too many of them. They were all heavily armed, and they were veteran warriors, while Stacks had rarely lifted a blade to deal with anything that was in vegetation. He sank to his knees in despair, and destruction raged around him. He was still there, limp with shock, when Frigg arrived half an hour later, whistling cheerfully as he yanked Stacks' grandmother's stone pickaxe off the wall, along with its frame. Stacks, come with me, he said. You're not going to want to miss this part. When Stacks said nothing, Fueg ordered two ruffians to drag him back to the back door. Fueg pointed at where a pair of his bandits were standing by the diorite swimming pool, bundles of red explosives in their arms. Do you know what that is, Stacks? Fueg asked. TNT, Stacks said hollowly. It's used for mining, or rather, it's used by fools who don't care by putting themselves or others in danger. Oh, we'll be careful. Now watch. Fueg nodded, and the two bandits lit arrows, then fired them at the TNT. It ignited, and the detonation knocking both raiders backward. Stacks raised his arm reflectively against the blast. He heard the roar of overstressed stone, and then the bottom of the pool collapsed, sending the water pouring through the reach into the stonecutter mine. I've just created the overworld's deepest swimming pool, Fueg said. Wouldn't you say so, Stacks? That's when Stacks caught the sight of a black shape in the shadow in the now wrecked pool. It was Cole. The explosion had frightened her out of whatever hiding place she found. Stacks forced herself to look away, hoping Fueg hadn't spotted her. But Fueg had seen the black cat, just as she'd seen Lapis and Emerald, who were huddled behind Cole, all of them wide-eyed in fright. He gestured to the raiders. No, Stacks cried out. Don't do what you want to me. Do what you want to the house, but don't hurt my cats. They've done nothing to you. Well, neither have you, Fueg said. One of the raiders crouched down and reached through the crowd with a wide smile on his face and made a pss noise in excitement. But Stacks opened his mouth to yell a warning, only to have Fueg clamp his hand over it. Stacks, he said middly, wagging a finger. That's cheating. Stacks stared in horror as his cat shrank back in the raider's outstretched hand. Silently, he begged them not to fall for the trick. They hesitated, uncertain, and then Cole hissed and spat. A moment later, all three cats had shot up and cracked diorite stairs and vanished into the shadows of the garden. Stacks closed his eyes in relief before he could shrug. Our work is almost done anyway, he said. In fact, it's time for the finale, Stacks. They dragged Stacks out into the yard, now marred by pits and littered with broken birch limbs. He watched as the raiders bashed down the diorite and granite walls and tore up the stairs. Animals had fled or been carried away. The fountain had shattered and before the fences had been toppled. That ought to do it, Fueg said. Set the rest on fire. The raider poured lava from a bucket into the center of the living room, then hurried out. The remains of the carpet caught fire. Fueg nodded and marched away down the sandstone steps. The planks in the dock were floating in the water, and the little trim boathouse was burning, roofless shell. The boat sat low in the water, overloaded with goods pillaged by the stonecutter estate. At Fueg's orders, Stax was forced into one of the boats and made to sit by a big, black-bearded ruffian on the oars. The man was wearing Stax's third favorite shirt, the yellow one with the red dragons on it. Comfy, Stax? Fueg asked. I hope so. We have a long journey ahead of us. Stax looked at Fueg and found his face outlined with the burning boathouse, a red halo of fire. It was twilight, and bright cinders were drifting through the air like little stars. Why? He managed to ask. You know, everyone wants to know that, Fueg said, and then he shrugged. It's funny. Stax stared at Fueg, waiting. It wasn't until bandit leader climbed onto the boat as he realized that there wouldn't be more. Fueg had given him the only answer he was going to get. Chapter 5. Into the Unknown. An inhabitant of the ice. A journey through rough seas. Fueg discussed the world. A night around the campfire. It was quiet on the water, with no sound except the shoosh of oars in the water, and the occasional grunt from the raiders and their work. Night fell, and soon the stars were spilled over Stax's head, shimmering constellations slowly wheeling above him. The raiders' path took them between great spikes of ice that rose from the ocean around the stonecutter estate. Stax shivered. It was a warm night, but occasionally drafts of cold air swept down from the ice floes and over the water, looming above them. The ice seemed to glow with its own light, with such a gentle, pale blue. Stax could hear faint creaks and groans in the night around him. At first, he thought it was the raiders, tired after their grim work. But then he realized it was the ice shifting and settling, the equivalent of a sleeper turning over in the effort to find a comfortable position. It's beautiful out here, Stax thought to himself, and I never knew it. If you ever thinking that a strange thought for someone who had been kidnapped and seen his home reduced to ruins, a moment later, Stax had the same reaction. He wondered why he wasn't screaming, or trying to fight the black-bearded raider, or doing something. But everything still felt slightly unreal, like he was dreaming, and the pillars of ice were beautiful. A moment later, though, something growled in the darkness, a low warning sound that Stax could somehow tell was made by something large and powerful. He peered into the gloom, trying to spot its source, but was confused by the echoes bouncing around the labyrinth of ice slabs. Next to the boat carrying Stax and the black-bearded ruffian was another one, rowed by a smaller, sour-faced man. That be one of them white bears, black-bearded raider grunted to his colleague. Give it space. That noise means it's got young with it. They're vicious thing. Tear your head clean off. That's exactly what you all deserved, grumbled Stax, which earned a smack across the face. You dare? Stax spluttered. Oh, I dare, the black-bearded raider said. Give me a reason, fancy boy, and I'll end your adventure right here. Stax shrank away from the raider, who went back in his row and last warning glower. Can't see a thing out here, sour-faced rower complained. We could be right on top of the beast and not even know it. Foolish choice, traveling by night. You don't like it? Take it up with the boss. Orders are that we keep moving. The boat slowed. Stax could see pale shapes in the other boats, but they were hard to tell apart from the drifting ice or the mysterious white bears. A part of him hoped that he'd be able to attack. If it came, he could take a grim satisfaction in watching the furious bears sink of boats that tear into the outlaws that destroyed his home. In fact, he realized he could raise a ruckus in hope of drawing the bears' attention, and then he thought to himself bobbing helplessly in the icy water surrounded by bodies and wreckage and having no choice but freezing to death and walking to the predator's teeth and claws. No, Stax decided. He could wait. He would wait and hope for the chance to get away, or get revenge, or do something other than sit like a helpless prisoner. His house, whatever was left of it, was behind him. Just on the other side of the ice field, he would be able to find his way back, and comfort the cats, and find shelter, and then he'd figure out how to track down Fueg and his raiders and make them pay. But he wouldn't be able to do any of that in the frozen in the water or in the bear's stomach. So he told himself to be patient and leaned forward and scanned the gloom of the ice, trying to find the bear. When he did, he drew back in shock and surprise. He couldn't see a bear itself, just a suggestion of a great white mass, but a torch held by a raider in another boat was reflected in his eyes, which shone in the darkness ahead of him. The two great lanterns. There, Stax said, his voice urgent, his fingers outstretched. Quiet, you miserable stupid, the black-bearded raider began, but then he saw where Stax was pointing and stopped. Hasty, hushed conversation was made, and the raiders cut to their right, seeking another path through the blocks of ice. Stax kept his eyes fixed on the bear, and the great eyes remained fixed on him, the huge beast growling continuously until the boats were past it. The boats made a slow progress through the labyrinth, and eventually Stax felt his eyelids drooping. His chin began to sag into his chest, and finally he fell into the fitful, uncomfortable doze. The night passed that way, interrupted by brief glimpses of dark water around him, the ceaseless stars above him. Stax woke up completely, and then the boat scraped across the sand and gravel, grinding to a halt. Someone was shaking him roughly. It was the black-bearded raider, and he looked weary and mean after a night's work on the oars. Oh, yeah. Out, yeah, the man snarled. No time for freeloaders. Blinking, Stacks found himself on the bleak gray shore beneath the bluff of exposed dirt. Above the dirt were gray mountains rising into the clouds, tinged by pink by the dawn. He looked back across the water, hoping to spot the ice field, but saw nothing but the sea, studded with raiders, other boats. "Where are we?" he asked dolefully. His neck hurt obnoxiously from being slumped on a boat all night. Salt had left his eyes stinging and his clothes stiff. His wrists were raw and chafed from being bound. His raiders just ignored him, barking out orders. A few clambered up the bluff, axes in hand, and chopped down trees. They let Stacks walk in a small circle on the beach, trying to work the stiffness out of his legs. "Well, good morning, Stacks," called a cheerful voice. Stacks looked over and saw Fueg grinning from his own boat, beneath the black banner. "Dangerous seas ahead," Fueg said. "You don't get seasick, do you?" Stacks felt his anger rise up, but before he could yell or make a rush for Fueg's boat, helplessness seemed to overcome him, and suddenly his arms and legs felt impossibly heavy. "That's right. You don't know if you get seasick," Fueg said, "because you've never been anywhere." "I guess we'll find out, won't we?" "Question, boss," grumbled the black-bearded raider. "What is it, Miggs?" "Can we camp here?" Miggs said, wiping his dirty hands that was no longer Stack's shirt. "My rowers are tired and could use a rest." "No," Fueg said immediately. "These waters are crawling with drowned, and those things are lurking, or things aren't far behind. If we make a good time, we can camp tonight." "But, boss," Miggs began. "I said no," Fueg said sharply. "Presumably, you understand what no means." Fueg signaled his own rower. They began to pull soon in his boat and dwindled a pale dot against the gray sea. "You heard the boss. Hurry it up," Miggs yelled, and the raiders came back down the hill carrying chunks of timber. He turned his baleful gaze on Stacks. "As for ye, back in the boat. I'm tired of rowing you around while you sit there and do nothing." He gave Stacks a shove in the back, hard enough that he almost fell. "So just leave me here then," Stacks said. A little spit of land looking grim and uninviting, but anything was better than whatever Fueg and his raiders had in mind for him. "I have nothing else you can steal, and I'm just slowing you down." "Wish I could," Miggs growled. "But the boss says otherwise. He's got a plan for you, fancy boy." The other raiders began to laugh, a sound that Stacks didn't like at all. Miggs' boat joined the line of craft rowing across the dark gray sea beneath the low sky and the clouds of the old iron. The sun shone wanly through them, and Stacks shivered. Dark clouds hid the sun and began to rain. "Don't you dare lose sight of the next line of boats," Miggs yelled across the water, and the swallow-faced man, his muscles straining in the oars. "We'd be lost out here forever." The boat lurched sideways, and Stacks slipped off the bench. He huddled into the bottom of the boat, immediately soaking his legs and rear end. Within minutes, he was violently sick, heaving and spitting. The swallow-faced man laughed, and Miggs glowered at him. "Stick to your rowing, Kivak," he growled. He gave Stacks a look of disgust, and he was too busy to do anything else. When Stack's stomach had finally empty, he groaned and clung to the bench, only half conscious. After an hour or so, he was able to drag himself back up to the sitting position. He remained there, wet and miserable. As the boat spent hours crawling through the water, the sun shone dully near the horizon, right of the boat. Stack supposed he meant they were going south, and tried to remember where the sun had been various times during the journey, but it was hopeless. A jumble of impressions and brief glances, he had no idea where they were, or the path they'd taken from the estate. They could have been anywhere. They were heading for an island, he saw now, a spit of beach in the middle of this emptiness. He could see torches moving back and forth across it, and boats on the shore. Miggs' boats ground to a stop, and he and Kavak dragged the Stacks out of the back of his shirt, leaving him on his knees in the grit and muck. Stacks forced himself to stand up, but the land seemed to be heaving up and down, like he was still in the boat. Disoriented, he staggered a couple of blocks up the beach and half sat, half collapsed on the sand. The camp was buzzing with activity, with raiders setting torches out on the ring, building a fire and crafting beds. Wig stood in the center and setting in the sun, throwing an elongated shadow across the beach. "Stacks," he said, with a name cheer made Stacks want to scream. "You must be tired. You can't treat an honored guest so poorly, now can we?" And before Stacks quite knew what was happening, he'd been dragged to his feet, the ropes around his waist had been cut, and he'd been sitting in front of the campfire on a log. Someone pressed a slice of meat into his hands, burnt and blackened from the fire. He sniffed at it. Pork. The other raiders were tearing into mutton, chicken legs, and beefsteaks, the juice running down their chins. Where they're laughing now, the stress of long ocean patch had temporarily forgotten. Suddenly it occurred to Stacks where the food must have come from, and he thought about flinging his meal into the fire, but his belly rumbled and he stopped himself. He was starving, and there's no point in doing the raiders' cruel work for them. He forced himself to eat, chewing mechanically and staring into the fire, while trying to ignore the crude boasts and insults that passed for conversation among the raiders. Stacks wondered where they had come from, They were human, but they very different in terms in skin color, size, and dress. They were a mix of men and women, and ranged from short, weary, and timidly large and muscular. Some had long black beards, while others were bald, with their heads covered with tattoos. All of them carried weapons, from bows slung over shoulders and swords and axes. Some were missing eyes, fingers, and even arms. "Quite a merry band, don't you think?" asked Fueg, settling down along next to Stax. Stax thought once again asking the raider boss why he'd done what he'd done, but doubted that he'd ever get an answer this time either. And then he thought about ignoring Fueg, but found he couldn't do it. What are you going to do with me?" he finally asked, wondering if the raider could answer. I haven't decided," Fueg said when he got his feet. "Mr. Stonecutter wants to know what we're going to do to him. Any ideas?" Raider laughs. "Drown him in the surf," said Meigs. "I'm tired of him." "Stake him out for the creepers," suggested the tattooed woman with eye patch. "And in the morning, kablamo! We'll see how many pieces he's in." "Leave him here," said Kavak. "Lovely place. Garden spot of the entire southern sea." It went on like that for a while, each suggestion more barbaric, while Fueg smiled and nodded. "Any of those ideas appeal to you?" Fueg asked Stax. When the raiders finally ran out of suggestions. "No," Stax said. "Well, yes, actually. Leave me here." "Here?" Fueg looked around the island. "There isn't a tree or even any grass." "I don't think you would last very long, Stax. What do you care if I die?" Fueg smiled at the bright over smile of his. Stax, if I wanted you dead, it would have been the minute worked back at the house. But no. I don't know why I feel this way, but something tells me you have some purpose, some role left to play in our little drama. Purpose? Role? Haven't you done enough to me? Fueg pursed his lips considering. "No, I don't think I have. But hey, what a start, right? A couple days ago, you were just sitting in your house doing nothing, and here you are having a great adventure. You've done more in the last day than your entire life, wouldn't you say?" "Great adventure?" Stax spurred. "You destroyed my house, stole my things, and kidnapped me. That's not an adventure." "Well, it is for us," Fueg said. "We go where we want and do what we want. You should have tried it all those years you sat in your house on the hill." "You're robbers and killers," Stax said. If everyone did that you've done, no one would live in peace. The world would be an awful place. This is the kind of world you want?" Fueg just laughed. "But Stax, that's the world we live in already," he said. "If I had my followers douse the fire and those torches, do you know how long we'd survive? Within an hour. Terrible things would come out of the sea and drag us beneath the waves. Or creep out some hole and put your hands around our throats and squeeze the life out of us. And our story would be over. Just like that." He leaned back and gestured to the sky, where the few stars glimmered through the veil of clouds. "Look up there, Stax," Fueg said. "Do you think the stars care about you and your house? About me and what I've done? Or what I will do? Will the waves break differently on this miserable bit of sand? Will the sun rise at a different time, by way of protest? Will the rain come down harder? The world doesn't care about any of us, Stax. The mightiest person and the monumentary nuisance compared with what you see up there. So yes, Stax, do what you want. It's the only way we'll ever matter." Stax just shook his head. "You're a monster. We're all monsters. The difference is some admit it. And now just some sleep, dear boy. We'll be setting off at dawn, so you need your rest." Fueg barked an order, and a moment later, one of the raiders set a bed down on the sand. Stax looked at it in disbelief, but Fueg just bowed and grinned as they strode away from the fire. Stax poked the wooden mattress reluctantly, figuring one of the raiders might put some type of vile creature inside it as a mockery prank. But it was just a mattress, stuffed with wool that was a little stiffened by salt and begrimed with sand, but reasonably soft and comfortable despite its rough handling. He climbed into the bed and stared up at the cold stars. "Maybe the stars don't care about what happens down here, but I do. Decent people do. Fueg is wrong. Wrong and selfish and evil. And cruel," Stax might have added. Not finding some awful surprise in the bed made Stax even more convinced that it was some trick. A torment of Fueg's concocted to amuse him and the rest of this foul band. Stax resolved to stay awake, but he couldn't be caught unawares. But it was warm by the fire and his bed was comfortable, and so despite his best efforts, within a few seconds, he was asleep. Chapter 6. Into the Sea of Sorrows. A brief moment in a better place, journeying past forlorn shores, a howling of terrible things, a nasty farewell. Stax sat on the dock of the boathouse, eating a piece of cake, looking out over the water. A fish jumped a few blocks out of the railing, and Cole twitched her ears sleepily. Then decided whatever disturbed her wasn't worth waking up for. Stax had baked the cake in one of the house's furnaces. After looking up his mother's recipe, he wasn't sure she would approve the cake for breakfast, but it was good, moist, sweet, and delicious. Though he hadn't quite made the recipe quite correctly, it seemed beneath the sweetness there was something gritty and unpleasant in the cake. He could feel it crunching between his back teeth, almost like it was sand. Stax woke up in a start and heard himself cry out. A red-haired woman wearing one of his grandmother's flower parts as a helmet gaped at him and let out a shriek, then waved her hands in mock fright and laughed. Stax stared at her in befuddlement, and a moment before it all came back, the raid on his house, his kidnapping, the grueling journey across the sea as a prisoner. He was sitting up on a grimy bed on a gray, stony beach, next to a dying fire, and there was the sand in his mouth. In the boat on 2 minutes, or I'll tie your hands again, Mig said, kicking sand in Stax's direction. Stax turned his head so he didn't get sand in his eyes, then spat out as much of the grit in his mouth as he could. He supposed Mig's offer was passed for kindness from Raider's world, and he wasn't going to pass it up, not when his wrists were still red and painfully raw. He pulled on his boots and waded out of the boat, where Miggs acknowledged him in a reluctant grunt. "Gonna be a hard day today," Miggs said, "and maybe tomorrow too. We'll be passing dangerous coasts. You give me any trouble, fancy boy, and we'll see how you can swim." "It is true. We're going into the Sea of Sorrows," Kavak asked Miggs, and Stax, the swallow-faced raider, looked frightened. "We'll go where the boss tells us to go," Miggs said sharply. "No need to put names on where. You know he don't like that. Just shut your mouth and row." Stax kept his eyes down, trying to avoid incurring the raider's wrath. But he repeated the name Kavak had said in his head over and over until he was sure he wouldn't forget it. Sea of Sorrows, Sea of Sorrows, Sea of Sorrows. The boats moved out. In hours of everything looked much the same as it did the previous day. Water as far as the eye could see, with the boats feeling tiny and vulnerable in the midst of all the emptiness. On the day, however, there was barely a cloud in the sky, and in the sun was high and bright, a brilliant white coin in the dark blue sky. Miggs and Kavak were sweating freely behind the oars, grunting as they worked side by side in their boats. After a time, Stax spotted islands to their left, shimmering in the sunlight, low bits of land covered in the trees. Then, there were islands on their right as well, a chain of rocks rising out of the water. An hour later, the line of islands to their right rose from the sea, to become a brooding headland of gray rock. At Fueg's command, the boats angled in close in the rugged coast, close enough that Stax could hear the surf on the beach and the tumble and shush of the water withdrawing and dragging thousands of pebbles into the waves. Kavak began to mother nervously, constantly looking over at the rocks, and Mig's eyes were wide and white in his tanned face. "They'll come," Kavak said nervously. "Drown will come and take us below, like so many before us." "Them tall tales," Mig said, but Stax could hear the fear in his voice. "Stories to frighten little ones." "What stories?" Stax told Kavak. Asked Kavak, vaguely remembering that Fueg had mentioned the drowned. "What is this place? And where are the drowned?" "Zombies," Kavak said. "Cursed men and women who died at sea. They say these waters is full of them, on account of the wrecks. They might say at night you can see the moonlight glittering in their tridents. Only if you do, it's too late for you, because the drowned throw those things hard enough to pierce stone, and they return to the dead hand what they threw them." "No, another word, Kavak," said Miggs, "or I'll throw you over the side and let you meet one of them." Kavak subsided into muttering, but Stax was staring at the bleak shore, thinking that every gleam and bit of reflection amid the rocks was a weapon in hand of the undead warrior. Stax had spotted no signs of life on the journey, no villages, farms, or houses. But now he began to see buildings on the cliffs above them, but all of them were abandoned and forlorn, towers reduced to tumbles and spikes, the burned-out shells of houses, overgrown fields, and fallen fences. "What a dreary place," Stax said. As if in response, a raider in the line of boats ahead of them turned out to call out a warning, their partner waving a torch to get their attention. "Head to port, Kavak," Miggs growled. "That's your left." As Kavak grumbled as he'd known that since he was a lad, Stax spotted the obstacle ahead, a ship, or at least what was left of one, jammed against the rocks. Much of its upper deck had been smashed apart, its masts were gone, and the rock had opened a gash in its bow. "Don't look, row," Miggs told Kavak. But Stax had no such duties. Filled with dread, he tried to peer through the jagged rents of the wreck's hull, expecting to see some waterlogged corpse, waiting with a trident in his hand, but no enemy worked within, and there was no sound except the splash of oars. They continued along that lonely shore for hours, passing more shattered towers and broken ships, until Stax had grown numb from the sight of masts sticking out of the waves and odd angles and holes reduced to clumps of planks. The boat ahead had slowed, and its rowers waited for Miggs and Kavak to pull alongside. "The boss says keep going," said the white-haired raider with a tattoo tears on her cheeks. "We row through the night." Kavak started to mutter, but Miggs just nodded as the boat pulled away again. And then he began to row, hard, his muscled arms shooting the boat through the water. The sun sank in the sky, and the night crept over the water, a night that Saxon would never remember forever. The moon rose as the sun disappeared. It cast a ghostly white residence over the ruins on the shore and the wrecked ships along it, as well as the things that came out of the forest and up from the swamps to prowl up at night. Saxon could see them all too well, and they could see them too. Skeletons stood sentinel among the rocks, their bony hands clutching bows, and Stax could hear a hiss of arrows in the air around them. Green-skinned zombies plotted across the beach, the groans carrying through the night, wet and thick in horrible desire. Stax spotted green pillars of creepers, their back mouths fixed with silent screams, and there were things he thought only glimpses of eyes, like red lamps, or ones like purple slits, enviously attacking the boats as they passed. Kavakta let off muttering as loudly beseeching every god he'd ever heard before of mercy. But though panicked to find himself so close to such a demon of the night, he kept rowing, his knuckles white on the oars. Miggs was silent, his eyes fixed straight ahead, as if he thought refusing to look at something meant it could hurt him. Stax had neither oar nor weapon, and couldn't defend himself or help row them out of trouble. He could only sit there, terrified, wondering when one of those arrows could find its target, or a trident would come through the boat and spear them. Dead hands could rise up from the water and drag them beneath the waves. It wasn't until nearly dawn that he fell into a doze, and even when his dreams were spiked with jolts of panic, the crews were all exhausted, slumped numbly over the oars, but Fueg refused to call a halt. So they rowed on for hours and hours. Grim and silent, beneath leading gray skies that seemed to constantly threaten rain. It finally began to drizzle as the day neared its end. With the sun and red smear in the clouds began them. The drizzle slowly intensified until Miggs was struggling to see the shore and wiping water away from his face. "What does the boss mean to do? Sail on until we fall off the edge of the world?" Kavak wailed in the next boat. "Keep your eyes open," Miggs growled, "or we will come next to a bad long before then." It grew harder and harder to see, and Stax sagged in relief when the word came that Fueg had finally agreed to make camp in the little bay up ahead. The bay was sheltered, but Kavak began muttering as soon as he saw it. It was bleak and sandy, a little more than a low, swampy stretch carpeted with brambles and scrub. Below sandy hills, the neo wrecked ship was visible above the water just offshore, and in the center of the bay stood the stump of a tower of gray stone, surrounded by assembled rock blocks overgrown with moss. "That's an unlucky shore, sure as I'm a sailor," Kavak muttered, and Miggs had to shout at him to bring his boats into the shallows, where the rest of the raiders were unloading their gear and Stax stolen property trying to build a fire. Stax stumbled when he got off the boat, his legs stiff and cramped. Miggs was too exhausted to pay attention as he trudged up the beach to warm himself by the fire. Fueg was barking orders, his face grim, but forced a smile onto his face when he saw Stax. "I think we found your new home, Stax," he said. "It even comes with a house. Not quite as fancy as you're used to, but it's a fixer-upper." Stax looked around in the grim swamp with alarm. While he huddled at Miggs's feet, he would have said he'd take his chances ashore, or anywhere besides the boat, but now that idea seemed insane. And there was something else, a nameless dread he could feel, like a chill, crawling up the back of his neck. You know how sometimes you can feel someone looking at you, even if you couldn't say how you know? That's something like that Stax felt. Only, he also felt that whenever he was watching is simultaneously hungry and patient, willing to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. There was something wrong here, something terribly wrong. And though he was neither a warrior nor an explorer, he could feel it. And he wasn't the only one. As he sat slumped on a chunk of stone, Stax could see the way raiders hurried up the beach after unloading the boat, and the fear in their faces when they looked out in the water. He could see the way that she'd shied from the shattered stones of the tower, and peered suspiciously at the wreck in the shallows. Fueg was looking around too, his gaze roving ceaselessly from the water on the top of the hills. None of the raiders was paying attention to Stax. For a moment, he thought of slipping up the beach, seeing if anyone noticed. If they hadn't, perhaps he could keep going and make it over the top of the hill. And then he'd have a chance to hide or run. He dreamed of a chance like that many times in the boat, trying to figure out just how quickly he'd be able to flee, and that he might be able to makeshift weapon. But now that he actually had the chance, he felt frozen in place. Just as he knew something terrible was watching them from the water, he also knew that even greater danger away from the raiders than he was with them. Miggs stood at Fueg's side, speaking to them in a low, urgent voice, but the raider boss shook his head. "Just get the fire built and everyone will feel better," Fueg said. "And tomorrow we'll bring clear skies, you'll see." Miggs tried to say something else, but Fueg held his arms over his chest. Every shore in this world is a dangerous shore, he said. But I thought you were dangerous men and women. Was I wrong about that? If anything comes out of the sea, that will be the last mistake. Now, enough, Miggs. Get the fire built. Miggs nodded and turned away, and for a moment Stax could see the disgust in one big bearded man's face. And then he was barking orders, with the others heard in turn of action. That night there was neither singing nor jokes. Foig's raiders were exhausted and clearly nervous. But the fire started to blaze up as the first stars came out, and a few minutes later, the sun reduced its light shone on the horizon. Stax smelled meat roasting, and for a moment, just a moment, he thought the danger had passed. That was when Kavek died. The sallow-faced man was coming back from the campfire, gnawing on a chunk of mutton and spitted on a fork. When he stopped in his track, a confused expression came over his face. He was standing right in front of Stax, and at first Stax assumed Kavek was about to mock him or something. But then Stax heard a sound he could never forget, a wet, gurgling groan coming from the beach. Kavek slumped over, an oddly disappointed look on his face. It was the last breath he made was a wet sound so similar to a groan coming from the dark beach that Stax shivered. Then he plopped into the sand. "Drown!" screeched the raider, her eyes wild. "The drowned have come for us!" Stax looked down into the beach and saw a grey-green figure cladding the sodden rags, a trident clutched in its hand. The drowned lurched forward out of the sea, its feet squishing in the wet sand. His skin was molted and drab, and his eyes were bright green, shining in eerie light. It groaned again, and water bubbled out of his throat, ran down the front of his ruined shirt. An arrow flew into the night, a wild shot but missed, and the raiders fell back, yelling. Then Miggs stepped forward, his sword in an orange blur in the campfire. The drowned slumped to the sand, and Miggs turned to look at for Foig. "It's only sunset," he said. "Soon there will be more, boss. Many more. We can't stay here." Foig looked uncertain for a moment, then nodded. Miggs started yelling out orders. The goods had been unloaded from the boats were loaded nearly as quickly, and several reluctant raiders pressed into forming a defensive line at the water's edge, swords heeled in front of them. "Stax, I'm afraid our association has come to an end," Foig said with a little bow. "Here's where we part. But don't forget the gift I've given you." "Gift?" Stax asked, too shocked and frightened to be angry. "What are you talking about?" "Why, the greatest gift of all, Stax. I freed you from your past. Now you can be anything you want to be. You can experience the world and make something of yourself, instead of idling away your days at amid the accomplishments of others. Or I suppose you can give up and die here. It's your choice." Something groaned wetly in the gloom on the other side of the ruined tower. "Still, I'd choose quickly," Foig said. "Very well, Mr. Stonecutter." The first raiders had leapt into their boats and rowed away from the shore. Now the others followed. Foig was the last to depart, offering Stax a little wave as he stepped into the stern of his boat. Within moments the boats were pale dots against the dark water, and a moment after that they were lost to sight. Stax stood alone on the shore, next to the campfire. It began to rain harder. The fire hissed and spat, fighting a losing battle against the water. Stax sat down in the sand next to it, his arms around his knees, as the rain pelted down and the last bit of sunlight vanished below the horizon. Chapter 7. Cornered. A fight in the night. Searching for refuge. Stax digs in a beautiful morning. Stax wonders what's possible. Stax knew he needed to run or fight or do both, but he found that he couldn't get further thinking about it. Fight? He couldn't even imagine being able to get out of the rain. He thought of his dream of home another morning, before he awakened in the raiders' last camp, and tried to convince himself it was a dream too. Perhaps he could wake up in his sunny bedroom, find the cats remaining him that time of breakfast, and realize Foig Temporal had been a vivid nightmare, one that would soon fade vaguely, unpleasant memory. But Stax knew that wasn't true, and all his wishing in the overworld wouldn't make it true. He knew that even before he heard something heavy squelching through the sand, and a growl from the other side of the campfire. He looked up, trying desperately to blink away the rainwater as raining into his eyes, and saw a dark shape there, something sharp, shaped like a man, but it wasn't human anymore. Lightning split in the sky, and he stared into the empty green eyes of a drowned, the flash of light revealing its terrible features in minute detail, gray and green flesh so heavy that it dragged down the corner of its mouth, swollen fingers like hideous sausages, and black, jagged fingernails. The drowned saw him too. It gurgled so eagerly in the flight of tiny bubbles popped around his lips. Dark water ran down his chin. Then, as the thunder boomed overhead, its arms came up and started to stagger toward him. Stax sat there, frozen in horror, and then as he jumped up, another sudden groan. This one was behind him, close enough that he could hear water bubbling in its throat. Before he was conscious of it, he had scrambled away from the fire, and at the last possible second, the drowned had snuck up behind him and took a huge swipe at Stax, but unfortunately connected only with air. Meanwhile, the first drowned had found its way around the campfire and stood side by side with its fellow undead, eyes fixed on its prey. Stax leapt to his feet, eyes wild, and screamed at them. "Come on then, what are you waiting for?" The drowned trudged through the sand, their hands reaching for him. Stax ducked, and then backpedaled frantically, his feet struggling for purchase. Another flash of lightning revealed something glimmering in the gloom. A trident, clutched by a third drowned who was still waist deep in the water. "Oh no," Stack said. He was worried about the weapon and failed to look behind him, and backed into something soft, squishy, and cold. A terrible smell filled his nostrils, stagnant water, and beneath that something rotten. A drowned had bent into groan, and the water coughed up ran down the back of Stack's neck, making him shiver as the creature fumbled to smash him with his fist. Stax twisted away from the dead thing and shoved it, wincing as his hand sank into the spongy flesh. His fist beat at the drowned while it swung wildly at him. Then the drowned fell backward in the bubbling sigh. Stax staggered further up the beach, breathing hard. Something flashed past his ear. It was a trident, and it nearly hit him. Stax followed its pale purple arc through the darkness as it returned to its owner's hand, guiding it by some dreadful magic. A flow from the first of another drowned caught him in the back, and he stumbled forward, crying out. "This is the end. I don't think of something," Stax thought. He was faster than the drowned, but there was too many of them. As if he stood his ground, he would eventually batter him to unconsciousness, or the trident would find his mark. And then he would die, or become one of them, doomed to live out eternity in his bleak shore, consumed by rage and hunger that could never be satisfied. He ran between two of the shambling figures, certain that any second he'd feel the trident strike home, and scrambled up the sandy hill, repeatedly falling to his hands and knees. He reached to the top of just as lightning flashed, revealing barren desert as far as he could see. There was no escape that way. Stax flung himself down the other side of the hill, hearing the drowned gurgling confusion at side of him. Halfway down he began to dig, his hands moving frantically. In a moment he was going the layer of wet sand on the surface and flinging dry granite behind him. Frantically trying to make a hole, he was digging even deeper. Thunder rumbled. As it faded, he could hear the drowned's groans in frustration. Stax kept digging, ignoring his stinging fingers and palms. He hollowed out a low space in the hill now, just big enough to turn around in. He clambered into it and was relieved to find sandstone above him, hard and stable. Stax began to dig down now, further down the hill. He chopped after a couple of frantic minutes, grasping for breath. He could see the night sky above him. Outside was a vulnerable refuge, and the wall of rain falling. He could keep digging until he was certain he was out of reach of any arms that might come through the gap he left. Should he fill it in, pack it sand until he was walked inside of the hill? Stax knew he probably should, but there'd be nowhere to hide if the trident's owner found him. But the idea of escaping the drowned only suffocated and sand filled him with horror, and he was exhausted, bone-tired, in the way that he'd never been in his entire life. Stax huddled in the hole as he made, shivering until he'd recovered enough the breathing slowed and his heart stopped pounding in his ears. His fingertips were raw from scrabbling at the sand, and his palms were red and scraped. Outside, the rain continued to pelt down, and he could still hear the thunder rolling and the groans of the drowned searching for the beach. Stax was sure that at any moment he'd hear the low, slow-labored steps of the undead feet outside his refuge, followed by the choking gurgle of triumph of his hands working, slowly but methodically, to strip away his meager defenses. But a minute passed, and that didn't happen. And then 5 minutes. And then Stax lost track of how much time had passed. And then he was blinking his eyes in confusion, because bright light was streaming through the gap of the sand. It had become a strip of blue above him, the color of the sky at morning. Whizzing at the paint in his hand, Stax carefully pushed enough sand out of the way to be able to stick his head out of the refuge. Yellow sand stretched out around him. Below him was a strip of green and ruined towered, and the blurred blue water beyond that. The drowned were gone. Stax shoved his way through the sand and trudged down the beach, trying to shake the grit out of his hair. Here and there in the sand were bits of loot raiders had left behind in their haste to escape. There wasn't a weapon to be found, but Stax did spot a bruised apple he fell on frantically, eating it in core and all. He also found a few lumps of coal he had burned for fuel, and best of all, he discovered an abandoned bed at the edge of the water, wet and salty but intact. He had survived the night, but now what? It wouldn't be night again soon, and he had no boat for refuge. There wasn't so much as a tree. Stax dragged the bed up to the beach to dry. He looked at the wrecked tower, eyed the hull of the shipwreck in the shallows of the bay, then turned his gaze to the horizon, hoping to spot a more hospitable island and the islet so he could swim to. Then he looked back at the pale keel and the wreckage boat, lying above the water. That's made of wood, he thought. A lot of wood. His eyes returned to the four-loomed spike of the tower, scrutinizing it in the way he might examine a tumbled rock and he encountered in the cavern far beneath the ground. He thought about the condition of the stone he could see, and measured the gaps in the tower's walls. I bet I could repair that. Chapter 8. A building project. Harvesting wood, storing up the tower, the last area before nightfall. Stax was convinced that some terrible creature, one of the drowned, if not something even worse, would be working in the shallows, waiting for him to stay far from the shore. He waded in up to his waist, ready to retreat to the relative safety of the broken tower, then peered into the water, alert for any sign of danger. But there was nothing. It was a beautiful day and the water was gentle and cool, If not for the terrible things that had befallen him, he might have been able to pretend he was on some carefree exertion, taking a dip after a day of the seashore or on a long hike. Tentatively, Stax swam out to the keel of the capsized ship and heaved himself up onto the spine of pale wood. He could tell at the glance which planks were rarely, if ever, submerged, because they were bleached by the sun and free of seagrass. What that had colorized wood below the surface of the water. Stax ran his hands over the wood, looking for a weak spot, and found a place where the planks had warped slightly and sprung apart. Wincing at the pain in his hands, he began working the planks back and forth, until one gave way in the groan of distress. One down. Goodness knows how many to go. He set a plank carefully aside and a keel next to him, and looked for another weak point. Within half an hour or so, he had a stack of planks, and the keel was starting to look like giant worms. It had been gnawing at it. Stax rubbed his arm across his sweaty forehead and looked back at the stump of the tower, trying to calculate how many planks he needed to fill all the gaps in the stonework. The sun was directly overhead, about to begin its descent toward the horizon. For a moment, the task seemed too big for him, and he grimly certain he couldn't be finished by nighttime. Then he shook his head. That was no way to think. He'd do whatever he could, and if the job was still incomplete at sundown, he'd hide in the sandbank again, and hope his luck held. Stax worked all day as the sun sank in the sky and sweat ran down his neck. He worked until his hands were raw and cramped and his back was stiff and his knees hurt. He was hungry and thirsty, and whenever he stopped for a moment, he thought of his ruined house and his lost cats he felt disappeared creeping into the mine. Then that happened. It happened several times during a long, hot day. He swam awkwardly back to shore in a lot of wood pile near the tower. That way, when he got tired again and looked back at the tower, he'd immediately see he was making progress. Finally, with the sun nearing the horizon, Stax waddled ashore with the last armload of wood. And the inside of the tower was cool and shadowy, and he was glad to see, free of vermin, briars, or any other unpleasant things. Stax thought about the brief rest, but he knew he shouldn't. It wouldn't do to wake up, discover the sun was down, and drown out. One of the drowned was putting his hands around his throat. One thing to do, he thought, was make a crafting table. He grabbed several planks and 10 minutes later produced a serviceable table in which he could work. Another hour of work, he banged together a door out of planks that fit into a doorway. Then it was time to begin filling the gaps in the stone. Stax sweated and hammered and sweated some more, annoyed with himself each time he made a mistake and had to start over. The sun was in an orange ball on the horizon, which he wedged plank into a gap between two stones. Stepped back and realized there weren't any more holes in the tower. They all had been filled, and cockeyed, haphazard way of his grandmother would have approved of, maybe. But then Stax had nothing but scavenged materials, half starved. He allowed himself a brief moment of dissatisfaction, after which his eyelids started to droop. That was when he remembered the bed. Was he too late? He peered between the blanks and saw a sun sunk almost out of sight. No, he still had time. But only just pushing open the makeshift door, he hurried down to the beach and where he had left his bed, overshooting it, but then stopping it in the gloom behind him. To his relief, a long day beneath the sun had dried it. There was a gurgle somewhere behind him. He heaved the bed onto his shoulder and forced his tired legs to run, his feet kicking up sand, making it back to the tower, and shut the door behind him, careful not to dislodge it. He took a piece of scrap wood and jammed it into one of the lumps of coal, hoping not to break it. Coaxed it in flame, jammed the scrap wood into the rusted stones of the wall. Warm yellow-white filled this refuge. Stax just hoped it would repel any monsters that spotted it and thought the cracks of the boards instead of attracting them. Stax lay down on the bed, moving his shoulders back and forth to rearrange the clumps of wool inside it. It was lumpy, stiff, and with salt, smelled damp, and the frame might give way in the night, dumping him into the tower's flagstones. But in that moment, it felt as soft and inviting as a feather bed back home. Stax sighed. He knew he should get up, and he should perform the last check of his hasty repairs to make sure he couldn't be battered down. But he was bone-weary, his mind fuzzy, and his energy utterly spent. I've done the best I could. I just have to hope it's enough. A moment later, he was asleep. Chapter 9. Gifts from the Sea. Stax makes an aquatic discovery. A hated food from childhood gets reconsidered. Remedial tool use. Laughter in the dark. Stax woke with a start, but this time he knew exactly where he was. His stomach clenched and turned over, demanding food he couldn't give it. Stax carefully opened the door. The beach was quiet, the water serene beneath with the rising sun. Stax scanned the shore of the signs of trouble, still disturbed and realizing how he felt already come to now this miserable little bay. Maybe that was his future, to memorize each hummock of mud and drift of sand, each particular of this shrunken, forlorn world. But then, if he couldn't find anything to eat, and soon, that problem would take care of itself. Stacks kicked through the ashes of the fire and hoped he'd miss another apple or something else useful in Fueg's raiders had left behind in their hasty departure. But there was nothing. Stacks struggled up on the sand hill where he spent the night hidden from the drowned, giving little hollow to his refuge. A brief glance before forcing himself to look away. This situation was dire, but now at least he could have a roof over his head, however haphazardly patched, and a bed. He stood at the top of the hill, shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing out into the desert and turning slowly around in a full circle. He surveyed his surroundings only briefly during the night. While under attack, it was entirely possible he missed something, a patch of wood, say, or a mouth of a river. Why stop there? Stacks asked himself. Why not a farm with a full barn full of warm hay? An inn that doesn't charge travelers for rooms, a castle whose aged owner needs a young heir. But there was nothing but low hills of sand marching to the horizon, broken by green spikes of cacti and the brittle sticks of dead bushes, remnants. Stacks supposed, by some bygone era, when these shores had been green and pleasant. Stacks mechanically gathered the sticks, thinking they might be useful as firewood, and dumped them in the patchwork tower. He stared out to sea, hoping to sight something, anything that might deliver him. His belly rumbled again. Fish. He could make a fishing pole. He just gathered an armload of sticks, but he had no line. At home, they used spider silk for fishing line, but he thought of the battling a spider in the night made Stacks shiver. No, that wouldn't work. He couldn't see anything beneath the water except sand and stones and kelp. Kelp. A stray memory from childhood came back to him. His father unloading his boat after one of his trips across the sea to tour Stonecutter Outpost. He landed Stacks a chunk of dried kelp, explaining that he'd eaten it during travel and inviting him to take a bite. Oh, how Stacks had hated it. It was tasteless at first, tough and chewy, and then the tang of salt overwhelmed everything. Stacks just spat it out into the water, running his finger around his gum and back across his tongue in an effort to get rid of even the smallest bit of it. Well, now he had to learn to like it. Stacks swam out to the overturned ship, its keel almost stripped of planks. Now that he was looking for kelp, he could see that the wreck was surrounded with strands of it, reaching up from the seafloor toward the sun. Stacks wrenched a plank free, held his breath, and dove into the water, forcing himself down as far as he could go. The seafloor here was a strange gray, gravel, maybe, or clay. Whatever it was, it would have to wait. He yanked at the surprisingly tough stalk of kelp until he was desperate for air. The stalk finally parted. Stacks kicked for the surface, gasping, and his head cleared the water, and draped the length of the kelp over the ship's keel. He heaved himself out of the water and sat on the keel while he got his breath back. Pieces of kelp were floating nearby. Then he rested a bit. He collected them. There were more of them than he thought there would be. Wait a minute. It wasn't the kelp he saw floating. Something shiny was out there too, glistening in the sun. A dead fish, maybe? Stacks swam out to it, worried it might sink. In his astonishment, it was a compass. He held it in his hand, awkwardly treading water, and gazed down at the red needle. He supposed it must have fallen overboard while the raiders were making their getaway. Stacks' father had carried a compass with him during his ocean journeys, and Stack tried to think back to what he told him about how they worked. To his frustration, he realized he didn't remember all the details. There had been something about an origin point and making adjustments from there. During the exploration, Stack's mind had wandered. He had already known he had no interest in sailing across the seas of the overworld, and if he ever changed his mind, his father would be next to him and be able to take care of the navigation. But it was useless to get angry at himself about having to listen to a long explanation back when he was a teenager. The important thing was that Stax' father had used a compass to find his way home, and Stax now had no one of his own, which meant he could get home, or close enough. His father had made those adjustments that Stax couldn't remember, but close enough would be a lot better than his current situation. The thought of being able to get home was so amazing that Stax shivered despite being in warm water. He shook the compass gently, half wondering if he was dreaming, but no, it was very real. Stax reminded himself that he had work to do. If it wasn't as if he could just start swimming in the direction of the compass was pointing. Clutching the compass in hand, he swam back to the keel and set his discovery carefully on one of the highest planks. While he rested, he peered at the patchwork tower. He had plenty of wood, enough even, to replace some of the tower's stone blocks. That would let him use the stone for other things, such as rebuilding a furnace. If he built a furnace, he could dry his new supply of kelp, using his precious stock of sticks and new lumps of coal. And once the kelp was dried, he'd have food. And then, he was so excited he almost tipped over in his thoughts and made himself calm down and start again. Then I can build a boat, use the compass, and go home. But first, he needed that stone, and he needed it relatively quickly. The sun was high in the sky at home. The days had seemed to crawl while he wasn't doing much. Now it felt like the sun was racing toward the opposite horizon, and in a moment it rose, leaving Stax with too much to do and not enough time in which to do it. Stax thought of when he was small and his grandmother had walked him through puzzles like this, asking what steps he needed to take and what order he needed to take them. He supposed she never imagined her grandson might have to draw them those lessons in situations like this, lost and marooned far from home. Or maybe she had. She'd been a formidable woman, with stories she found equal parts thrilling and terrifying. Hadn't she escaped from a nest of creepers, maneuvering them in fact so that they blew themselves up, but they barely hurt her, but blasted a hole into the cavern to provide rich and iron ore? Hadn't she escaped a near fatal fall by tunneling away back to the surface in total darkness with a pickaxe worn down and a mere nub? Stax wasn't nearly as brave or resourceful as his grandmother had been, but maybe, he mused, she might be proud of what he'd accomplished. He had survived a night battling the drowned after all and turned the Shadow Tower into a reasonably safe refuge, and now, if he just kept calm, he could get himself home. He clambered back onto the keel, careful not to knock either the compass or the kelp into the water, and started hunting for planks that were partially straight and strong. He found a few and wrenched them free, checking that they were free in soft spots. Then he gathered the kelp, stuffed the compass into his pocket, and made the by now familiar swim back to the beach in his tower. Taking the straightest board and stoutest stick he could find, he hunkered down at a crafting table and got to work. Stax wasn't sure he quite right to call what he made a pickaxe. It was more of a pry bar made of wood, but it would have to do. And to his relief, it did. By mid-afternoon, he had assembled 8 stone blocks into a furnace, and filled it with sticks gathered from the desert. He used a torch to light the sticks, but helped the kelp in the furnace top slot, and waited impatiently for the kelp leaves shrank and changed from a green to a dark gray color. Stax was so hungry that he burned his fingers snatching the first piece of kelp out of the furnace and had to juggle it for a couple of minutes while it cooled. He bit into the kelp and made a face. It was bad, I remember, salty and chewy and thoroughly nasty, but it was also what he desperately needed. By the time the sun sank below the horizon, Stax had eaten 6 pieces and a dried other dozen or so for tomorrow. Something groaned outside the door, close enough to make Stax jump. With the night had fallen, the drowned had returned. "I know it's delicious, but you can get your own dried kelp," Stax yelled, shocking even himself. He heard footsteps squishing away from the door and began to laugh. A low chuckle was heard from a helpless scream of giggles. Stax lay on his lumpy bed, one hand pressed over his mouth, but he couldn't stop the laughter. "I think I'm losing my mind." Maybe so, but at least he wasn't going to starve to death. "No, I'm not. And tomorrow I'm building a boat." Chapter 10. Back to Sea. Stax put his father's lessons to work, a reluctant decision and several promises, a science of making weapons on a beach, a brief aside about the nature of storytelling, a melancholy nighttime chorus. The next morning he started back building his boat on the beach. Stax found his thoughts drifting back to his family. Stax's grandmother always preferred to travel by land, disdaining boats and both dangerous and waste of time. If he closed his eyes, he could still hear her complaining about them, in particular, the ocean and the travel in general. "What's the use? All that time traveling through something you can't mine. I'll go by foot, and by the time I get where I'm going, I'll find 2 more places where we can pull a fortune out of the ground. 3, if nobody hurries me." But Stax's father had loved boats, and been comfortable with them. More comfortable, probably, than he'd been underground with a pickaxe in his hand. He'd been the one who taught Stax how to make a boat by carefully overlapping planks. He made several boats that way, to escape travel far from home, and wanted to make sure his son had the same skills. Stax had never imagined having to make use of that knowledge, but now he was heartily glad he listened to his father's long-ago lessons. Over the better part of the day, the boat took shape, though Stax had spent an annoying amount of time getting the planks to fit just right. And finally, the boat was finished. Stax walked around it, and expecting a critical eye, it wouldn't do to have put in all the work only to have the thing sink a minute after he put it in the water. Or far worse, an hour or a day he put it in the water. "That is an awful-looking watercraft," Stax said, and his inspection was complete. He started to talk to himself more and more during the last couple of days, and only wished there were a cat or two to pay no attention to what he said. The boat was indeed terrible-looking. His father had made him trim, elegant boats out of birch or oak, and sometimes returned from long voyages in a new boat made from some dark exotic wood harvested from trees that hadn't grown near the stonecutter estate. Stax's boat was a mess, made from different woods of varied colors, most of it bleached by the sun, tinged green by water, or both. If Stax was being honest, the boat was spotty and blotchy and vaguely diseased-looking. The oars it made weren't any more attractive. One was sickly yellow-green, while the other was vaguely misshapen. "So what?" Stax asked himself. "If this boat gets me home, I'll hang it from the ceiling of the new trophy room." Home. That's what Stax wanted to do. Desperately wanted to do was get to the boat right now and start the journey back to the place he missed so badly. The idea of spending another night on this miserable shore, trapped between the hostile sea and the bleak desert, seemed unbearable. But he knew it wasn't a good idea. He was tired, and the journey home would be difficult and dangerous. It made much more sense to begin at dawn, when he rested and stronger was able to go ashore in daylight if something went wrong. Stax knew that, but it was still difficult to accept. With a sigh, he turned away from the water and sat down on a rock, pulling a chunk of dried kelp out of his pocket. He took a salty bite and chewed mechanically, grimacing at the taste. "If I get home," he said, with his words muffled, "I am never, ever eating this nasty stuff again." Stax finished his unpleasant meal and stood morosely on the shore, kicking pebbles onto the water. He decided to spend the rest of the daylight hours making a sword out of wood. It wouldn't be much of a serious fight, but it would be better than fighting with his bare fist again, and he could use it if he was lucky enough to encounter animals anywhere on the way home. A wild cow, perhaps, or a pig or a chicken. The thought of chicken, to say nothing of beef or pork, made his mouth water, and he spent some time daydreaming about food. Just a few days ago, a juicy steak or a plump pork chop had been a regular meal, as had a loaf of fresh bread or potato. Now those foods seemed like the kinds of things a king might eat, in a fancy hall surrounded by servants. Stax made himself a promise that he never got to eat like that again. He wouldn't take it for granted. He appreciated each and every bite at each of every meal. Then he finished making his sword, shaping and sanding the edge, until it was sharp as one could make a piece of wood salvaged from a keel of a wrecked ship. The sun was just touching the horizon now. To his surprise, Stax wished it were later. Even though that meant the drowned would be prowling around this pitched-together tower, the sooner night came, the sooner it would be morning, and he could finally depart. Stax made some experimental thrusts and sweeps in his new wooden sword, like as if they felt in his hand. When he gave his boat a pat and retreated to the tower, shutting the door behind him. Not long after the sun went down, he heard a drowned tampering around in the dark, moaning wetly. But the sound had become familiar, and it was lost much of its terror. If those mindless unfortunates were going to bash down his door, they would have done it already. With luck, this is the last night he would ever hear those awful noises. Now, here's a funny thing about storytelling. You can see for yourself that there's not a lot more to the story left to go. We're done. So you already know that Stax is going to simply sail home and you have everything turn out okay. But even though you know this, heroes have no idea how much is yet to come to the story. Stax had done everything he could do to prepare for his journey, and he really was confident that it would go well. So let's leave him there, in his bed, happier than he'd been in several days. He went to sleep with a smile on his face, despite being surrounded by a chorus of gurgling moans that made hungry things that wanted to eat him. Chapter 11. A Perilous Journey. Fatherly advice, imperfectly recalled. A camp on another lonesome shore. A library of dreams, alone in the sea of sorrows. A light in the darkness. Stax woke at the dawn and lay in bed for a moment, blinking up at the patched ceiling above him. His stomach rumbled, and he frowned at the thought of having to put it in, except more cried help. When his brain shook off sleep and he remembered that today meant this boat was outside waiting for him and get in and begin the long journey home, and he almost jumped out of bed excited to get moving. Stax had his hand on the door, then he stopped. Then he had to take things slowly, making sure he had everything he needed before he set across the sea. It would be very bad to discover he'd forgotten something to row back. Besides, the sun wasn't high enough to be driven night's monsters into hiding or set them afire. And if something would be very bad would forget something far worse to plunder into the soggy embrace of one of the drowned. Stax ate a piece of kelp, grimacing the salty taste, and packed the rest away. He disassembled his bed. He checked that his wooden sword was sharp. He examined the compass. He found and pushed it deep down into his pocket. And then with the sun a little higher in the sky, did he peek out the tower to make tower's makeshift door. He didn't see the boat he built yesterday, and for a moment fear gripped his heart and squeezed. But then he remembered that he dragged it to the other side of the tower and found it right where he left it. Stax gathered planks and stone, well aware that he needed to find shelter on the way home, and forced himself to take another look inside the gloomy tower that made sure he hadn't missed anything. But no, he had everything. He was ready. He dragged the boat down to the beach into the shallows of the shore. It bobbed up and down in the water, showing no sign of leaks. "Well, all right then," Stax said. "Off we go, I suppose." He clambered into the boat, set the compass face up in front of him, and took a last look at the gray spike in the broken tower, and then had been his refuge, and Sandy Hill beyond it. "Farewell, horrible place," Stax said. "Nothing personal, but I am never ever going to see you again." He began to row, putting his back into it. The boat moved smoothly through the water, and Stax allowed himself a smile. Apparently he was better at building watercraft than he thought. Within minutes, the stone tower had shrunk into a small dark line against the pale hills behind him. Stax frowned at the compass. its red needle pointing behind him in the opposite direction of his strokes. Once again, he found himself wishing he'd remember his father's explanation of what he'd done to navigate. But Stax remembered the last stage of his journey as the Raiders' prisoner, and is definitely the direction the boats had come from. He decided he'd worry about figuring out how to use the compass later. For now the sun was overhead, the weather was clear, and his job was to row. And row Stax did, steadily and patiently as the sun reached its zenith above him, and then began to descend until he was rowing into the smear orange light of the horizon. He rowed as the sun beat down on him, and his shoulders ached, and his hands began to cramp. He rowed so long that he figured even Miggs would have been impressed, and maybe even grunted approvingly at him. Think of Miggs made Stax angry, but that turned out to be a good thing, and a better part of an hour went by as he fantasized about tracking Miggs down and making him beg for forgiveness, and then tell Stax where to find Foyt Tempro. To Stax's left, the shore had turned gray and stony, rising into a line of bluffs. It was good. He remembered passing those same bluffs on this last day before the Raiders abandoned him. Except they had been on the right then. He was going in the correct direction. If that direction was the opposite where the compass needle was pointing. He passed the ships wrecked off by the rocky shore, their wooden ribs protruding above the waves like the skeletons of great sea creatures, and ruined fortresses and buildings of the bluffs above the sea. The sight of those ruins frightened him less than when he'd spotted them from Miggs' boat. Now, in fact, Stax scanned them as he passed, hoping to find a safe place to spend the night. With the sun low in the sky, Stax chose to batter down a stone building on the shore, tucked below the bluffs. Perhaps the storehouse had been attached to some long-gone dock. He maneuvered this boat carefully to the shore and stumbled out of it, his hands cramped and his eyes stinging with salt. The horizon kept going up and down, as if he were still out in the water and not on dry land. Stax could easily have collapsed into the sand and slept right there, but he forced himself to pull the boat up onto the beach and perform some hasty repairs on the abandoned storehouse. His door had rotted away, and there were holes in the roof. Stax filled in the gaps in an effort that required nearly half his remaining planks of wood, set up his bed, mattress now even stiffer than salt, and fell into it, groaning at the pain in his hands. He was asleep most instantly, and lay there without dreaming or even moving until he was awakened by shafts of light passing through the slats in the door he built. Stax got out of bed and walked along the beach, which was a little more than rocky shore beneath the brooding cliffs. Wincing at the stiffness in his back and arms, after so many hours gripping the oars, his hands felt like they wanted to curl up into claws, and all he wanted to do was rest. Not here, though, Stax told himself. This beach was even more bleak and uninviting than the one he called home for the last several days. You can rest all you want back home. The thought cheered him up a little, and he broke down in his bed, sat on the shore next to his boat, eating dried kelp and thinking about his cats. He tried to tell himself that they were right. Emerald, Lapis, and Coal were clever animals, if spoiled and lazy, and surely an hour of fire and chaos hadn't made them forget how to be cats. Maybe they were snoozing in the morning sun atop chunks of the house's foundation, wondering when Stax was going to return and feed them. It was a nice idea. Once he tried to keep his mind, and he shoved the boat down into the beach and took up the oars again. The day was cooler than yesterday, with lines of clouds scudding across the sky, driven by a steady wind. But despite the cool weather, Stax was far more tired than he'd been in the previous morning. The journey from his house to the lonely shore of this exile had been long gone, and that had been in the boat rowed and the veteran raider. And there was a question of whether he'd be able to find his way home. Once he reached the waters, he didn't remember. He hoped the compass needle would be pointing in a different direction by now, but it remained fixed on the opposite direction from where he was going. Stax rowed for hours, until the bluffs became islands and he spotted bits of land to the north as well as the south. That was another good sign. He remembered coming this way, but he also remembered that it stayed on course. He would soon enter that cavett called the Sea of Sorrows, where there was no land and seen in any direction. Stax stopped rowing and the boat goaded to a halt, bobbing gently. The only sound was a faint whistle of the wind. The compass gleamed in the sun. His needle pointed in the same direction as when Stax left the tower. He wanted to get home desperately, but over the last 2 days he made a lot of progress toward that goal. But he knew that most dangerous part of the journey lay ahead, and it wouldn't do to plunge into a sea of sorrows with night coming and no idea where it might rest. Stax turned his boat toward a low, rocky island in the south of him, one of the line he followed from the bluffs. He dragged the boat up to the beach and dug in the side of the hill, hacking out a space that was large enough for his bed, then blocking it off with cobblestones and planks from a rough-hewn, rude little cabin. It was a couple of hours before sunset, so he explored the island and gnawed on dried kelp for dinner. He found nothing of any interest, a few stunted, long-dead trees and more rocks than any human being could count in a lifetime. That night, Stax had a strange dream. He was in a great library, a soaring hall built out of rare woods, all of them gleaming and polished, lit by flickering torches. A library shelf seemed to stretch for hundreds of blocks in every direction, filled with everything from every tombs bound with leather and rolled up scrolls. The librarians were strange folk, squat gray bipeds of featureless white eyes, clad in rich, heavy robes that came in a rainbow of colors. If you spoke any louder than a whisper, they would turn and wave a bony finger at you disapprovingly. Though hand gestures and whispers, Stacks finally got one of the librarians to understand that he was trying to go home. The librarian pointed to the door Stacks somehow hadn't noticed before, one whose door was embezzled with gilded letters that said Map Room. The map room had its own shelves of rare books, but its center were large tables covered in piles of charts and maps. Stacks started to explain to one of the strange librarians that he wanted, but gray-skinned being held up at the hand to stop him, and reached to the center pile of the table in front of them, exacting the gold map into a wooden frame. Stacks goggled at the map in disbelief. It was the overworld, rendered by a beautiful detail, gray mountain ranges and dark green forests and blue circulars of rivers and broad yellow desert. There, marked with an X, was the only shore in this tower. Stacks followed the shoreline to the west, watching as it decayed into a series of islands, until he stopped at a little speck of land where he knew he had been a moment tossing and turning in bed. Moment that lay the Sea of Sorrows, marked of fanciful clouds with baleful eyes, turned down mouths spewing out winds. Excited now, Stacks looked farther west. There was a blare blue of an ice field, and there beyond it was a green triangle of land sticking out of the ocean, the stone-covered peninsula. Stacks couldn't help himself but let out a cry of triumph, earning stern looks and slouches from several librarians. He snatched up the framed map and take with him, as it would be valuable crossing the Sea of Sorrows. But as he lifted the map, disintegrated, worn away to nothing by age. As Stacks watched in horror, it crumpled into flakes of colorful paper that fluttered into rich green carpet. Stacks put an empty frame back on the table. Only bits and pieces of the map remained in the corners, mere fragments of the mountain ranges and savannas. Stacks got down to his knees, sifting through the colored scraps, but he knew it was hopeless. Stacks awoke in his cabin to discover the morning was cloudy and slightly chilly. He shook his head in a disquieting dream, and he decided he wasn't surprised that it had happened. Of course, he dreamed of maps. He was trying to get home, and it wouldn't have been handy to have a map like the ones that had been stolen from him. If anything, he'd be surprised if his sleeping brain didn't also fill dreams with compasses. Well, maybe that would be tomorrow night's dream, Stacks muttered to himself as he munched on his familiar breakfast of dried kelp. He put the boat down on the beach and got in, surprised at how familiar the morning routine had come to feel. This back and arms even hurt a little less than they had yesterday. If I can get home, I can get a job as a rower, Stacks said, laughing at the thought. His laughter suddenly seemed very loud in the middle of the sea and the only little dot of rocky island nearby. But instead it seemed ashamed of disturbing the silence. Stacks decided to disturb it a little more. "Oh yes," he told the world in a loud voice, and the island shrank behind him. "Stacks Stonecutter, the very fine rower. Yes, sir. Stacks makes his own rowers. He can now row from sunrise until sunset. Only asks for a little dried kelp for his meals. Bit of a loner and talks to himself all day, mostly about cats. Sometimes he can't stop laughing, but everyone's got a few eccentricities, right? Don't they?" And he kept on talking to the morning stretched and on, and the islands came fewer and fewer from the south of them. He talked about his new science of rowing he called the stonecutter method. The secret is to row all day and then row some more. He named each island he passed, alternating between Stacks Island and the Stonecutter Island, inventing arguments with map makers about whether it would be appropriate to use only two names for an entire archipelago. He told stories about his cats. He extolled their virtues and dried kelp and invented elaborate recipes using it as an ingredient. If you're thinking that all this suggests that Stacks was going a bit crazy, well, Stacks thought the same thing. But it made the day feel like it was going more quickly. It mostly prevented him from thinking about the dangers of the journey, or becoming anxious about how to get home, or worry about whether his cats were hungry or frightened, and that made him feel better. Or at least it did until he passed into the Sea of Sorrows. Stacks was pretty sure it was where he was. It had been at last an hour since he had been on an island either to the north or south. The wind was blowing chaotically, seeming to switch directions almost at will. Stacks was feeling seasick, and Phil gritted his teeth, hating being alone in the middle of the seamlessly endless sea. And there was another problem. The raiders had sailed across the Sea of Sorrows, but Stacks had been asleep or too numb or too notice how many times they changed direction. He did remember that Fueg's flotilla of boats had spent several hours heading into south, judging by the sun's path across the sky, but he had no idea exactly when they turned in that direction. Stacks stopped rowing and sat in the boat for a while, turning his problem over and over in his head and not finding a solution. He'd have to guess. He decided to row in the direction he thought was west for another hour, turn north, and hope he recognized something, or at least found a place where he could make his next camp. It was a relief to turn when the hour was up, and at least when Stacks judged it was up by the position of the sun. Stax glanced down at the compass, thinking to himself that it was strange to see it no longer pointing directly behind him. He rode through the afternoon, seeing nothing but the blue-gray sea around him and hearing nothing but the wind and his own voice. And unlike the morning, Stax found it impossible to keep distracting himself with a stream of cheerful chatter. There was no island nearby if something went wrong, no refuge he could flee to. With the sun lower in the sky, he scanned the horizon for a sign of an island, thinking that the relief it would be to find an island big enough for a little cabin, or with a single hill he could dig into for shelter. But there was nothing. He rubbed salt out of his eyes as best as he could and kept rowing, hoping the sunset might reveal a safe haven. But the sun kept sinking, inevitably and pitilessly, and Stax saw nothing. Miggs rowed all night, he told himself. Guess I'll have to do the same. But that's no hardship for a seasoned veteran rower like Stax Stonecutter. That had sounded good in his head, simultaneously defiant and cheerful. But when Stax actually said it, he was struck by a low smile and his voice seemed worried now. He kept rowing, peering at the compass, trying to make sure he kept heading north, as best he could judge it. The first stars appeared in the east, and sun came from the orange line of the horizon, then the mere smear of color left behind in the sky, until finally it was dark except for the pale globe of the moon. "Keep going," Stax whispered to himself. "Just keep going." And he did. But he was frightened now, and it was part to keep the boat on course. Every time he looked at the compass, the needle indicated a drift away from there he thought north was, and he was tired, more tired than he'd been in the previous 2 days, and he'd be able to tell himself as soon he'd be able to sleep. Stax completed his stroke with the oars and stayed in position, his head back. He shook himself and started rowing again, but the pauses between strokes became longer and longer, until finally he sat slumped over the oars, motionless and half asleep. It was a long, miserable night, but finally there was a bit of color on the horizon. Sunrise. Stax got a boat turned so he could rising sun on his right, indicating he was heading north again, and began to row, but he was already exhausted, and worse than that, he was hopelessly lost. There was no point in pretending he wasn't. With no reliable memory of the route Fueg's raiders had taken, Stax had just been guessing and then turning north. He remembered that before turning south and crossing the Sea of Sorrows, Fueg's boat had passed beneath gray mountainous shores and camped on a little island. But there was no sign of any land to the north, and Stax might have still slept through several changes of the course by the raiders. If Stax could find the ice floes, he might have a chance of making it way home, since the frozen spires were visible from his estate. But he had no idea how to get there. He thought of his journey home like a jigsaw puzzle, similar to the ones he used to go to his grandparents, but now he realized he was missing a critical pieces. Stax decided there was nothing to be done except keep going north, and hope that he could spot the mountainous land he remembered. And so that's what he did. He rowed numbly all day, ignoring the wind and the rings of salt he built up around his eyes, stopping only to eat a little dried kelp and stretch out his aching, cramped legs. But no land appeared, no mountains and no islands. There was just the sea, and he had grown to despise. The one hand, it was always changing. The color of the water shifted to reflect the sun and the sky above. But despite all that, his situation had remained the same. He was in the middle of nowhere in a huge place that was hostile to him. He couldn't find his way out of it. Stax rowed more and more slowly until the night came, and he rowed grumly through and the night for a while, and then he stopped. Stax was drifting himself by then, his brain wandering and out of sleep. And then he saw the light. First he thought he was dreaming, and soon wished he had been the case. Chapter 12. Guardians of the Light. Things that go thump in the light? Strange fish? A familiar destination. One reason Stax thought he was dreaming was the light wasn't a sharp, clear light that you expect from a lighthouse or a lantern mounted on a boat. It had the wrong color. Rather than being an orangified red of fire, it was a pale blue-green light that seemed to shimmer and wobble. Stax reached over to the side of the boat and splashed the water on his face to make sure he was awake. He had troubles enough without chasing the figment of his imagination across the dark, seemingly endless water. He accidentally swallowed some of the water and gasped and coughed. The noise sounded dangerously loud amid the ocean's vast, still darkness. The light was there, and ahead of him it was a little to the right. That should be east, Stax thought, except he was looking at the compass. The needle indicated the light was to the northwest. The compass had started pointing somewhere else, or the boat had drifted again while he slept over the roars. "Well, sorry about that later. We'll worry about that later," Stax told himself at the croaking whisper. His voice grew raw from salt. He began to row toward the light, half expecting it to disappear as he did so, revealed by another trick played by a cruel sea. But it was still there, shimmering in the night. It wasn't until much closer that Stax realized the light wasn't coming from the structure on the land from a boat, but under the sea. Mesmerized, he drew closer, rowing slowly and straining his eyes to see through the water. Below him, he saw strange, eldritch land. pale hills and valleys beneath the surface of the sea. There was forest down there, one of strands of kelp waving from the currents, and atop the white hill was a sprawling castle made of ghostly green stone, surrounded by a scattering of towers. The mysterious light had drawn Stax seemed to emanate from the castle. Stax let the boat drift, enchanted by the strange light. He was so focused that he saw the thump came against the bottom of his boat. He was nearly knocked overboard. What? He yelped, swiveling his head and trying to find his attacker. The boat jumped again, and he heard a deep gurgling growl of something in the water nearby. Stax knew the sound all too well. He pulled frantically on the oars. The boat leapt forward toward the castle as Stax rowed as hard as he could. Something flashed in the darkness, glowing purple. A trident, Stax thought, but the light was the continuous beam from ahead of him. As he rolled, the beam swiveled on the land on his chest. He stared down at it, puzzled. The beam turned yellow, and Stax cried out in pain. He felt like his flesh was burning. He ducked, pulling the oars, and turned the boat away from the burned light. He was above the green buildings now, avast of their spooky radiance. Below him, the scene had seemed so enchanting, but had turned terrifying. Spiked creatures like giant fish swam below him, gazing up at him with the pitiless single eyes, and he could see gray fleshed shapes of drowned swimming toward the surface, their mouths black O's. Another purple beam past the boat, lancing out into the night. Stax rowed hard, trying to put distance between himself and undersea castle of defenders. Something thumped at the bottom of the boat again, knocking Stax sideways and causing him to lose the grip on one of the oars. That sent the boat into a spin, and water washed over the side. Stax fumbled with the wooden sword, yelling defiantly. A glowing purple shaft flashed by his ear, and this time it really was a trident. He dropped his sword and pulled hard on the oars. Grunting with effort, the glowing castle was behind him, but not far enough, and he waited till the trident strike him between the shoulder blades, for the burning light to find him again. Keep going, he told himself. Keep going, keep going, keep going. He rowed until he couldn't anymore, his arms falling to his sides. He was panting now, desperately gulping for air. His chest hurt with the strange yellow light that had touched him, but he was alive. Stax risked a look back over his shoulder. He rowed farther than he thought. The greenish light was a dot behind him. Far enough, perhaps, that the Guardians would no longer consider him a threat, or had given up in pursuit. Stax wanted desperately to rest, but he forced himself to keep rowing. If the wind or the currents pushed him back over the strange castle, he would be attacked again, and this time he doubted he'd escape. Stax rowed until he couldn't see the light up behind him, and then rowed until he was exhausted again. And then, not because he thought it was a good idea, but because he couldn't help it, he fell asleep at the oars. And then he woke up. It was day. The sun had climbed a far distance above the horizon. There's not a lot I can tell you about the next 2 days, because they're pretty much the same as the days I've told you about already. Stax rowed until he was too tired to row any longer, and had slumped down over his oars, apparently dead to the world. And then he woke up to the start of road some more. He no longer talked to himself. He was too weary for that, and he barely looked at the compass. He simply rowed. At this point, he could rarely remember the time when he'd done anything else. It wasn't until he saw the islands that exhausted brain started to work again. He saw two at once, one to his left and one to his right. He looked much of the same, dots of dirt and rock. But Stax's brain didn't work right away. He was overwhelmed by his ordeal, and he assumed his mind was playing tricks on him. So instead of landing the closest island to rest, he simply rowed past it. And then he passed more islands, some to the north and some to the south, and finally something that struck him that was familiar. A couple hours later, there was no doubt at all. There was gray bluffs, the shipwrecks and the surf. This was the broad bay to which the raiders had sailed leaving the perilous Sea of Sorrows. Stax didn't know whether he found his way back there by pure luck or by some deeply perceived memory, but now he rowed with grim determination and found himself thinking of the sad, ruined tower he'd been so desperate to leave. He rowed until his arms were shaking and nearly limped, staring at water ahead of him, his eyes wide. He was racing in the sun again, and he was starting to get behind the sky ahead of him, already darkening. Some instinct told Stax he used up all his reserves of strength and courage, but wouldn't survive another night exposed to the overworld's dangers. So he rowed and rowed and rowed. The first stars were emerging from, and he saw a familiar, low, swampy place ahead of him, with the pale sandy hills behind it and a spike of stone reaching from the beach. Stax cried out and turned to the beach, rowing until the boat crunched into the sand and pebbles beneath it. He tried to stand, couldn't. He fell over to the side, landing on his hands and knees, and swallowed water. Gasping, he made himself stand. Gritting his teeth, his brain insisted the world was bobbing up and down around him. Step by step, he forced his legs to work, carrying him through the sand and mud of the familiar patched door in the tower. Hands shaking, Stax assembled a bed, and then collapsed onto it. "Well, I made it," he muttered. He tried to laugh, but nothing came out of his dry, awful-sounding croak. Chapter 13. A New Direction. A decision made, an unexpected green country, a cabin, and a riddle. It probably wouldn't surprise you to learn that Stacks was too tired to do much of anything for several days except eat dried kelp. But little by little he recovered from his ordeal. He rebuilt his furnace and crafting table inside the tower, gathered more kelp from the shallow waters offshore, and repaired the cracked boards on the bottom of his boat. While doing these chores, Stacks found, somewhat to his surprise, that he wasn't as depressed about everything as had gone wrong as he feared to be. He had built a boat, survived a dangerous journey, and returned to safety. Not so long ago, he doubted he'd ever be able to make it through a single night on his own, but he was still alive, having relied on no one but himself. But that's not the way we're going to get home, Stacks said. He'd started talking to himself again, just to hear a human voice. No, that plan isn't going to work. Almost without realizing it, he'd beginning to make a new plan, turning bits and pieces of it over and over his mind while gathering dry branches and raging kelp in his furnace. Voyage was his best way home, maybe his only way home. He knew the way of the stonecutter estate and had stolen the maps created by Stacks' father, and Voyage was the one who had destroyed Stacks' life. Shouldn't he be made to answer for it? But he thought of confronting Voyage as his minions made Stacks shiver. They were veteran warriors, hardened by combat, and he had only a wooden sword he'd never used in battle. But facing him was the only way Stacks could think it might get them back to his cats, and give him a chance to rebuild his house and life he had taken from him. And if he was right about it, he needed heading east, not west. That was the direction the raiders had gone, after marooning Stacks on his lonesome shore. After a few days, this was all Stacks thought about. Every evening he sat on a rock on the beach next to his boat, staring down at the compass in his hand. The needle pointed east. Though east wasn't the way home, it was the direction he needed to go. Stacks was staring at the compass on a particularly beautiful evening, and he heard the first gurgle from down on the beach. His sound no longer made him jump in fright. By now he was used to it, and he drowned, beginning their nightly rounds, and that meant it was time to go inside. But not tomorrow, Stacks said as he stood up and brushed the sand from his ragged pants. Tomorrow we're going to be far away from here, and that's how he realized he made up his mind. The next morning, Stacks loaded his boat as he had not so long before. This time he didn't call the tower a horrible place as he rowed away from it, nor did he vow he'd never see it again. That hadn't gone so well the last time. He rowed east, cheered slightly by the fact that the shoreline was new to him, new but no less bleak than what he had left behind. Beaches, now deserts, hills dotted with green cacti. Only thing was different. No, Stacks no longer saw ruins on the shore or shipwrecks in the water. Why? He had no idea. Perhaps this tower was far as long ago explorers had bothered to come. Before giving up on the land as the barren waste, Stacks had prepared himself for another long journey, and vowed that this time he would stop well before the dark instead of plunging on the night. While he rowed, he scanned the southern shore, looking for any sign of camp used by Fueg's raiders. Any food they'd abandoned would probably be long gone, snapped up by hungry scavengers, but they might have discarded gear and could use. It was mid-afternoon, then he saw something green ahead of them in the distance. He peered through the haze, curious and ready to head for shore. It was another of the ghostly underwater castles. And then he so zealously guarded into the Sea of Sorrows. But this greenery was above the surface of the water. Stacks kept rowing, and a few minutes later his mouth was hanging open. Ahead of him, unmistakably, were green hills, covered with grass and dotted with trees. Stacks rowed harder, but this time he was driven by joy, not fear. His river marked with a dividing line between the desert and his startling new green country. Stacks thought of the boat on the shore, warily scanning in for monsters, stepped wanderingly out into the grass. I had forgotten what green looked like, he murmured, getting down to his knees instead of sand. He was on soft soil, warm in the sun, and ahead of him he saw trees, birches and oaks, like at home, and orange tulips. Bees darted back and forth among the trees, intent on their ancient work of turning pollen into honey. The wind was fresh and clean, with none of the salty tang out of the seas. After his days marooned in the desert, Stacks felt like he'd been set free in paradise. He gulped down fresh water from the river and stared longingly at the fish wriggling below him, and wandered through the meadow as he discovered it, lifting up his hands so his fingers trailed through the tree's leaves. And then he lay down in the grass, arms and legs stretched out as far as he could go, and let himself get reacquainted with the sights and sounds he'd nearly forgotten. The springy feel of grass between his fingers, the murmuring of the wind through oak leaves, and the buzz of bees going about their business. Stacks lay there until he heard another sound he wondered if he'd ever hear again, the bleating of sheep. He scrambled to his feet, peered through the trees, wondering if his mind were playing tricks on him, and for one wild moment afraid that everything around him was a delusion brought by exhaustion and stress. But no, 2 sheep were grazing in the hillside nearby, regarding him with dim interest as they chewed. Stacks walked to them slowly, trying not to scare them off. They paid him no mind, even when he reached out and felt the fleece on their backs, which was soft, unlike the salt-encrusted mattress. The moment Stax felt the wool beneath his fingers, his belly began to growl. Stax looked down at the plump sheep, thought of eating another meal of dried kelp, and shook his head. "I'm really sorry about this," he told the sheep. 3 hours later, Stax sat on the stump of an oak tree, licking his fingers and feeling more than human than he had in a long time. He'd eaten several slabs of mutton, which was a nice way of saying he devoured them at ferocious speed, burning his fingers and tongue because they were still hot. Then, his hunger momentarily sated, he cooked the rest of the mutton, giving him enough food to get through the next week or so. He cut new oak planks and replaced the weather-beaten warped boards he salvaged on the ship near his tower. That made his new clean white bed using new wool. He built himself a little cabin in a roof of pressed dirt, with just big enough to hold a bed, crafting table, and a furnace. Stax wanted to hurl his remaining pieces of dried kelp into the ocean, but reluctantly decided not to. However much he hated the salty, chewy seaweed, it had kept him alive during desperate times, and things get wrong, he might need it again. No, he needed to keep the kelp. It would be the useful reminder not to let his stores get so low that he'd be forced to eat it. The spot Stax had chosen for his cabin was a pleasant one. There wasn't a scattering of tulips and cornflowers in front of it. And for a little while, Stax let himself fantasize about finding some bone meal and cultivating these flowers, so that with a little time and effort, he could create a garden. Maybe with one with lives of flowers of blue and orange. Not going to stay that long, though, are we? He said to himself, as the sun began to drip toward the sea in the west. We'll leave the cabin so someone else had start, and that's the neighborly thing to do. He had walked around the area a bit, hoping to find something useful, like a cave and exposed iron deposit, and fearing he'd find something dangerous, like a nest of creepers. But he hadn't found either, just trees and flowers and tall grass. The only oddity was a kind of grove in the grass behind his cabin, one that ran from the south to the north. Stax couldn't decide if it was an animal track like the ones sheep create while going back and forth between the favored grazing spots, or a little travel road made by people. Stax decided to solve this mystery with the morning, as it was nearly dark and sat yawning for a better part of an hour. He rose from the tree stump he'd been using as a seat and gave a last grateful look around him in the green meadow and entered his cabin. Chapter 14. The Caravan. Meaning Ramoa. Stax must choose. A disagreement in the night. Stax slept better than he had in a very long time. His new woolen mattress was soft and clean. His belly was filled with something that wasn't dried kelp, and no drown squelched by his front door, making hideous gargling noises. In fact, Stax woke up only because he heard bells. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, opened the door to his cabin, completely forgetting to check for monsters that might have survived the morning sun and stayed in the shade under the trees, and look around. He heard bells, and not just bells, also the whining of horses, the lowing of cattle, and the braying of donkeys, along with human voices calling out orders to animals, laughing, and even singing. They were coming from behind his cabin, not the direction to the seashore. It had been a long time since Stax had heard other person's voice, and his first impulse was to run into that direction, but after an eager first step, he stopped. The last voice he heard was that of Fueg Tempero, and Z and his raiders left Stax to die. What if these were more raiders? He blundered right into them as if he were invited to a picnic. Stax hurried back into his cabin, disassembled his bed, and snapped on his wooden sword. He felt a flush of shame at how pitiful a weapon it was, but it was better than nothing. He carefully shut the door of his little cabin, gave it a pat of thanks for keeping him safe, and headed towards the meadow. As he expected, the sounds were coming from the groove in the grass that he thought had been the road. Stax approached slowly, eyeing at the animal and the people going past. There were donkeys weighed down with chests, cattle accompanied by drovers yelling hee hee and chick chick chick, sheep hurried along by barking dogs, and traders in sumptuous robes, looking down at their noses from atop sleek-muscled horses. Stax stood and watched the parade in amazement. For one thing, he'd never seen such a caravan. There weren't many in the part of the overworld he'd called home. For another, he was a little stunned to hear people and animals again. After near silence and the solitude of ocean and desert, the caravan seemed incredibly busy, a live thing pulsing with noise and color and externally with motion. "Hi," Stax called out, his voice sounding rough and strange to his ears. "Hi, hello there, hello." At first nobody noticed him, except for a tamed wolf, who quickly determined it was neither a sheep nor a threat, and was therefore unimportant. But then 2 herded men saw him standing among the trees. Their backs stiffened in alarm, and one of them reached his sword at his waist. Then he seemed to think better of it, elbowing his companion and pointing in Stax's direction. The 2 swaggered over while the caravan passed behind them. "What are you, then?" the taller one asked. "Beggar? Hermit? Madman?" "I'm not any of those things," Stax said, the words spilling out of his brain faster than his mouth would give them the word form, and threatening to tumble over one another. "My home was destroyed and I was marooned on a desert shore." "What's that?" Quit mumbling, you shaggy ruffian. Whatever you are, stay out of our way and off the road, or you'll pay the consequences. This one ain't no threat, Chiggum, his shorter companion said. Why, look at that. His sword's made of wood, hand-carved by the look of it. Chiggum peered at the sword at Stack's waist and grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Ha ha, you plan on fighting an apple, friend? Or doing an envelope? Ha ha ha. My home was destroyed and my possessions, Stax began, but trailed off. It was obvious the two men weren't listening. Ritzo, Chiggum, what's going on here? A newcomer with a slim young woman wearing a green tunic above pale blue trousers. She had a bow over her shoulder and a quiver full of arrows tipped with bright yellow feathers. Her hair was curly and black, spilling over her shoulders, and her eyes were gray and a pale face. She had spots of red in her cheeks, and she frowned at the two guards. Nothing, Romoa. Just keeping this vagrant off the road, Ritzo muttered. Vagrant? Asked Romoa, peering at Stax. Is that how you describe yourself, sir? What? No, my home was destroyed and I was marooned by pirates. I tried to get home across the Sea of Sorrows, but I couldn't find my way and came to this way instead, from the desert. That's where I was marooned, in the desert. Romoa had listened to explanation with her lips pursed and her head cocked to one side. Sax was aware that he was rambling, but couldn't seem to stop talking with someone else again felt so strange. You rode here from the Sea of Sorrows? Romoa asked. That would mean you were marooned on a Desolation Bay. You were a brave man, mister. Stonecutter, Stack said. Stack Stonecutter. For a while there, I was afraid I'd never see another living soul here ever again. Sea of Sorrows? Bah, said Chiggum. This one's lying or crazy or both. Leave him, Romoa. We've got a job to do, remember? Yes, we do, Romoa said. We're a caravan, Chiggum. A caravan is made up of travelers banded together for protection. And Mr. Stonecutter here is a traveler. That means he's welcome to travel with us, if he wants to, and lend us his skills for the greater good. Greater good? Scoffed Ritzo. His weapon's a sharpened stick. His weapon's flammable. And some of us have no weapons at all, Romoa said. Are you good with animals, Mrs. Stonecutter? Yes, said Stax. I raise sheep and cows and pigs and chickens at my home. And cats. I don't think we're driving any chickens or cats on this trip, Romoa said with a small smile. But we've got plenty of the rest. Why don't you walk with me? I want to know more about how you survived Desolation Bay. A crazy woman and a cat herder with a pretend sword, Ritzo said. You two are perfect for each other. Romoa scowled at Ritzo and Chiggum departed. People need people, she said. For the moment she looked sad. Even flea-bitten louts like those two. One day they'll figure that out. Well, anyway, come walk with me, Mr. Stonecutter. Okay, Stack said. But can I ask where you're going? The remoter laughed. Knowing where you're going is always a good idea. They're bound to Tumbles Harbor. It's a big town to the north, a couple of days, walk up the coast. They have been a big fair every month. That's where all these animals are heading. There's a mining company, and a lot of else besides. A mining company, Stack asked, and Spears lifting. Tumbles extracting or something like that, Ramo said. I don't know. I'm not really a miner. I don't feel right if I don't look up and see the sky. Well, Mr. Stonecutter, would you like to join our caravan? You're welcome to, and frankly, I'd recommend it. These lands are unforgiving for a traveler without proper gear. Sachs considered the compass dropped by the raiders was pointing east, and heading off through the course of a couple days didn't seem right. On the other hand, was he really going to face Fueg and his warriors with no armor and a wooden swords? And perhaps there was another way home. If Tumbles Harbor really had a mining company, someone there might know his family, and is able to tell him to get back to the Stonecutter estate. His father might even set up one of the outposts there. Tumbles Harbor sounded like the kind of place he was likely to have visited. Mr. Stonecutter, I hate to rush you, but I have duties to attend to, Ramo said, hands on her hips. Are you coming with us, or is this where we say farewell? Sachs looked behind him, to where he could see the walls of his little cabin amid the trees. He reached into his pocket and felt the compass that might lead him to Fueg, and he looked at the animals and the drovers heading north. I'll come with you, he told Ramora, who smiled at him and inclined her chin for him to follow. Ramora led him toward the back of the caravan. The drovers waved to her and tugged at bills of their caps, but they seemed to regard Stax uneasily, muttering to themselves or averting their eyes. Nobody here seems to like me, Stax finally told Ramoa, who shrugged. You look like a wild man, Mr. Stonecutter, he said. Your clothes are covered with salt and torn, your shirt's burned through in the center, your boots are falling apart, and you've got ragged beard. Stax ran his hand over his chin and discovered his stubble had indeed grown into a patchy beard. I hadn't realized, he said. I must look a fright. You're certainly a striking figure, Rameau said with a little laugh. It's obvious you've been through quite the adventure, but the people in our caravan don't want adventure, Mr. Stonecutter. Or can I call you Stax? I suppose, said Stax, looking in the direction of his cabin. Would you prefer Mr. Stonecutter? Miss Rameau asked, raising an eyebrow. No. What? No. Stax is fine. Stax was aware he wasn't making the best first impression, or second impression, maybe. But it was faintly shocking being among people again. He still wasn't sure he'd made the right decision by joining the caravan. If you're feeling formal, my name is Ramoa Perenzi, but don't be. It's just us, anyway. Stax, these people just want to get their animals and goods to Tumbles Harbor, and they want the journey to be unexciting as possible. Thing is, the overworld doesn't always cooperate, But I don't need to tell you that, seeing as you survived Desolation Bay. I don't know what that was its name, Stack said, but you know it, and the Sea of Sorrows too? Yes, Ramo said, dangerous places, particularly the Sea of Sorrows. It's crawling with drowned, and the old ones have several monuments there. Difficult to find a safe route through there, even in good weather. The old ones, Stack said, rubbing his chest. So that's what they're called? One of them gave me this burn. What? That's what they're called in this part of the overworld, Ramo said. Other people have given them different names for them. I've heard them called Elder Guardians, Fire Eyes, and Sea Lords. Even met a wayfarer he built a house at a prismarine taken from one of their monuments, down around Porto Rains. But I never saw the house with my own eyes, so I won't swear that one's true. Desolation Bay, the Sea of Sorrow, Porto Rains, Stax repeated to himself. So, do you know what's beyond the Sea of Sorrows? To the west, I mean. Somewhere out of the way where there are ice flows in the green country of forests and meadows, kind of like this one. That's where I need to get back to. Stax looked at Ramoa hopefully, but she shook her head. I've only traveled to the eastern end of the sea, she said. My country to the south of it, and it's far safer to travel by staying east of the shining desert, even though it's a long way around. But one day I'll get there, Stax. I won't be happy until I've seen the entire overworld from pole to pole to end to end. The entire overworld, Stax said. Is that even possible? No, it's not, Ramo said. But I'm going to do my best I can. It drives me crazy to think when I breathe my last there will be places, so many places I never got to. Don't you ever think that way? No, Stax said. If I'm lucky enough to get back home, I'm never leaving again. Really? How can you say that? I mean, I'm sure your own country is lovely, Stax, but oh, the places I've seen. Lava falls in the moonlight, mountains with roots in the sea floor of tops that lie beyond the clouds, great rifts in the earth with diamonds and emeralds sparkling along the walls, islands in the blue sea, carpeted with flowers, those colors I hadn't known existed. Stax shook his head, but Ramoa was looking off into the forest, her mind far away. Sometimes I wish I were a painter, so I could just capture these things and share them with everyone, she said. But sometimes I'm glad that I'm not. There are too many beautiful things in this world that people want to keep for themselves. I like seeing things that are too big for that, and that no painting could do justice. Places there only been you can do is look, and promise yourself that you'll remember. An hour or so before dusk, the caravan's leader passed down a word and procession would stop for the night in Broad Meadow between two rivers. Ramona and Stax dropped back at the end of the line and helped herd the cattle into pens that had been hastily constructed. Campfires were blazing and Stax smelled beef cooking and heard songs of laughter. Campfires were blazing and Stax smelled the beef cooking and heard songs of laughter. These are my favorite moments on the trail, Ramona said. All the people are together and we can look back on another day that we kept each other safe. Stax nodded. The last campfire he'd seen had been a raiders, but this felt different. A group banded together for mutual protection, as opposed to a band of rogues seeking to do harm. The caravan's guards, including Stax and Ramoa, were assigned to the outer perimeter and would sleep in shifts. Before first watch, Stax excused himself and washed the salt on his hair in the river, then returned to the campfire with his hair cut short and his beard gone. This smooth chin felt strange to the touch. Why, Stax, you look positively reborn, Ramoa said. Except for these rags, Stax mumbled, suddenly embarrassed by his worn, salt-stiffened clothes and his wooden sword. You can fix that when we get to Tumbles Harbor, Ramoa said. Everyone who does guard duty gets credit at the general store, and I'll make sure you're on the roster. Thanks, Ramoa, Stax said, sitting by the fire. Beef was sizzling on spits, and we hoped that he wasn't actually drooling with anticipation. He looked over at Ramoa, figuring he should say something, and then realizing he was badly out of practice at figuring out what was something he should be. So, will you be going back south after the fair? No, I'm meeting with a good friend, Hajiro Tenboots, in Tumbles Harbor. Heji's been exploring the northern jungles and said he wants me to see them. Hey, you should come with us, Stax. Stax shook his head. I have to go get home or find Floyd Tempro. That's the leader of the pirates who destroyed your house, Ramoa asked. Yes, said Stax, and fished a compass out of his pocket. He left this behind, or maybe it was one of the raiders did. I thought I could use it to get home. My father always took a compass on his journeys, but I was wrong. Now I'm thinking I can follow it to find Fueg. Ramoa took the compass and examined it with what looked like Stax like a practiced eye. That's a costly thing to leave behind. You need both iron and redstone to make a compass, she said. That makes you think you could use it to find Fueg. Well, it's his, isn't it? Ramoa looked at him questioningly. I never used a compass before, he admitted, knowing he sounded offensive. I never had to. This one's always been pointing east. I figured that's because that's where Fueg is. Ramoa shook her head. I don't use compasses. I prefer to navigate by the sun. But I could explain how they work if you like. Okay. They're oriented toward the origin point of the overworld, Ramoa explained. To the place where the priests say people first came into existence. So if you're using one to find a place, you'd have to know where that place is in relation to the origin point. Ramoa handed the compass to Stax, who stared down for a moment. So that was where what his father had been telling him, the relationship between the stonecutter estate and the origin point. That had probably been the simple formula, one his father had committed to memory. But Sachs hadn't been listening, and now the secret was lost. His father would have written it down somewhere in his library, but those books had been burned and carried away. So using one to find a person, Momoa said nothing, allowing Sachs to reach the answer on his own. Sachs tucked the compass back into his pocket and kicked the ground angrily. The compass would get him home or help him find Fueg, making it all but useless. He thought briefly about throwing it into the fire, but stopped himself. Perhaps he would trade it for something in Tumbles Harbor, new clothes or a sword that had begun life as a tree. A drover brought him chunks of beef spitted on sticks. Sachs took the skewer, a grateful nod, and gnawed on the meat greedily, wiping the juices running down his chin. First guard shift is about to begin, Momoa said after they tossed their sticks into the fire. Come, keep watch with me. All right, Sachs said, but after the moment's hesitation with Momoa, I try to help people, she told him, getting to her feet, and once again Sachs saw a trace of some old sadness in her face. I'd like to help you, if you'll let me. Sure, Sachs said. Sorry, it's just, well, it's been a lot. I get it, Momoa said. You probably trusted Fueg Temporal, and look what that turned out. But you'll see I'm okay, or at least, I think I am. Come on, Sachs. Sachs followed her to the edge of the firelight. The sun was down and the moon was rising. Sachs could see its light glittering on the waters of Desolation Bay. To the west beyond the trees in the other direction he would see rolling hills and the mountains rising beyond them. The biggest threats around here are the skeletons and spiders, Momoa said, taking her bow off her shoulder and inspecting its length. Anything I see, I'll take down as long as it gets to us. Your job is to make sure I see everything, and if I should miss, whack 'em with that sword of yours. With my fearsome wooden sword, Sachs asked, what good would that do? More good with fists or harsh language, Momoa said. But don't worry, I won't miss. So why am I here? To keep me company, for one, Momoa said. So you tell me about this Fueg Temporal. But only if you want to, of course. Sachs found that he did want to. Standing on the edge of the firelight, he let the story spill out for him. From Fueg's arrival to the raiders destroying his house to the harrowing ocean voyage, and he endured while marooned. Momoa listened gravely, only interrupting to ask more about the drowned and Sachs' dangerous encounter with the undersea monument and its guardians. Hold on a minute, Sachs, Momoa said, as Sachs was telling her about the decision to head east instead of west. Things are going to bump in the night. Sachs followed her gaze and spotted a slim white figure under the trees, a skeleton holding a bow. Its head swiveled madly, and Sachs wondered if it was seeing and thinking. I didn't know the firelight meant people? Did it hate them for being alive and walking under the sun unharmed? Or did it simply follow some ancient instinct about thinking at all? Strange creatures, Momoa mused, selecting an arrow from their quiver and smoothing the feathers. If you ever get into a shootout with one, hold still. It feels like the wrong thing to do, particularly once the arrows start flying, or they're excellent at tracking movement and lousy at hitting a stationary target. Sachs nodded, his eyes riveted in the skeleton. Momoa knocked her an arrow on her bow, slid along the shaft, and let the arrow fly. It thudded into the skull and the skeleton froze, trying to get a fix on its attacker. Momoa had already drawn another arrow, and the moment should practice in a smooth. The second shaft buried itself between the skeleton's ribs. The monster saw them now and his mouth open. Though Sachs heard no sound, it knocked an arrow with its own bow. Momoa's third arrow against her chin. Flicked her eyes so Saxon smiled. Remember, don't move, she said. The skeleton fired its bow. Stax flinched, but the arrow went wide with a considerable margin. Before the skeleton could draw another, Momoa fired her own arrow and the creature collapsed. Any more of them out there? She asked Stax, who was still staring at the spot where the skeleton had fallen, awed by Momoa's skill with a bow. At some point during the archer's duel, he'd drawn his wooden sword. He put it back in his belt, hoping Momoa hadn't noticed. I don't see anything, Zack said, scanning in the darkness. Good, Momoa said. She had returned to her bow and her shoulder and was walking through the grass, eyes searching ahead of her. She returned with an arrow of the skeleton that fired, brushing the dirt away from its tip. She handed it to Stax. I've never even fired a bow, Stax said. Oh, I can teach you. The best way to keep an enemy from hurting you is to take them out from a distance. Now, you were telling me about this Desolation Bay? So Stax told her about the rest of the story, ending with his building with the little cabin, hearing the bells. You should be proud of yourself, Momoa said. Most people would have given up, but you never did. So what are you going to do now? Stax had been thinking about that, and his answer? Go with the caravan to Tumbles Harbor. If it's a big mining town, someone there may have heard of my family. So you may be even able to help me get home. Momoa frowned. I've wandered a big chunk of the overworld, and I've never heard of the Stonecutters, or anything like that place you call home. So what if it doesn't work? What then? Then I need to go after Fueg, Stax said, and to do that, I'll need better equipment and supplies. I learned how to mine as a kid. Someone in Tumbles Harbor will be able to make use of me. I never heard of Fueg either, Momoa said. They stood in silence for a minute, with the stars spread out over their heads. You don't think my plan's a good one, Stax said, sensing Momoa might have thought that it was reluctant to say it. It's not that, Stax, Ramo said. It's just that the overworld is huge, infinite, some say. You could spend your entire life searching for this Fueg and never find him. I don't want you to spend years and years for a quest that'll probably fail, through your own, no fault but your own, and leave you bitter and angry. So I should just accept what this man did to me? I don't want you to spend years and years on that quest and probably fail, through no fault of your own, and leave you bitter and angry. So I should just accept what this man did to me? I should just let him get away with it? He took your life away, Stax, I get that. Don't let them take your future too. Stax felt himself getting angry. Romoa said he was trying to help. But what did she know about he'd been through everything that Fueg had done to him? Sounds like you got a lot to figure out. So what should I do instead? Come with me and hedge. It's a big world. It's not terrible things in it. I don't need to tell you that. But there's so much beauty too. Let me show it to you. So I should just run away? That's not what I said. Well, it sure sounds like it to me. Maybe running away is your answer to your problem, but I don't think it's mine. Now Romoa sounded angry too. You don't know anything about me, Stax Stonecutter. You don't know what I've been through or how I've dealt with it. You're right, I don't, Stax said softly. And you don't know what's as much as you think you do about me. So I think it's better if we just keep watch. He could feel Romoa's eyes on him and wondered if she would say something else, but if he wanted her to. But after a moment, Romoa turned away and spent the rest of the guard duty in silence. Chapter 15, Tumbles Harbor, a peace offering, introduction to a busy town, an unwelcome reunion, the sights and sounds of the fair, Tumbles Harbor considered, a visit to the mine with free advice. In the morning, while everyone was eating a quick breakfast, Stack left the campfire and climbed over the hill to the meadow where Romoa shot the skeleton. He pushed his way through the tall grass, dew soaking his pants, until he found a length of bone, a solitary arrow that reminded of the unfortunate creature. He brought them back silently, handing them over to Romoa in what he supposed was a peace offering. Romoa smiled and took the bone, saying it would be an excellent source of bone meal in her garden back home. She suggested to keep the arrow as a collection, but the angry words of the previous night seemed to hang between them, and they weren't able to fall back on the easy rapport when they first met. The caravan traveled all day. After a heated debate, his leaders decided to stop and camp again at the dusk rather than push on through the night to reach Tumbles Harbor. That night, Romoa shot a pair of spiders, their red eyes winking out of their arrows, finding their marks. The next morning, she was the one who fetched that remind 2 long, curled strands of touched silk. If you ever find yourself stuck in the Sea of Sorrows again, a fishing pole would have been good to have, she said, handing them to Stax. She was right. The idea of eating dried kelp again ever made Stax want to gag. He coiled the silk up and added it to his bundle of supplies. Soon after the caravan moved out, the road changed from the animal track to a well-traveled thoroughfare, which the grass worn away to dirt. The caravan began to encounter other travelers, hunters carrying animal skins and stern-faced men and women floundering by the horseback. The occasional traveler became a steady stream, and the road grew rutted and pitted, with the conversion among the drovers and traders and guards turning in when they reached Tumbles Harbor to what would have happened if they were late. It was the mid-morning when the caravan came over the ridge and Stack saw the town behind them. Tumbles Harbor was well named, the crescent-shaped bay ringed with the steep, irregular hills that seemed like they were about to fall into the water. The bay was filled with a tall mass of ships and little boats, while houses and shops clung to the side of the hills above them. Stax had never been in a town so large. A little town where the stonecutter office was located had barely a dozen houses, and he gawped at the buildings pressing in on all sides. For their part of the townspeople seemed to be pleased with the caravan, leaning out of the windows and hail old friends, offer good-natured jeers and thought they were late, or just wave. The line of people and animals wended its way down the hillsides, with the only one spooked cow breaking away and needed to be retrieved, and the drovers cried out theatrically, showing off that they were gathering crowd as they led the animals to pens in the central square. The fair was clearly about to begin. Workers were straightening colorful banners while traders were setting up their stalls. "That's the caravanserai," Romoa said, was pointing at the spalling inn on one side of the square. "It's where you get your wages from the caravan agent. They all have a bed for you tonight, and in the morning you'll be on your own. Unless you've changed your mind about going with me and Hedgie." "I don't think so," Stack said, though he was relieved that Romoa had decided her earlier invitation was still good. But he sensed something else was behind her words. "You're not staying for the fair then?" Romoa shook her head. "I'm moving on. Towns aren't really my thing, and buying a bunch of stuff would just slow me down. But I pass through town every month or so. Leave word of there you are with Brubbs at the general store. Brubbs knows everybody. That way I'll be able to find you." Stax agreed and that he would, and Romoa smiled. They looked off at each other for a moment and then shook hands, a little awkwardly. Then Romoa turned away and threatened her way through the marketplace crowd. Stacks saw a flash of her curly black hair, then a bit of her green tunic, and then she was gone. Stacks sighed, wondering if Mo would really find him next time she was in town. He'd lost his temper with her for no good reason, and with it, he feared his chance to have at least one friend in this strange new town. Now he wasn't sure what to do. After days in the wilderness, Tumbles Harbor seemed impossibly busy, with so many sights, sounds, and smells for him to take in. Stacks made his way through the crowd square, apologizing profusely to everyone he bumped or elbowed who bumped or elbowed him, which was more than less everyone, until he reached the marketplace perimeter and was able to lean against the wall of Cooper's shop. The nature of its business clearly indicated by the large birch wood barrel hanging above the door. It was quiet by the tower, if you don't count dead things gurgling at night, Max muttered to himself. You like that better? I don't think I would, stranger, said a man bent under a heavy stack of cowhides. He offered Stacks a lopsided grin before he shouldered his way deeper into the crowd. Okay, the first thing I need to do is stop talking to myself, said an embarrassed Stacks, except he also said that out loud, which led to a tasty conversation with a confused flower seller. After that, Stacks simply watched the crowd for a while, bewildered by the ceaseless thrum of activity. He wondered if his father had been to Tumbles Harbor and tried to picture him in the middle of his throng, weighed down by his chest containing precious stones or ore samples that he brought over by the sea. Would he have greeted old acquaintances, traded gossip about things in far-off lands, stopped off the inn for a bowl of soup? While Stacks wouldn't know his father had visited Tumbles Harbor, he must have seen towns like it. Stacks wondered what it had been for him to come home after that, or step off the boat into the Stonecutter's dock, and hear nothing but the sounds of farm animals and the wind ruffling the birch leaves. Had his father sighed in relief and returned to the place that was quiet and still, or had he found the tranquility of home boring and counted the days until he could depart again? Stacks didn't know. He wished he had asked his father before he vanished, but now, of course, it was far too late. A crier announced from the fair's official opening for the crowd cheered. Eager buyers rushed toward the first chance they had the best material, while wandering traders circulated through the crowd hawking food. From his vantage point, Stacks saw people selling melons, pumpkins, loaves of bread, cocoa pods, skewers of meat, fried fish, and slices of cake. His stomach rumbled as he patted. Sorry, but I don't think anyone will have dried kelp for sale, Stacks said to himself, forgetting he just vowed to stop doing that. Guess I'd better see about getting paid. He made his way through the crowd, passing his fishmonger, who was indeed offering dried kelp to his amusement, and pushed open the caravansary's front door. The inn was crowded to the drovers and laborers from the caravan, celebrating their safe arrival by laughing and clinking mugs. A drover, as he vaguely recognized, pointed him out to the caravan agent's office. To his annoyance, Stacks found himself in the line of Ryan, Rizzo, and Chiggum. He had nothing to do with two disagreeable men, hoping they wouldn't recognize him now as he cut his hair. But after a moment, Rizzo elbowed Chiggum, and they both fixed Stacks with broad grins. Well, Vincent Ramona's pet beggar from the road, Rizzo said with a cackle. Stacks shipwreck, or something like that. I'm not a beggar, but a hermit, Chiggum said. Spent years meditating in the mysteries of the sand and salt. I say beggar, you say hermit, Rizzo shrugged. He couldn't just say useless layabout and be done with it. Stacks turned away, determined to ignore them, but Chiggum refused to let it go. Careful now, he told Rizzo. Stop shipwreck has still got his wooden sword. Better call him Sir Stacks unless you want to get splinters. He's got more than that, Rizzo said. He's got two arrows, but no bow. Rocking arsenal, this one. What a fine guard you'll make with the next lucky caravan, Sir Stacks shipwreck. I have a diamond sword at home, Stacks said a bit stiffly. Sure you did, Chiggum said. But you was clad head to toe in diamonds, Sir Stacks. Stacks endured his gibs in disgust silence, until Rizzo and Chiggum had collected their pay and departed with a flurry of mocking bows. The caravan agent was a little man sitting in the little office, scratching an ink quill in a big leathered book. He hadn't looked up at Stacks' approach. Emeralds or credit chit? He asked in a flat monotone. Excuse me? He asked Stacks, baffled. Emeralds or credit chit? The agent repeated. How do you want your pay? What's a credit chit? He asked. The agent sighed. Did you just fall off the beetroot donkey? A credit chit is a money that is good in Tumbles Harbor General Store. Here at the Caravasonian we're better vendors at the fair. Anyway, what's your name? I assume you know that. Stacks Stonecutter. The agent started flipping through the pages of his book, brows creased with the consternation. I'm probably at the end, Stacks said. I signed up just a couple of days before Tumbles Harbor. The agent peered dubiously at him, his beady eyes lingering in Stacks' ragged clothes, then shook his head and flipped through the back of the book. I found you, he said, sounding disappointed. Well, the decision's made for you. You didn't do enough work for us to earn an emerald. Enjoy your credit sheet. Stacks took a sheet of paper the agent handed over, which contained his name and scrawled number. He turned to go, then looked back. My friend said I would be entitled to a bed here at night. That would logically be a question for the innkeeper, agent said, not looking up from his book. Stacks was beginning to think he didn't like Tumbles Harbor, but unfortunately, the innkeeper was both kind and helpful, showing him to a neat, clean little room that he'd been reserved for him and pointing to the way of the general store. Though she warned him that, like most everything in this town, it was closed for the day because of the fair. Now that he had his room sorted out, Stacks took a deep breath and headed back into the crowd, peering over the shoulders of the foreigners to see if the stall had for sale. There was every imaginable kind of food and plenty of offerings Stacks had never imagined eating. But there was a lot more than food. Lumber merchant offered planks of exactly cut wood, including rich dark wood Stacks had never seen before. Metalsmiths showed off iron swords, including some that glowed with the eerie magenta of enchantment. Chests overflowed with carefully cleaned and combed wool in every hue. Leatherworkers and carpet makers made lavish promises about the quality of their wares. There were smiths holding up armor made of leather and armor and chain links, and weavers promising to make banners in any color and design you could imagine. The booksellers showing off the clean white pages of libums and tomes. And there were stranger things too, paintings of strange vistas, exotic flowers in pots, brilliantly colored fish in buckets, and the polished shells of turtles and mollusks. Just a couple of weeks earlier, when money had been no object, Stacks would have gleefully filled chests with knickknacks and new curiosities to adorn the walls of the stonecutter estate. He would have tried all strange foods, or some of them, at least, and brought rare fish as treats for lapis, emerald, and coal, but now most of everything that caught his eye cost more than he could afford, and Ramoa's warning about saving his money was upmost in his mind. He limited himself to a skewer of mutton and a cookie, deciding to get what he needed from the general store tomorrow. For now, he explored the town. He left the fair behind him and strolled along the docks, where men and women were unloading ships, singing and laughing as they passed chests, barrels, blocks, and bales from the decks of the ship, rearranging them in neat stacks of the docks. The ship's sails were furled, but many bore colorful banners festooned with stripes, circles, and diamonds. Stacks made his way through the dockyards, waving off his fishmongers, crying out their catches were so fresh that they were still flopping, and followed a narrow road between the line of buildings made of wood and stone. The road was paved with cobblestone, and Stacks found himself instinctively studying the quality of the stonework and its composition. The road led up and away from the marketplace, and within a few minutes the crowd had dwindled and then vanished, so that Stacks was staring at a street with few locals busy with errands, or simply out for a stroll. He stopped to look down at the town, trying to imagine what it looked like before the first explorers decided to make this an ideal harbor. If he closed his eyes, Stacks could almost see it, a half circle of sand bordered by a lush meadow, ringed by hills. He imagined a single house on the shore, a simple dwelling of sod, constructed as a refugee of the dangers of the night, and then a few more and more still, until eventually whoever lived there had to get together and talk about organizing things, creating docks to handle the boats, and clearing a town common, and maintaining the roads and all the rest. Making decorations like that had never been an issue for Stacks, who could do whatever he wanted at the stonecutter estate without having to consult with anyone else. On the other hand, no individual house or estate would ever create a riot of creativity and controlled chaos like Tumbles Harbor. You needed more people for that, lots of people, building houses and tearing them down, imagining businesses, making them work, bringing in goods of art and food and stories, and everything else that either people would want. Looking down on the town, Stacks smiled. He could see that the Bay had existed before all had happened, pristine and beautiful. But he could also appreciate everything as generations of people's creativity had brought to it, and how their efforts had remade a beautiful place a thriving port. As Stacks kept going up the hill, the houses grew smaller, gaps appeared between them, and eventually most sat apart from their neighbors. And in little fenced yards, after walking a few more minutes, Stacks found himself in a dusty saddle land where 5 roads had converged. A cluster of signs pointed the way to 4 places Stacks had never heard of, and the 5th place that he had, though a slightly different name, the Tumbles Extraction Company. Now that's a good omen if I ever saw one, Stacks said. He followed the road up to a series of low hills until he found himself below what had been on a mountain, its top now squared off with the precision never found in nature. A black tunnel yawned on the side of the mountain, behind a fence, and next to a fence was a low-slung, windowless building made of gray stone, which Stacks recognized as andesite. It had an oaken door and a sign next to it out front. Mine office. Experienced workers wanted. Criminals, layabouts, and the accident-prone newcomers needed not apply. Must furnish own tools. Stacks was about to knock on the door when someone called out that the office was closed, on account of it being a holiday, and what with the fair and all, said the shuffling, back-bent man, with a gray beard and rusty sword on his belt. You a miner? Manager's a bit particular about who she takes on. No, Stacks said. Well, yes. Eh? The man peered at Stacks. Which is it, friend? Yes or no? I'm a miner, but that's not the way I'm here. I'm trying to get back home. Unless you live in the Turbo Square, I'd say you're in the wrong place. It's a little more complicated than that, Stacks said. Will the owner be here tomorrow? The owner? wouldn't think so. He lives in a big house a few hills over yonder, overlooking the back country, the man said, waving the vague direction. But the manager will be in. She's Miss Tanny. That's pronounced Tawny, but spelled Tanny. But don't mix the two when you know what's good for you. All of mine business go through her. Right, Stack said. I'll be back tomorrow then. You want my advice, friend? Before you come, get yourself some tools. She wouldn't see you if you don't have tools. And get some new clothes. Like I said, Miss Tawny's particular about who she hires. You look like a beggar or someone who's crawled away from a shipwreck. You're more right than you know, Stack said, offering the man a low bow. Until tomorrow. Chapter 16. 3 curious characters. Brubs and Zinni. The right tool for the job. Miss Tawny has questions. By the time Stax returned to town, the crowd had a fair that thinned. Stalls were closing up, and drovers were emerging from the caravansary to round up the cattle, sheep and pigs that hadn't been sold. Stax used a bit of his credit on a bowl of stew and sat in the inn's common room, surrounded by traders comparing notes on how far it's gone. Tired customers doing the same. Stax found himself yawning repeatedly and went to bed. He woke up baffled, confused by the oak plates of the ceiling and the light coming from the room's low square window, until he remembered where he was. After the breakfast of bread and with honey, Stax headed across the town common, now strangely empty after yesterday's hustle and bustle, and climbed the stairs of the low porch that surrounded the general store. A couple of aged townspeople exchanged gossip, bade him good morning. Stax nodded politely and headed inside. The general store was like a scaled-down version of the fair, its shelves piled high with gear, supplies, and stores of every conveniable variety, though Stax noticed it didn't stock any of the more eccentric items that would have been on sale yesterday. There was no chest full of cocoa pods or buckets of tropical fish. "Well, good morning, young sir. How can we help you?" called a squat, cheerful man from behind the counter. Stax had half expected this ragged clothes to be met with snide comments, but at least raised his eyebrows, and felt himself relaxed at being greeted so respectfully. A second man, this one extremely tall and thin, was at the other hand of the counter, polishing a metal bucket. "I need some new clothes," Stax said, fingering his shirt, which was indeed dirty and disreputable. "Well, this credit shit do?" "Certainly, sir," said the man. After the glance at the paper, Stax was over. "Don't think I've ever seen you here before. Came in with the caravan, did you?" Stax started to mutter something vague, then stopped himself. He needed to get home, anyway, and the man seemed kind. "That's right," Stax said. Well, it's a long story. I was marooned." "That sounds like quite the ordeal." "Glad it's behind you," the shopkeeper said. "I'm Brubs. The silent statue over there is Zinni. Stax Stonecutter." Brubs made Stax's hand a warm shake. Then Zinni looked over and nodded minutely. "Good to see you, Stax, but I'm afraid to say you don't have anything as fancy as this shirt. I can't tell this fine garment before everything happened to you." That's all right," Stax said. "I don't need fancy. I just need some work clothes and some information, maybe. Do either of you know the lands of the other side of Sea of Sorrows?" "Can't say I do," Brubs said. "Never been more than a day's ride out of Tumble's Harbor. In fact, Zinzi, how about you?" The tall, thin man shook his head. "Might try down at the docks. I swear there are more ships in port yesterday than I thought seen in 4 or 5 months." "What with the fair and all," Brubs said. "Of course, most of them have pulled up anchor and left. Now that it's done." Stax would have kicked himself. He too was overwhelmed by the sights and sounds of the town, the fair, to think of asking the ship's captains. "Is that where you're from, Stax?" he asked Brubs. "The other side of the Sea of Sorrows?" Stax decided he liked the man's gentle eyes and nodded. "Unfortunately, I don't know my way back." "Well, Zinni and me keep our ear open," Brubs said. "In the meantime, let's get you dressed." In Brubs' cheerful help, Stax picked a plain brown shirt and blue pants, changing into them with the back of the general store. "Much better," Brubs said, holding Stax's salt-encrusted threadbare old clothes. "And what should I do with these?" "Burn 'em," Stax said, disgusted. "Off to the furnace they go. And now, new clothes for your new home." Stax knew Bubbles was trying to be friendly, but the suggestion that he needed to forget his old home left Stax feeling morose. The shopkeeper seemed to sense that, and clapped a hand on Stax's back, and the other arm waving the store's many offerings. "Anything else you need today?" Stax remembered the mining company's guard warning about Miss Tanny and the suspicions of potential employees. "A pickaxe," he said. "Certainly. Let me see what we have." Brubs vanished into the back room, calling out to the selling points of various pickaxes he had in stock. Stax glanced at his credit sheet, wondering if he could afford a decent piece of equipment, and that's how he could spend the rest of his funds. He imagined visiting Miss Tanny, a shiny new pickaxe in hand, and discovering she was an old friend of his father and would be happy to help him get home. Except, because he thought about a new pickaxe, he didn't have enough money to pay for passage back across the Sea of Sorrows. "That would be a really stupid way to wind up working in the mines," Stax said out loud, and habit was biting hard to break. "What was that, Stax?" asked Brubs, poking his head out through the back room. He was talking to himself," Zinzi grumbled. "So, let him talk to himself. There's certainly no point talking to you. That's the most you've said in weeks." Lindsay mumbled something, or at least his lips moved, and he returned to his polishing. Now, Stax, where was you having stocks? Brubb said, returning the way down into the pickaxes of wood, stone, and iron. Stax decided to get an iron pickaxe. It was a well-made tool, and he did get home. He'd get to replace everything that he, Flake, and his raiders had stolen. So what he had to work for a couple weeks to afford a berth on a ship. Wouldn't he have done anything to have the chance while stuck in the desert shore with his ruined tower? But there was one more thing. Could you mount the pick head to a slightly longer stick? Stack asked. I want one that's exactly a block long. This looks a little short. Brubb looked over at Zinni, who shrugged. I don't see why not, Brubb said. Can I ask why? That's what my father always used. And so it's like I've always used, Stax said. Stax brought the pickaxe modified as he requested, with nearly all of his credits depleted. He said farewell to Brubbs and Zinzi. He flung his new pickaxe over one shoulder and strode up the hill to the Dumbles Extraction Company. Finding the mine was office door open, the gray-bearded guard peered at him with no apparent sign of recognition, which Stax decided was a good thing. Stax nodded politely at them and entered the office. There was a white-haired, hatchet-faced woman sitting behind a table piled with ledgers and adorned with a sign that read, Miss Gerving-Tawny, manager. She looked at Stax's grandmother, whom he remembered was thin, wiry, and tough, and Stax felt hope blossom from where inside him. Miss Tawny's dark-eyed gaze fitted with his clothes as a pickaxe and then settled on his face. That pickaxe never been used, she said, making it sound like an accusation. There's nary a scratch or scuff on it. Stax had been so worried that Miss Tawny would think poorly of him that he showed up about the pickaxe, that he never considered he might think poorly of them if showed up with one. This suddenly struck him as unfair, as he didn't know what to do. So he stood there with his mouth hanging open, which was basically the opposite of doing something. I lost my old one, he said finally. Careless, Miss Tawny snapped with a voice that wasn't very grandmotherly at all. We don't like that here. Stax thought of an explaining what had happened to him, but Stax decided not to. Miss Tawny might consider having this house destroyed and being marooned and bearing costs careless too. I feel like it's my job to remind you that Stax didn't know very many people, having spent so much of his youth alone with his cats and his trees and flowers, which, while lovely, didn't offer a lot of conversation, and he'd become quite a loner living by himself on the estate. A little too much of a loner, Stax was beginning to suspect. Now that he was out in the overworld, he was discovering something new about people not all of us discover eventually, namely that they are funny, not funny as in they make you laugh, though in the excellent quality of it in person, but funny in the other sense of the word as in peculiar. All of us are peculiar in a lot of ways, most of which are harmless and worry us a lot even though no one else knows about them, or wouldn't care if they did. But a few of us, unfortunately, were peculiar in ways that were difficult and unpleasant to deal with. Stax wasn't sure which was the case with Miss Tawny. All he knew was the interview, if that's what it was, didn't seem to be going well. Did you ever use the pickaxe you lost? Miss Tawny asked after a moment. Yes, Stax said, and being decided to be charming. Why, I've been a miner all my life, in fact. I'm Stax. Stax Stonecutter. Stonecutter by name and stonecutter by trade. That's what my father used to say. Stax hoped the stonecutter name would cause Miss Tawny to look up in surprised recognition, but she just made an odd noise, something between a huh and and a grunt. Any chance you knew my father? Stax said. He traveled a lot, working for our family mining company. I'd hoped maybe he'd visited Tumbles Harbor. Never heard of anyone named Stonecutter, Miss Tawny said, and Stax hung his head as he worked the ledger free of its pile and opened it. Now, as your qualifications, are you afraid of heights? No, said Stax, remembering Freddy Temple shrinking back from the edge of the stairs of the Stonecutter mine, the one he'd left flooded and ruined. And you hear history of claustrophobia, the fear of tight spaces. I know what that is. Good. Do you have a history of it? No. History of claustrophobia. Are you afraid of the dark? No. Are you afraid of falling into lava and burning to death? What? Are you afraid of falling? Of course I'm afraid of that. Anyone with any sense at all would be afraid of that. Said Miss Tawny, making a check mark on a different row. The trick is not to fall into lava in the first place, isn't it? Stax asked. My grandmother taught my father how to avoid that, and he taught me. He also showed me how to make sure not to dig beneath the pool of it. That's the real danger, down in the mine. I'm not hiring your father or grandmother, said Miss Tawny. How about being hacked apart by zombies, shot full of arrows by skeletons, or blown up smithereens by creepers? Do any of those things concern you? Very much so. And yet you want to be a miner, Miss Tawny said, leaning back and folding her arms over her chest. Those things you mention are bad, but they only happen if you make mistakes down in the mine, Stax said. Properly placed light sources keep monsters out. If you break into a caravan or rift to block it off, look away around and move slowly into it with enough personal clear off of hazards. These are all things I learned while working in my family's mine. Miss Tawny stared at Stax as he felt like quite a while. Then to his surprise she smiled. It's good to have someone who come in with a little common sense, she said. Most of the applicants will barely know which end of the pickaxe goes into the rock. Then, when do you start? When can you start? Stacks hadn't necessarily been looking for a job, but with no leads on Fueg and how to get home, he was rapidly dwindling resources. Now? Stacks asked. A young man in a hurry. That's always so good, Miss Donnie said. Since you're not obviously an idiot or otherwise unfit for duty, let me explain how we do business. We work in 3-person crews, 2 miners digging, 1 supervising. Everyone switches roles. Ore and gems are collected and brought to the surface. You get paid for every day you work, plus the bonus for anything your crew finds. Low bonuses for diorite or granite, higher for coal and iron, redstone, premium for gold, lapis lazuli, and diamonds. How about emeralds? If you find any below the tumbles, you'll be the first, Miss Tiny said. You'll start working in the upper levels, so on an ore crew. This is Miss Barnacle's month running an ore cruise, and it was opening, so I'll place you with him. You'll find him an interesting character, I think. Stacks wasn't sure what he meant. He really wasn't sure what he liked the sounded, but Miss Tawny wasn't finished. Mr. Barnacle can be a handful, but he can be patient. Put up with him for a couple weeks and you'll move it to a gem crew. Do poorly on the other hand and I'll get rid of you, and there won't be any warnings. Any questions? Is there a place I can sleep? Stacks asked. Miner's dormitory. If you sleep or eat there when you're not on a shift, it comes out of your wages. If you are below ground working, no charge. Anything else? Stacks shook his head, feeling a little dazed at how quickly his situation had changed. I don't think so. Then welcome aboard, Miss Tawny said. Go see Miss Lee at the head house. He will assign you to a bed or a chest or personal items in the outfit, the torches and rations. If she gives you the okay, you'll go down to the Barnacle's next crew. Good luck, Mr. Stonecutter. Stacks shook his hands with Miss Tawny, took his pickaxe, and headed for the quarry entrance. Come to think of it, Grandmother was a pretty tough old bird, too, he said to himself, and the memory made him smile. Chapter 17. Down in the hole. The troublesome Mr. Barnacle, extraction methods explained and complained about, the tale of the Brainwine Hill Mine. And so, Stacks became a miner in the Stumbles Extraction Company. The other miners on Mr. Barnacle's crew were familiar to him from his long ago memories of being an apprentice down in the Stonecutter mine. They weren't the same people, of course, but they reminded Stacks of the miners who had been employed by his family back then. Kristoff liked to work in silence, disliking any sound other than his powerfully muscled arms reducing block after block of rock into loose debris. Hody was little more than a kid and loved to talk, telling everyone about the great things he's going to do after he struck it rich as a miner. Billups was that miner Stacks' father had called a mineshift lawyer, full of complaints about how things were run and opinions that should be different. Tanner had been eye for changes in composition of rock, but careless about safety measures and kept forgetting equipment. Jerwell, on the other hand, would refuse to dig if he suspected anything wasn't exactly as it should be. Then there were the miners who left no particular impression beyond wanting to do the jobs at home. Syke, Gibbons, Julius, and others whose names he hadn't got straight yet. The only miner Stacks couldn't figure out was a young woman named Osk Fikar. Osk was pale skin and wild squiggles of red hair. She wasn't a particularly good miner, for one thing. She wasn't very strong, often stopping or slump over her pickaxe while in the hardier mines were carrying away the rock. But she was also frequently distracted, telling anyone who'd listen about the fantastic invention she dreamed up and insisted would change the world. The key to those wonderful machines, Osk explained, was redstone. Stacks was familiar with redstone from the Stonecutter mine. It was gleaming red material found in the deep underground and an ingredient for making compasses and clocks, but demand for those things had never been enormous. So redstone tended to pile up, pretty but purposeless. His grandmother had said, and Stacks had never been any reason to think differently. The other miners mostly tolerated Osk because she was amiable and cheerful, except for Mr. Barnacle, who detested Osk and looked for any opportunity to berate her. Remember our discussion about people being funny in the sense of peculiar? Then the kind of peculiar that unfortunately creates a burden for others? Well, I'm afraid that describes Mr. Barnacle pretty well. Stacks knew within seconds that his relationship with Barnacle wouldn't be a good one. He was a glowering hulk of a man who shook Stacks' hand with a grip that was hard enough to hurt, then said, "So you're the rich kid from the family business." Stacks opened his mouth to explain that his possessions consisted of his clothes, his pickaxe, a wooden sword, a bed, 2 arrows, but no bow, a length of spider silk, a compass, and a very small amount of credit in Tumbles Harbor General Store. He was pretty sure he didn't add up to being rich, but he sensed Barnacle wouldn't be interested, and indeed, the crew boss was already warning him about he was a man who didn't tolerate layabouts, that mining was a very serious business, and loudly saying other things that were meant to inform Stacks and all the other miners to earshot that he, Mr. Barnacle, was the man who must be respected. So Stacks limited himself to saying yes sir and no sir, and hoped that he and Barnacle would get along once the crew boss saw that Stacks really did know about mining. The funny thing was that Stacks had to admit he had been something of a layabout until very recently, doing nothing more vigorous than chopping down the occasional young oak. He tried to remember the last time he'd been down in one of the stonecutter mines to actually work. Stacks had the good sense to not share any of that with Barnacle, resolving to work hard and give the crew boss nothing but complain about. To his relief, he found that the days spent hacking timber and shipwreck and rowing that toughened up his hands and strengthened his arms. A full day of labor in the mines, while not exactly relaxing, was something he could handle. Stacks was more surprised to discover that he was actually enjoyed being underground again. After so long, the routines of digging through stone in search for ore came back to him. Placing torches, feeling the head of the pickaxe bite into a rock, breaking down a block of stone in front of you, clearing it away, and seeing what had to be revealed. He also remembered the precautions his father had taught him to make sure that he was nothing behind you when you get swung your pickaxe, keeping the mine well lit, inspecting the ceilings and walls and floors of dripping water or excess heat, and listening for the growl of zombies or the music of running water. All those things came back to Stacks, so he did the pleasures of being underground. The cool air, the clean lines of the revealed stone, and the oddly sharp, faintly burnt smell left behind with the iron-struck rock. It wasn't so bad. Working beneath the tumbles, he didn't want to do it for the rest of his life or for any longer than he had to. But it wasn't the ordeal Stacks had feared he might be, or at least that wasn't true when Barnacle left Stacks and the other miners alone. Unfortunately, it was rarely the case. Barnacle always found some reason to criticize Stacks' crew, so with Stacks making himself attracted to the angriest and loudest complaints. Most of these complaints added up to Stacks being slow, both as a digger and as a supervisor. In Barnacle's eyes, Stacks took extra time to do anything, not because he valued safety, but because he was lazy. Their worst real confrontation happened about 2 weeks after Stacks started. It was the last day of the month. Meaning tomorrow, Barnacle's crew would be working the deeper section of the mines, where gems were common. While the crews working on the other crew boss, the mild-mannered Mr. Cope, would shift to ore mining. That meant the possibility of a larger bonus for Barnacle's miners, and for Barnacle himself. It was Stacks' turn to supervise, and so he ordered the diggers today to Hody and Jerwo to mine his way the father had taught him. First they dug the main feeder tunnel. It was 2 blocks wide, meaning the diggers would work side by side, and 64 blocks long. Torches were placed on the left-hand side of the tunnel, only on the left, every 8 blocks. You're probably going to be the measurements sound too exact to be real, but I can tell you they're correct. So, now you're probably wondering how Stacks should measure distance so precisely down here under the ground. The answer was the modification he asked Brubs to make to his handle of his pickaxe. By making the handle exactly 1 block long, Stacks could use his pickaxe not just for chiseling out rock, but also as a precise measuring stick. His diggers had admired that little trick when Stacks first showed it to them, and it became so precise in their digging that Stacks rarely, if ever, had to correct them. Not even Jerwo found anything to complain about, except for being distracted by Hody's ornate descriptions of the undersea house of glass he was going to build for his sweetheart with the wealth they made of the sound seams of diamonds for the company. Stacks remembered the spiky, scaly guardians of the Sea of Sorrows, the nasty burn on his chest that was left a puckered pink scar he suspected he'd have for life, and shivered a little, but decided not to tell Hockey in the brush his death. So long as Hody did his work, there was no harm in letting him dream of castles beneath the waves. Digging the main feeder tunnel took up the entire morning, and turned up nothing but a few short veins of diorite and 1 of granite. On Stacks' instance, he and Hody and Joa took the loose stone they dug out and hauled it back to the junction of tunnels where there was a head house, depositing the stone in chests for disposal later. Then they returned. Stacks surveyed the clean, straight lines of the feeder tunnel with satisfaction. "Okay, gentlemen, now it's time to make some money," he said, directing them to dig a branch tunnel on either side of the main feeder tunnel. These 2 branch tunnels, he explained, would be precisely 16 blocks long, with 1 torch 8 blocks in and the other end of the tunnel. Jerwo was halfway down the right-hand tunnel when he intersected a seam of coal. A few minutes later, Hody cried out that he uncovered an iron ceiling of the tunnel. Stacks claimed the excited Hody and fetched Jerwo. The vein of iron ore snaked across the ceiling in several blocks, while the coal vein was long enough to reach where the next branch tunnel would be. Once the veins were exhausted and the coal of iron-rich ore was set aside, Stacks told the others to fill the gaps with cobblestone, restoring the pristine lines of the branch tunnels instead of leaving them honeycombed in gaps. Then he ordered the halt, and they sat in the feeder tunnel, eating bread sweetened and softened with some honey Stacks had brought on a trip at a general store. They were just finishing a simple lunch when Barnacle arrived. "Lazy," he cried out, striding down the tunnel and stopping as he lowered above them, hands on his hips. "Layabouts and do-nothings, wasting the company's money and costing me my bonus." Hody and Jerwo all but leapt to their feet, blinking nervously, but Stacks quietly ate his last bite of bread before he got up. "Oh, don't bother getting up, Sir Stacks," Barnacle sneered. "Why not spend the rest of the day eating and snoozing while other people do the real work?" Stacks was curious about Barnacle had figured out the insulting name Sir Stacks, but he somehow know Chiggum and Rizzo from the caravan. He also thought it was until a few weeks ago that he had indeed spent most of his days eating and snoozing, and was perfectly happy returning to that life. But neither point seemed wise to bring up with Barnacle. "Regarding your bonus, Mr. Barnacle, I'm proud to say we had a profitable morning," Stacks said. "A fair-sized vein of coal located by Mr. Jerwo and a seam of iron found by Mr. Hody." "Regarding your bonus," Barnacle said loftily, his voice raising to imitation of Stacks. "Mr. This, Mr. That. You don't fool me, Sir Stacks. Your nice manners are how you get away with doing nothing. What more might you have found if you kept working instead of throwing yourselves in a carnival feast? Ever think of that?" Stacks started to defend himself, but Barnacle was already striding down the right-hand branch of the tunnel, his face turning bright red as he became angrier. "This is where you found the coal? Why did you seal these walls back up? What a waste of time, and for what? So the walls look pretty? I don't know how they did things with your daddy's mind, Sir Stacks, but around here they don't pay for pretty. We pay for ore and gems." Drew opened his mouth to protest, but Stacks shook his head. "It's not so the walls are pretty," Sir Stacks told Barnacle. "It's so you always know where they are," said another voice. It was Miss Tanny, her expression even more stern than it had been the day Stacks had met her. As Barnacle looked on with dismay, Miss Tanny walked up and down the length of the feeder tunnel, then inspected the two branch tunnels. "I see you excavated the first branch tunnel, Stacks," she said. "How far are the main tunnels would you make the next ones be?" 8 blocks, she said. "When you bore tunnels parallel to the main tunnel, 8 blocks in, there's a torches, and another end of the corridor, making a grid. A grid where everything properly lit with the minimum use of torches to accomplish it," Miss Tanny said. "Torches on the left, correct?" Stacks nodded. "That way you can never get lost, even if you keep expanding the grid," Miss Townley said, turning to stare at Barnacle. "If you lose track of where you are, you make sure the torches are on your right, to walk until you hit the wide tunnel. That's how your family mind operated at home, Stacks?" "Yes," Stacks said. "My father worked out the system with my grandmother. They were excellent miners then," Miss Tawney said. "Mr. Barnacle, this is a system I've tried to explain to you, not just once, but several times. Let's make this demonstration project. Stacks, I want you to mine the entire grid, using your stem. When you're finished, we'll tally up how much time you've acquired and how much ore you yielded. The results might prove instructive to other crews." "Yes, ma'am," said Stacks. "All right, then, carry on," said Miss Tawney, pivoting smoothly one heel and marching down the tunnel the way she came. Stacks decided immediately that it would be wise not to cause Barnacle any more embarrassment. "Mr. Joe, Mr. Hody, the three of us need to get back to work," Stacks said, clapping his hand for emphasis, pointedly not looking at Barnacle's direction. "Let's do that, please." Jerwo and Hody left their pickaxes and followed them farther down the feeder tunnel, but Stacks could feel Barnacle's gaze between his shoulder blades, burning almost as fiercely as the Guardians from the Sea of Sorrows, and sensed more trouble ahead. Jerwo sensed it too. "This is bad," he told Stacks after muttering Barnacle had left the three alone. "He'll be after us every day, demanding why we aren't delivering this kind of big bonus he deserves, accusing us of trying to cheat him, or even being lazy." "We can't worry about that," Stacks said. "All we can do is work hard and hope we can hit more rich veins, which will happen, you'll see. Haven't we already found coal and iron today?" "It won't be enough for Barnacle," Hody said. "It wasn't even since the Braided Hill mine went bust." "Don't say that name," Jerwo snapped, looking across. "You know it's bad luck." "Sorry," Hody said, and would have dropped the subject if Stacks had let him. "What's the Braided Hill mine?" Jody looked over at Jerwo, who threw up his hands in disgust. "It's just another side of the eastern ridge," Jody said. "The Barnacle promised the townies that there was a fortune of gems beneath it, and when they doubted him, he sunk a lot of his own money into it. Well, he was wrong. Ever since then, he's been frantic about the big store to make their money back, and his too." "What about... and that's bad luck?" Stacks said. He'd been known to superstitious miners on this day, and everyone knew mining was scabrous and could miss a vein of diamonds by a single block, and would go undetected for thousands of years. But while he'd heard of unlucky miners, the idea of an unlucky mine was new to him. "I worked that mine, Stacks, and it's true," Jerwo said. "Day after day, nothing but stone. We must have taken out hundreds of chests full of rock, with barely 2 pieces of coal to rub together. Ever seen anything like it? And now we don't discuss it. Besides, Mr. Barnacle overhears the word Brandywine, he goes insane, and for the next few days are unbearable." "Now that I believe," said Stacks. "Tell me more about this mine. I want to know everything." Chapter 18. Strange Characters. Who is the champion? Stack makes a proposal. Oz conventions are found wanting. During this time working in the Tumbles Extraction Company, or Tech, the tech, Stacks had made it a habit to visit the general store every 3 or 4 days with the relief of something other than the miners' dormitory to hear discussions that there weren't about ore and the gems, and he enjoyed Brub's ready supply of the news and gossip. Every time he visited, Stacks asked if Brubs had heard from the traveler who in the lands beyond the Sea of Sorrows. Every time the answer was no. Until finally, standing in the general store and hearing the disappointing news yet again, Stacks realized that the answer was already going to be no. If he was going to get home, he wouldn't have waited for the more knowledgeable ship captain to get him there. He would have to find some other way. And the only answer Stacks could think of was the one that frightened him. He had to find Fueg Tempero. Fueg he knew how to get from the eastern end of the Sea of Sorrows to the Stonecutter estate. And, of course, he deserved to answer for what he did done to Stacks. But while Stacks fantasized about having his rev brooding over the compass Fueg had dropped, he couldn't imagine confronting the pitiless raider. Over the last few weeks, Stacks had proved himself that he survived difficulties and danger, and he remembered the craft of mining and adjusted the long, hard days of work below ground. But those successes had transformed him into a warrior. He still had no weapons except a wooden sword and a pair of scavenge arrows, and he knew it would take more than that to survive against Fueg. So it felt like a stroke of good fortune when Stacks overheard Brubs chatting with a leather trader about something they called the Champion. Listening to the conversation, Stacks sensed that whoever it was this mysterious entity was, he or she deserved a capital letter. Not the Champion, but the Champion. As Brubs and the leather trader moved from negotiating an impressive shipment of hides, Stacks realized what he heard the Champion mentioned before a time or two. Overhearing the name spoken by miners, customers in the general store, locals at the Caravasani. Then the leather trader left. Stacks idled up to the counter. So you're just talking about someone called the Champion, Stacks said. Who is that? You know about the Champion? Brubs looked surprised. The man who brought Dark Ehrlich to justice, who cleared out the creeper nest below the Splinter, who set the Merlin bandits fleeing into the wilderness? Stacks shook his head. Oh, he's quite the local hero, Brubs said. Lives a week or so out of town, in the mountains in the east. Though I doubt he's journeyed beyond the Sea of Sorrows, if that's what you're asking. No, nothing like that, Stacks said. So he's an experienced warrior, then. Greatest swordsman of the realm, if the stories are true, Brubs said. He used to come in here now and again, you know. Though I haven't seen him in years. They say he uses his castle as a base to explore strange realms, the nether, even the end. Anywhere evil threatens good people, he'll be there. Stacks felt his hope rise. He liked to think he was good people, and he certainly had this distressing encounter with evil. So people ask him to help? Yes, Brubs. They do, Brubs said. Though I hear the Champion expects those who seek help to offer what they can't afford. Not for him, but so he can help others in need. He's a mercenary then, asked Stacks. Brubs started to object, but then stopped and laughed. It does sound like that, doesn't it? That's a good lesson, Stacks. Don't assume your local heroes are everything legends say they are. But no, I don't think it was quite fair. It was a band of poor farmers who asked the Champion to run off the moving bandits, and I hear he agreed to return for a loaf of fresh bread each week. But when the royal twins of Far Newer were kidnapped, the Champion retrieved the princess and prince in return of the king and queen agreeing to suspend all taxes until the children's next birthday. That sounds like a fair outcome, doesn't it? I suppose it does, said Stacks. He thanked Brubs and left the general store, deep in thought. He was trying to imagine himself journeying to the Champion's mountain's castle, and what his great warrior might say after Stacks told him he had suffered at the hands of Fueg Tempero. Stacks reluctantly decided his case sounded a lot closer to the missing princes than it did to the farmers plagued by bandits, which meant the Champion would want a lot more from him than a weekly loaf of bread. He's made a little money as the miner in his wages and bonuses, enough to build his credit back up to the general store, but nothing approaching the royal ransom. Then Stacks had an idea. You want to do what? Asked Miss Tawny. Re-up in the Braidwine Hill mine, Stacks said. I don't believe it's unlucky or curse, or whatever your miners think it is. I'd like to see if I could distract it from you. Using my system, well, my family system. Miss Tawny regarded him for a long moment from the other side of the desk, her gaze even. I embarrassed Barnacle in front of you and the others because I was trying to get him to listen for a long time, she said. Now that I've made my point, it wouldn't do to make him look bad all over again, because that's what it's about, isn't it? No, Stacks said. Then what is it about? Justice, Stacks said grimly. A man destroyed my life. I intend to make him answer for that. I think you'd better tell me that story then, Miss Tawny said. So Stacks told her about Fueg Tempero raid on the house, and then being marooned, about his inability to find his way home, about the Champion. Miss Tawny listened gravely, elbows on his desk in front of her and fingers stippled. I know about the Champion, though. I can't say I've met him myself, she said. So you want to enlist him to find his Fueg Tempero and defeat him for you. But to do that, you need money. Yes. Well, you're making money, Miss Tawny said. The bonuses from the last round of excavation will be pretty good, and the next month you'll be on the gem crew, with the prospect of bigger bonuses. I know, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. I see. In that case, stop being indecisive or unnecessarily coy, or whatever this is, and tell me what you're proposing. Staggs looked at his hands. His palms had become rough and callous from the days wielding a pickaxe. I'll mine Braden Hill mine on my own time, with any miners who volunteer to work with me. You pay their wages, but not mine. I'll work for free. Standard bonuses for the miners, and I get a bonus due a crew boss. You get your owner's cut, of course. Even if I can make that mine pay off like you think you can, it won't be enough to hire your champion. I know that, Staggs said, and if Braemine does pay off, you'll hire more miners to expand operations there. With you as the crew boss, Miss Tawny said. Is that the idea? That's the idea. Staggs waited while Tawny considered this. He could almost see her brain making the calculations and then double-checking them. I have conditions, she said. First, you work 1 4-hour shift at night, maximum. I don't need tired miners making mistakes during the regular work hours. Second, it's a 3-person shift, you and 2 other miners. Third, you get the rest of the month to prove you're right. No longer. Staggs reviewed the calendar in his head. That gave him about a week. Winston nodded. Fourth, Barnacle gets a minor cut of any bonuses out of your share of the crew boss. Then Staggs started to object, but Miss Tawny put up her hand. I know Barnacle's a handful, Staggs. I know it a lot better than you do, in fact. But he was with me and my husband at the beginning, and they were just 2 fools scratching in a hole in the hill. He's been loyal to us, and I'm loyal to him. He gets his cut. All right, Staggs said, not seeing what choice he had. Which miners do you want? To ask. Creasup and Tanner, Staggs said. You can't have either, Miss Tawny said. They're the first miners every crew boss asks for. I need them where they are. Hody, then? You can have Hody if you take Osk, Miss Tawny said. The little inventor? She's been barely swinging a pickaxe. I know, she's not much of a miner, though something tells me she'll look a bit harder for you than she does for Barnacle, Miss Tawny said. Thing is, she's smart. Which brings me to my final condition. I want you to visit her laboratory on the edge of the town. I want you to figure out if Osk is a genius, or a madwoman, or both. And I need a second opinion. So, Staggs said, 1 shift at night, I get Osk and Hody and Barnacle gets his cut. I have till the end of the month, and first I need to go look at Osk's crazy machines. That's right, Miss Tawny said. Deal, Staggs said, and stuck out his hand. Osk had the day off. All too aware that time was precious, Staggs got Miss Tawny's permission to visit the laboratory that afternoon. He followed her directions to the little house in the outskirts of Tumbles Harbor. That one struck him as much as the same as the neighbors down in the little square of grass in front of it, with carefully arranged flowers. Staggs, except instead of the torch or lantern from the light of the gate, the house was a curious faced cube. That's odd, said Staggs, who had entirely broken the habit of talking to himself, though he mostly stopped doing it when other people were around. He stepped onto the porch and noticed that the house's front door was iron, not oak or birch he usually saw in Tumbles Harbor. Staggs knocked on the door, started by the metallic bang, bang, bang it was produced, and waited. Nothing happened, and Staggs rapped on the door again, and this time heard a muffled voice from within yelling something. What? He called out. The button! Push the button! Staggs noted a little nub in the wood next to the door. He pushed it, heard a musical chime from inside the house, and then the door snapped open, nearly smacking him in the head. He stumbled backward and noticed the strange cube at the gate was now glowing a warm yellow. Alice came to the door, wearing a leather apron marred by red blotches and streaks. Oh, hello, Staggs, she said. Didn't you read the sign? There isn't a sign, Staggs said. There isn't? Oh, you're right, there isn't. I forgot to put up. What? That's a nuisance. Oscar returned a moment later with a sign that read, Ring doorbell. She leaned against the outside wall of the house. It's a redstone circuit, she explained. I can rig it open the door, or alert me down in my laboratory, so I can decide if I want to see visitors or not. I'm thinking of adding a pit in the porch, for salespeople. Just kidding. I'd get in trouble for that. Anyway, isn't it great? Plus, it makes the light come in so you don't have to see at night. The light's back of the gate, Staggs pointed out. If you're already in the front door, that's a little late for the light to come on. Huh? You're right. Didn't think of that. Oscar looked at her crestfallen, that Staggs felt sorry for her. I'm sure that's something you can fix pretty easily, he pointed out. It's a little work, yeah, but you're right. Easily fixed. In fact, I should make it so the light comes on automatically at dusk. That's a great idea. Thanks, Staggs. You're welcome, he said, bemused. Staggs. So, who hadn't actually thought of anything? Anyway, I'm glad to see you. I suggested Miss Tanley send you over to look at my invention, and here you are. So, welcome. Come inside. What? You asked her to send me? Sure. That trick of yours with the pickaxe handle? It's clever innovation. Mining needs a lot more innovation. And, well, innovation's practically my middle name. Well, actually, it's Eunice. But never mind that. Come on in. I have a lot to show you. The inside of Osk's house was a mess, with gear lying around dispersed by a particularly ferocious windstorm. Osk led Staggs to a trapdoor in the corner of the house, pushing a button on the wall next to it. Nothing happened. That's a nuisance, Osk said after several tries. Reaching down to open the trapdoor herself and scuttling down the ladder. Staggs followed her, emerging with a sprawling underground laboratory filled with a bewildering variety of objects. Iron rails, squatting squares that looked like they were made of cobblestones and stone blocks, with wooden stalks sticking out of them. tables were covered with books and papers with diagrams scribbled with them, sticky-looking balls that were sickly green, and mounds of brilliant redstone dust. "Did you build all this with your wages for mining?" Stacks asked, startled. "What? Oh, no, I've only been working for Miss Tawny because I thought it would give me ideas for new inventions, and because she gives me a special rate on redstone." "I see. So what do you do?" asked. "Why, whatever anybody will pay me to do," Ask said with a grin. Isn't that what the way these days? I'm an enchanter, for one, best in Tumbles Harbor, or at least the second best. There's Grimble, and he's pretty good. So maybe I'm the third best. Anyway, I'm an enchanter, but it bores me, if I were being honest. So I'm an architect and an engineer. But what I'm going to be is an artificer. An artificer? Stacks. By the way, an answer, Ask scooped up a handful of crimson dust. "You know what that is, right?" "Of course," Stacks said. "Redstone. It's used to make compasses and clocks." As he said that, Stack's hand strayed at the compass and pocket, while his mind was filled with fantasy and facing fully temporal with a diamond sword. "Compasses and clocks," Oz said, shaking her head. "Think big, Stacks. Redstone is used for so much more than that. You could channel it to direct power and make machines. Well, I'll show you something that'll transform mining. Now, what did I do with that schematic?" Oz sorted through papers, picking up and discarding diagrams of a variety of baffling devices before thrusting one under Stack's nose, a massive assemble of blocks and levers and objects labeled as, "Does this drop TNT?" "Yes," Oz said excitedly. "See, when this mechanisms come along and make the way the water, it'll clear a massive quarry in the better part of the day. I thought it would be used to speed things up at Tubbles. If we had enough TNT to destroy a city," Stack said, "and a fortune in emeralds to buy all this, and if Miss Tawny didn't mind us leveling the mountain." "Well, it's just one idea," said Osk a bit defensively. "It's clever," said Stacks, though actually he found Osk's proposed machine frightening. "You know our minds, Osk. Do you have anything smaller and more affordable?" "Sure. Wait until you see this." Osk hurried over to the niche near the bookcase and ducked inside. There was a great deal of whirring and clicking. A flurry of motion. A moment later, Osk was decked out in leather armor, with an iron pickaxe in one hand and an iron bucket in the other. "Ow," she said, putting the pickaxe down and shaking her hand in a grimace. "That's my fault. I had my hand in the wrong place. I call it the Instaminer. You're geared up and ready to go in 30 seconds tops." "Would you certainly prevent Tanner from forgetting his equipment," Stack said. "But you know most of us don't wear armor underground. It's too much weight, and I can pick up my own pickaxe thanks to the enchantment known as Opposable Thumb." "Well, if you don't want to do things the old-fashioned way," muttered Osk, stripping off her armor. But the moment after, she was brightened again. "How about this? See, it's a sense in the night's come. The switches on redstone lamps throughout the mine. Osk, mines are dark in the daytime, too. You need lights all the time." "Oh, yeah, you're right. Of course. I always forget that, somehow." Osk looked down at the floor. "You're going to tell me, Miss Tawny, I'm some kind of loon, aren't you?" she asked sadly. "I'm going to tell Miss Tawny there's some great ideas here, and they just need a little more work," Zach said. "My suggestion would be to think about the challenges we faced every shift. How about a machine that could detect gems from several blocks away, or sense water or lava from that distance, or a machine that would neutralize lava?" Osk furrowed her brow, her hands plucking at her leather apron and raised the little plumes of redstone dust. "The last one's an interesting idea," she said. You need water, of course. Maybe you can use a light sensor and pistons to block off the area. That might work. Let me think about that some more." "That would get Miss Tawny's interest," Stack said. "But remember, it needs to be small, not too expensive." "Well, that's a nuisance," Stack said. "But I can work with those limitations. Limitations can lead to genius, too. Though money works a little better. I know you don't believe me, Stacks, but redstone really is the future. You can do anything with it. I could change mining and farming, travel, everything." "I do believe you, Osk," Stack said. "I have a proposition for you, one that might give you some new ideas." "I'm listening," Osk said. So Stacks told her about the splendid Braid Hill mine and Miss Tawny's conditions. "I'll join your crew if I can have any redstone we find," Osk said with a grin. "It'll all be yours, Osk," said Stacks, who hoped to be Brady Mine and Hill Mine would indeed turn out to be filled with redstone and many more ores besides. Chapter 19, The Unlucky Mine. Hody joins the crew beneath Braidline Hill and the treasure and its guardians. To Stack's relief, Hody said yes to the proposal immediately. Now he had his crew. But the miners loved to gossip, and word soon reached Barnacle about the deal Stack struck with Miss Tawny. After the day shift, Barnacle swaggered to the dormitory where Stax, Osk, and Hody were gathering their equipment. "Uh-oh," Hody said. Barnacle's face was a brilliant red, his beady black eyes intent and searching. He spotted Stax and came to a halt, the corners of his mouth twitching, and then Barnacle began to laugh. "So you really think you can make that cursed hole into a ground payoff?" he wheezed. "I think you're that much smarter than everyone else. Well, you're welcome to waste time at trying you and anything dumb enough to believe in you. That hole all yours, Sir Stacks, and I hope I'll see you buried in it." Barnacle departed, cackling. "Well, wasn't that nice?" Stacks asked with a smile. "I can't wait to see his face in a week when we're all rich." An hour later, they opened the gate, securing the entrance of the Braidwine Hill mine, and explored the galleries of tunnels that had been bored through with the rock. Stack tisk repeatedly. The excavation had all signs of Barnacle's handiwork, with tunnels dug haphazardly in all directions. Stacks could easily imagine the burly crew boss ordering of digs based on nothing but gut instinct, then handing over the miners impatiently as more rock was stripped away, and blaming them when their pickaxes failed to uncover the great wealth he imagined was below the hill. But Barnacle's haphazard work practices weren't that interested Stacks. Once he toured the entire mine. Thankfully, no monsters seemed to have taken up residence in the darkness. Stacks sat down with Osk and Hody in the center of the lowest level. "The biggest problem is this mine is that Mr. Barnacle didn't dig deep enough," Stacks explained. "He was unlucky not to hit a far amount of oil, iron and coal, and even some gold. But I'm not surprised he came up empty where gems were concerned." Osk grinned. He hated Barnacle, whoever missed a chance to mock her relief in Redstone, while Hody looked rapt, hanging on to Stacks' every word. Stacks hoped the young miner's faith with him would prove justified. "Now, my father had a system for finding the most valuable deposits," he explained. "He worked down from sea level to find the right depth of most profitable mining. Unfortunately, I can't determine sea level here, and I don't know how my father made his calculations." "Are you saying you want me to build something that could do that, Stacks?" asked. "Because it's quite the puzzle." "That would be amazing. I'll definitely think about it. But in the meantime, we have another way to find the right depth. Instead of working down from sea level, you work up from bedrock." "Bedrock?" Hody asked. "Never seen that, Mr. Stonecutter. Isn't that the center the overworld's made out of?" "Maybe. To be honest, the science is always a little over my head," Stacks said. "But lucky for us, you don't have to dig as far down to the center of the overworld to hit bedrock. Still, we'll be able to blow lava line. You know what that is, right?" Alice shook her head, but Hody was nodding. "It's the depth where you find the hot lava lakes," he said. "Exactly," Stacks said. "And the ideal depth for gem hunting is right above it. So the dangerous part is that we all have to dig the way down to bedrock to find the right measurement, and then back up to where it's safer. So before you put a pickaxe on the rock down there, check it to see if it's hot. If you think you see steam or little blobs of stone on the ceiling or walls, don't keep it in yourself. Same if you think that you hear sloshing or bubbling, and you always have a water bucket nearby. Don't forget that part. If I'm right, we're going to find wealth somewhere down under our feet. Wealth enough, Hody, to build your girl that undersea dream house of yours. But you can't build anything if you're dead. Remember that." Oz gave Stacks a thumbs up, while Hody grinned and applauded. They all started digging a staircase down, narrow enough that you can wear constantly hearing Stacks left to descend and wound up faintly dizzy if you hurried. To Stacks' relief, they didn't encounter lava as they dug down and down and down. To his disappointment, they also didn't uncover any valuable ore or gems. There wasn't even a small vein of coal. At the end of the first night's work, Stacks caught himself worrying if the rumors were true, and the Braidwine Hill mine was really cursed somehow. But he simply smiled and told the others to get some sleep. Stacks was tired the next day, but vowed to push on. After dinner, he joined Vosk and Hody for another night's work. They'd been digging down for the better part of 2 hours when Hody's pickaxe struck something a sharp, high-pitched sting instead of a dull thunk. "Easy now," Stacks said. "Let's gear some way and see what we have. Obsidian makes that sound sometimes, too." Hody was excited at the prospect of seeing bedrock for the first time, so Stacks and Osk hung back, a block above them, as the younger miner cleared away some loose rock. It was revealed it was definitely bedrock, a dull gray and seemed impenetrable. The three of them would hammer away at a single chunk of bedrock until they grew old and stopped, wearing hundreds of iron tools down to nubs in the process, but not so much as to scratch it. "So, now we can work our way back up?" he asked Hody, sweating and breathing as he also grinned broadly. "Please has been the first to reach their goal." "Not quite yet," Stacks said. "Bedrock isn't an evenly distributed layer. It's more of a lumpy line. We need to be confident we found the lowest point. That will give us a baseline for how far we need to go up." "I never knew how much science there was to be aware down here," Osk said. "I thought it was just putting pickaxe into rock." "Well, almost," Stacks said. "My grandmother used to say it was about putting pickaxe into the right rock." The three of them spread out in all directions of the staircase, hollowing out a chamber tall enough to stand up in. Stacks would keep reminding Osk to check for hot spots and make sure the water bucket was close in hand, instead of chattering about how the depth gauge isn't using redstone. And he had to repeat repeatedly assure Hody that there was no point hammering away at bedrock, despite his burning curiosity of what lay below it. As Stax had predicted, the bedrock was mixed with other varieties of stone. The boundary formed a wavy line and rose and fell. With their 4 hours already gone, Stax halted the work and the three of them surveyed the room they hacked out in the rock, identifying its lowest point. I don't think we're going to find anything lower than that, Stax said. Excellent work, people. Tomorrow we work our way up and we start to really dig. With the unglamorous task of figuring out the proper depth finally behind them, Stax found himself impatient to get through the next day's work in the mine. A wait was made for worse because Barnacle insisted on tormenting them. The man alternated between scoffing at them after hours of project and responding to no, with a hint of worry in his voice. If he found anything, Stax gave Barnacle a little beyond polite on answers, and was careful not to give the crew boss any reason to criticize him. Barnacle found things to yell about anyway, and Stax was tired and cross by the time his regular shift finally came to an end. His spirits rose when he saw Osk and Hody were clearly eager to continue the project. They made their way down to the tight, winding stair that they carved out of rock until they reached the bedrock chamber. Stax knelt down at one of the lowest points and found a set of pickaxe on its end, then used it to measure the distance to the ceiling. About 3 blocks, Stax said. That was what I figured. Now we dig up 9 blocks above the ceiling, and then we can start. At Stax's instance, they worked slowly to build a new staircase up, always minding to one side instead of directly above their heads. After a few more minutes of work, Stax had called a halt and asked Hody to make a measurement. 12 blocks above bedrock, the young miner reported. A figure Stax checked for himself and confirmed. Very good, Stax said. This should be the ideal height for gems then. We got another hour or two. Let's find the feeder tunnel. 2 blocks wide, 64 blocks long. Maybe we even find something tonight. As they quickly did, a vein of iron had snaked its way across the ceiling of the feeder tunnel. They followed it until it petered out a couple blocks above them, then filled in with rock and removed. Stax was pleased by this quick success, and the rest of the hour passed with nothing found. Still, Osk and Hody seemed optimistic as they packed up their tools, convinced tomorrow Stax would be proved about the mine. But he wasn't. In carving out the length of the feeder tunnel, they found nothing but a few short runs of coal ore, and the day after the disappointment too, they excavated 6 branch tunnels, and found nothing but some scattered deposits of coal and iron. More than Barnacle had found, perhaps, but not enough to justify the time they'd spent, and certainly nothing that would convince Miss Tawny to hire more miners. As they trudged back to the surface, Hody muttered darkly about the gremlins his grandpa told him would infest mines, working against the crew and the cackling as they stole away gems and replaced with the ordinary rock. Oscar hung her head. She hoped that they'd at least find redstone. Stax assured them the next day they would be different, but his words sounded hollow, and he was sure to smile looked forced and fake. They had only 2 nights left to make Stax's gamble pay off. Stax stumbled through the day, earning savage rebukes from Barnacle as he admitted he deserved. He was exhausted by the extra work and lack of sleep, and knew Osk and Hody were also suffering. Stax's father had taught him that ideas such as hope and luck did not belong in the mines. There was only trust in your calculations and procedures were correct, and because of that trust, patience and belief in the odds of finding wealth were in your favor. Still, Stax couldn't help hoping there were a little luck, and his early discovery would lift them up and give them faith to push through the last 2 nights. He didn't dare hope for diamonds, the most valuable thing under the ground, but even a small seam of gold or lapis would be encouragement enough to keep going, or a little run of redstone, that would at least cheer up Osk. But there was nothing except a little more core iron, and for the first time during the project, Hody asked if it was time to go to bed, when they still had more than an hour left. As Osk and Hody shuffled off dejectedly, sore and dirty and tired, Stax could muster the strength to think of words that might rally them. One more night, he told them, things can still change. He felt numb all the next day, barely hearing Barnacle's taunts and promises that he would work Stax like a rented donkey once Miss Tawny declared this project a failure. Everyone but Stax and the 2 defunded fools had known it would be. Stax have expected Osk and Hody not to show up for the last night of work, but there they were. There they were, but neither of them said a word as they descended beneath Brandywine Hill. They had 3 branch tunnels left to excavate, 2 of the left of the feeder tunnel and 1 to the right. And Stax wondered if they had enough time to finish that work. Tired as they were, but there was nothing to do except get started. The first tunnel yielded a seam of redstone. Then Stax smiled with Oss's glee. At least the little inventor would wind up getting something out of this whole misadventure. Halfway down the second tunnel, Stax noticed that he was sweating more than usual and yelled for Hody to stop. The other man turned in surprise, having managed to stop his pickaxe in mid-swing. Check if that hot's rock, Stax said. It's fine, said Hody, patting the wall. See? Wait, you're right, it's hot. Shh, added Osk, holding up her hand. I hear something. Stax heard it too, a bubbling, chuckling noise from behind the rock wall. Lava, he said. So we stop? Asked Hody. We can take a look, Stax said, but we do it carefully. Dig out the ceiling and raise up the floor to ensure we're above it, and we'll dig from there. Osk and Hody did as directed, and we're all sweating freely now in the hot tunnel. All right, Hody, Stax said. Osk, if we have a better water bucket ready to pour on lava that flows in. Hody swung his pickaxe against the rock wall, grunting with effort. On the third blow, the wall exploded inward. Fiery light filled the tunnel, forcing the three of them to blink against the sudden brightness. Stax peered over Hody's shoulder at the lake of bubbling lava beyond the wall. Lava, and something bright beyond it. An arrow zipped above his ear, practically parting his hair, and rattled as it bounced off the walls of the tunnel. Skeletons, Hody cried out. Close it up before they come. No, Stax yelled, surprising himself. He pushed past Osk and Hody, scrambling through the gap and standing panting on the stony lip of the pool of lava. The two skeletons stood in front of him. Arrows knocked their skulls swiveling madly in their backbones. Osk and Hody were yelling, but Stax barely heard them. He swung his pickaxe at the first skeleton, knocking the monster backward into the lava, its bow bursting into flame before it vanished beneath the surface of the molten rock. A stray goblet of lava struck Stax in the arm. He heard himself cry out. The second skeleton fired, and Stax grunted in pain. He swung wildly at the skeleton, missing, then connected with the backswing. The skeleton opened its bony jaws, and then a sound came out. And Stax sprouted the pickaxe down again and kept swinging it. Someone was yelling his name. It was Osk. He realized. Stax, stop. They're gone. You're all right. Stax dropped the pickaxe and bowed his hand to his knees, panting. Check the rest of the cavern, he managed to say. Make sure there are others. I did, Stax, said Osk. It's just us, but Stax, come see. Stax came where the woman was pointing at the glittering points of the floor and the walls, the glint of gold, the crimson gleam of redstone, the blue stars of lapis, and up near the ceiling, the cool residence, almost icy. Are those what I think they are? Asked Hody, sounding awestruck. They sure are, Stax said. He began to laugh. Diamonds. Chapter 20. The Accident. Barnacle's mania, digging in the wrong place, light in the darkness. The lava cavern beneath Baynard Mill was a nexus of gemstone seams, with the wealth that came out of the mine over the next several days had been the old-timers whistling in delighted surprise. It also made Stax a hero. He was asked to tell the story of the fight of the cavern innumerable times, and often had to deny exaggerated versions of it, had already making the rounds among the miners of the people of the Tumbles Harbor. Within a few years, he was certain the tale would be grown into so large that telling the miners who would swear they were there when they would speak in hushed tones about how Stax Stonecutter fought off a dozen skeletons at once, all of them firing flaming arrows and wearing diamond armor. Miss Tiny was pleased, of course, going so far as to give Stax a grandmotherly smooch on the cheek in front of the assembled miners before announcing that Tumble's extraction company would be hiring men and women to do further excavations. Even Barnacle congratulated Stax, as if he would have, given the size of the cut coming his way despite doing nothing but laugh at the whole project. As for Stax, he received a sack of emeralds along with a kiss on the cheek. He was pretty sure he wasn't enough wealth to hire the champion, but it was a start. And once he became a crew boss, he could expect a steady stream of such payments, provided the Tumble's mines kept paying off. Stax still found himself sitting up at night with the miners' dormitory, staring down at the compass and brooding about fake Tempro, and all he'd suffer because of him. Sometimes he imagined taking a sack of emeralds to the general store, outfitting himself in armor and buying a sharp sword. Then he strode out of Tumbles Harbor, faced grim, and searched for Fueg until he had his chance for revenge, or died trying. There's no guarantee that he'd ever find Fueg, and finding a fortune in gems wouldn't take Stax a warrior. The wise thing Stax told himself was patient, and his job was to bring in the wealth he could arrange Fueg's downfall and give him the chance to get home. But that was a lot easier to think than Stax actually believed, and so night after night Stax would find a compass in his hand again, as if it were mocking him. And Stax had another problem, until Miss Tawny could find both miners and handle the new operations beneath Brandywine Hill. Stax was stuck working at the Barnacle. At first, Stax thought it wouldn't be so bad. Barnacle stopped addressing Stax as Sir Stax and treated him with more respect. And he had. But Stax's success beneath Brandywine Hill seemed to increase Barnacle's hunger for money instead of easing it, and now he was determined to prove that he could do what Stax had done. With the calendar having turned to a new month, Barnacle's crews were now working deep in the mines, hunting for gems, with Cope's crews working higher and searching for ore. After working, Barnacle pushed miners through the grueling shift that he ordered them to dig seemingly at random. Stax decided to take the man aside to reiterate the system his father had taught him years ago for maximizing the chance of finding wealth. Barnacle listened, eyes narrowed, as Stax explained why he made sure to handle the pickaxe was exactly a block long, and how he used to measure distance and ensure they're digging right above the lava line. Which was when Barnacle turned his back on him. Stop lying, Stax, he said. Spare me that phony story about heroics in the lava cave. You found those veins right at bedrock, and we both know it. Now, so that's where we're going to be digging. That lava cave was real, Mr. Barnacle. In a week or so, I'll take you there myself. If we dug into it from below, skeletons would have been the least of our problems. We could have all died. Mr. Barnacle, you can't do this. Barnacle reached down and grabbed Stacks at the front of his shirt and pulled him close, his voice low and deadly. Don't tell me how to mine. I've been down here earning that living since before you were born. You check the walls for heat, you watch the strange formation in the right spots. But when your crew boss gives you an order, you follow it. The next day, Barnacle supervised the excavation of the staircase all the way down to bedrock, and then, once they reached it, he ordered them to dig a feeder tunnel 2 blocks wide. Miss Tawny had given Oscar permission to take the day off and brainstorm creating a depth gauge, despite Stack's doubts and such a thing could be built. So Tanner would be replaced with a little artificer on Stack's crew, which made Stacks nervous. Tanner was even more forgetful than Osk, capable of forgetting a water bucket, torches, or even a pickaxe on occasion. At least he asked Haughty, who took Stacks aside when they had a spare moment, looking to make sure Barnacle was watching. "Why are we digging down here?" he asked. "You told us we had to dig up first." "Those are new crew boss's orders," Stacks said reluctantly, not wanting Haughty to risk the confrontation with volatile Barnacle. But Tanner was so restrained. "We're digging down here because our crew boss is a fool," he said. "Just remember the safety checks for lava," Stacks said. "For instance, Tanner, where's your water bucket?" "I left it back at the junction. Give me a minute." "You can't forget it," Stacks said. "Ever." The mining proceeded slowly, and the crews repeatedly hitting bedrock, having to find paths around it. Stacks hoped they would find anything of value, and had lack of rewards would convince Barnacle that Stacks would have been telling the truth. But barely an hour into the shift, Joroksu hit a seam of gold, and another hour Fix's crew located a small snaking run of lapis. During lunch break, Barnacle paced the length of the feeder tunnel, slapping the men and women on the back and laughing as he predicted the wealth that would soon be flowing in. You thought Braiding Iron Hill was a good payday. Well, just wait," he exclaimed. They ordered them back into work 20 minutes early, despite Billup's protests of his violation of work rules. So the other miners ignored Billup's, which was no surprise. The rules-obsessed miner rarely went a day without finding a violation he could talk about at length. And of course, they were afraid of Barnacle and his temper. And there wasn't so much grumbling, and Stacks knew why. They all wanted to find more wealth, and take home the bonuses that would come with it. It was dangerous in a mine. Haste would be deadly. But Barnacle didn't get up to the surface to ask Miss Leah for additional equipment. Stacks checked in quickly with the mining teams, urging them to check for heat and hardened blobs of magma. Barnacle would have liked that if he found out, but it would have been better to have the alternative. The crew boss came back about a half an hour, barking at miners to hurry up. He found Stacks, Tanner, and Hody working sideways around a knot of bedrock, their pickaxes rising and falling, striking sparks of the gray stone. "Why are you half a tunnel behind the other crew?" Barnacle demanded. "Slow carts, the 3 of you. These wealthy slick spickle have been a bit of luck in a mine started by someone else, and you 3 think you can swing pickaxes while sitting in comfy chairs on a porch? Well, not on my shift. Hurry it up." He stormed off to yell at someone else, and Stacks shook his head, exasperated. "He has some nerd calling us slow carts," muttered Tanner. "I'll show him. Hey, Hody, I bet we can finish this branch tunnel in half an hour. Are we on?" "None of that," Stacks said. "We mine what we mine, and we find what we find. My father taught me that one, too." But Tanner and Hody were determined, and swung their pickaxes as hard as they could, making rocks fly as they dug at the tunnel. As Stacks turned to follow behind them, clearing the way of the loose rock, he was intentionally hurrying up and down the tunnel, taking away the rock removal to the surface and returning what he could find more waiting for him. He was walking back and heard a sound of oddly hollow thunk, followed by a hiss. The tunnel had made a jogged right and avoid a knot of bedrock, so Stacks couldn't see straight ahead where Tanner and Hody were working, but he saw a bright light beyond the turn, brighter than the soft glow of a torchlight. He heard Hody cry out, "It's lava! Tanner, get the bucket! Get the bucket!" Hody screamed. Stacks broke into a run and tripped over something. It was the water bucket. He left yet again by Tanner. Stacks grabbed it and ran over to the corner, but one look told him the worst had happened, and he arrived too late. Chapter 21. Stacks starts again. Little house in the savannah. Stacks' new routine. Hajira's code. "You're sure you don't change your mind?" Miss Tiny asked, for the 4th or maybe even the 5th time. "I'm sure," Stacks said. He was sitting in Miss Tiny's office with his gear packed. "Stacks, it wasn't your fault," Miss Tiny said. "I have eyes and ears down there, you know. I know that right before it happened. You yearn for all the crews about safety. I know how many times Tanner forgot about the water bucket. I know it was Barnacle who insisted on digging too low, despite your warnings. I don't know what else do you think would have done. I don't know either, but whatever it was, I didn't do it. And now Hody's dead." "Yes, he is, but going off on your own won't bring him back. It was an accident, Stacks, and accidents happen to solo miners as well as full crews. In fact, they happen even more often than solo miners, because when you get tired, there's no one except you to remind you of the do's and don'ts. If I make that mistake, I'll only be one pay the price," Stacks said, "and that's the way I want it." Miss Tandy looked at him in a long moment, her eyes searching his face, and when she nodded, "So your plan is to go into the outback and set up your own homestead?" she said. "It's dangerous out there, Stacks. There's no law, no neighbors, no one to help you if you need it. I know that, said Stacks, patting his sword on the side and pulling to the hilt in the micro black out of his scabbard. Actual iron, no more wood. Well, that's a start, Mastani said. You've been to see Brubs and Zanzini already, I suppose. Stacks nodded. The rest of my equipment waiting there for me, along with the title of the land I've chosen. The iron sword, equipment, and land title was used up more than 2/3 of Stacks' earnings of the Tumbles Extraction Company, leaving him with a low margin of error if something went wrong. But Stacks didn't want to talk about that, how little he had left. If he had, Miss Tawny might have tried to talk him out of doing the last thing he felt like he needed to do. He reached into the sack and carried out his belt, extracted 3 emeralds, which he placed in a line on Miss Tawny's desk. Would you see that these would go to Hodie's sweetheart? He asked. It would be enough for that undersea pal she always talked about, but it would help her get something a little smaller. Miss Tawny nodded and tucked the emeralds into her desk drawer. We'll take care of her. We'll do that on our own. Everyone on the shift is giving some of their wages. Barnacle even tried to hand over half his bonus to the Braidwine Hill. Stacks didn't expect that and found his emotion threatening to get the better of him. I figured I couldn't talk you out of leaving, so I went to the general store myself, Miss Tawny said. I have something for you. He ducked into the back room and returned a minute later with a large T-shaped package, which she indicated Stacks should open. She stripped this paper away and discovered a brand new pickaxe, one of those head with a cold greenish blue diamonds. That iron one of yours is looking a little worn, and that won't do out there by your lonesome, Miss Tawny said. If you measure the handle, you'll find it's exactly a block long. Stacks stammered his thanks and stuck out his hand for her to shake. Oh, come on, you ridiculous boy, Miss Tawny said, embracing him and kissing him on the cheek. I hate to lose you, but I've known enough ridiculous boys over the years to see your mind is made up. Good luck, Stacks. Good luck and keep safe. The little patch of land Stacks had brought was several hours' walk from Tumbles Harbor beyond the hills that gave the town its name, away from the coast. The land turned the savannah, the vast, flat expanse of the grass that stretched into a line of mountains to the north and away into the infinity of the east. The grass was broken by stone-lipped ravines, as if someone had struck the ground with a giant axe, and by tall, brooding acacia trees whose sharply angled limbs made Stacks think they were about to fall over. Stacks' land was in the middle of the savannah, atop the little hill. Using the shovel he bought at the general store, he built a simple cabin in sod, like the one he built near the shores of Desolation Bay, big enough for a bed, several chests and a crafting table, and a furnace, and lit by a single smoky torch. The cabin had a door of acacia wood and the tree chopped down, and sat in the center of the square of fencing made of the same wood. In the corner of his plot of land, Stacks had dug out a little pond and planted a few rows of wheat and a few pumpkins, which was enough food to sustain him about the necessity of caring for animals. If you're thinking this all sounds a little depressing, well, Stacks thought so too. But his last night in Hodie haunted him, and he vowed he'd never let that happen again. This plan made much the same as it's been in the Tumbles Harbor. He collected enough wealth to see the champion and get out alone and try to enlist the fine Fuego Tempero. So Stacks dug down in his yard, his shovel making quick work through the dirt, until he hit a rock and put his shovel aside in favor of his new diamond pickaxe. The tool was a lightweight and felt good in his hands, and a bit the rock in satisfying speed. As he'd done working with Osk and Hodie, Stacks tunneled straight down, capping his new mine with a trapdoor of acacia wood. Several days' work brought him down to bedrock, but this time hard work of digging down wasn't fruitless. He accumulated enough coal to fuel his furnace and make weeks' worth of torches, and hid several veins of iron. Once he dug back above the lava line, Stacks carved out a head house below ground, connecting the stairwell leading back to the surface, to the feeder tunnel. He started excavating. The head house became another base of operations, with chests full of equipment and food and a bed so. Stacks could rest between shifts, and increasingly that was where he spent most of his time, digging out tunnels until he was too tired to work any longer, and been sleeping in a house with his diamond pickaxe next to his bed. Stacks quickly developed a routine. Every week he harvested food from his garden to sustain while he mined. Every other week he made a long trip to Tumbles Harbor to get new supplies, allowing himself some honey for his bread as small as luxury, and to check if Brubs had heard from anyone who might find a way across the Sea of Sorrows. The answer was always no. The rest of the time, he mined. Stacks had one visitor while he was setting up a new operation, Osk, who brought him a fair of gifts. The first was a pressure plate by Stack's front gate, which activated a redstone torch down in the head house, telling Stack he had guessed. The second was a golden clock, which indicated whether it was day or night in the overworld far above Stack's head. He was grateful, but since he never had any other visitor, the redstone torch down the head house stayed dark, except for the afternoon when it turned out that the wild pig had stepped on it while looking for a way to get through the fence to eat Stack's crops. The clock was useful, but after a while, Stack's no longer cared what time it was. All Stack's did was mine and sleep and mine some more, and his clothes became dirty and worn, his hair grew long and his scraggly beard sprouted out of his chin. Though he didn't realize he once again looked like a pathetic, ragged figure Moe's caravan had encountered near the road at Tumble's Harbor. But he also started talking to himself again, with conversation about the quality of ore and the most efficient use of a pickaxe. He had fallen into the routine, wasn't particularly good for his health. With his world shrinking to mind, his little vegetable patch in the general store, even his memories of his beloved cats and the beautiful house on the hill had once made gleaming diorite and granite and glass started to become a bit and blurry and distant. Until something changed. It was a day to the garden, or at least Stack thought it was. He lost track of the day and night, and noticed that it was down to a few crusts of bread. When you're getting hard, a single piece of pumpkin pie that smelled a little odd, so he trudged up the winding stone steps to emerge in his yard, blinking at what felt like too much light, even though the position of the sun indicated it was late afternoon. Stax was hacking away the stem of ripe pumpkin when he felt the back of his neck prickle and stood up, peering across the savannah. At first he thought his mind was playing tricks on him, when he spotted a lone figure in the distance, striding across the plains in the direction of Tumble's Harbor. Stax thought the traveler might be Osk, but the figure was far too tall to be an eccentric artificer, and the way they walked suggested both power and purpose. Stax realized he had left his iron sword in the cabin and ducked inside to get it, as he wished he had a bow. But what had been to use? He only had 2 arrows, and it was a poor shot anyway. All he could do was wait. The traveler was dressed entirely in black, with nut brown skin and black hair streaked with gray, pulled back and tied in a ponytail. His face was weather-beaten, seamed and pocked. A sword hung on his belt, and a bow was slung over his shoulder. To Stack's surprise, the man was barefoot, but it never broke stride, marching across the savannah like he'd been drawn by string, without care for thorns or rocks that might be lurking in his path. The man came to a halt in Stack's gate and stood there, regarding him. "Good morning, Stack Stonecutter," he said in a voice that surprised Stack, for it was rich and melodic, beautiful even, and he had quite a poetic for a singer, not a rough-looking wanderer. "And who are you?" Stack said curtly. In no way reassured the traveler's polite greeting. Flake Temporal had been polite, at least occasionally, and he turned to Stack's life upside down. Plus, Stack had once again fallen out of practice of talking to other people. "My name is Hiera Tenboots," the man said, "and we have a friend in common." That name was familiar somehow. Had Flake told him while Stax was a prisoner? Stack's hand crept toward the hilt of the sword, though he doubted he would have a chance against anyone who marched across the savannah barefoot without so much as batting an eye. The man saw Stax bending his sword and raised an eyebrows. "I believe you know my good friend and occasional traveling companion, Romoa Peranzi," he said. "She asked me to check on you. The gentleman at the Tumble's Harbor General Store told me where I could find you." Stax felt his shoulders sag in relief. "Oh, I thought you were... Well, never mind what I thought. Please come in. It will be dark soon." Suddenly, he was embarrassed by his little house made out of dirt, and also by himself, seeing how he was pretty much made of dirt, too, by now. But Hajir shook his head, smiling apologetically. "Unfortunately, that's against my code," he said. "Your code?" Stax said, wondering what exactly Hajir was eyeing what he couldn't do. "I have vowed never to make use of shelter, whether for myself or for another," he said. "I have no home and no supply beyond what you see, and I never stay in one same place for 2 nights in a row." Stax looked at him in disbelief. "No shelter? How do you survive at night?" "Trees are very useful," Hajir said. "Typically, I sleep in their branches. If the tree is not available, I remain awake, relying on my sword and bow for protection. Once I was awake for 6 straight days while crossing the desert of the Last Sigh, and that was a difficult experience." Stax imagined spending a night in a tree, surrounded by prowling zombies and skeletons. He knew there were many of them in the savannah. He often found chunks of rotten meat and lengths of bone in the tall grass outside his fence. "Don't things try him up after you?" Stax said. "Spiders do," Hajir said, "and I've been bitten many times, and though they only do what is in their nature, I must admit, I am not fond of them. In my experience, neither skeletons nor zombies climb. Occasionally a skeleton will fire arrows at me, but unfortunately, they are poor shots." "I see," Stax said, though the whole idea felt fantastical to him. "If I can ask, how do you develop this code of yours?" I had a moment's crisis as a young man. I realized I was growing softball surrounded by comforts, and that's why I knew nothing of the world, so I decided to discover if I had a true self worth preserving. It seems like you have more proven that you do. Stack said. Hajir smiled. I'd like to think so, yes. But I find the idea of going back to the life unimaginable now. This is who I am, and this is how I live. And I can help others discover the path to their true self. I do so. If it will not bother you, I will sleep tonight in that acacia tree. Stack managed not to laugh at the idea of someone sleeping in one of the great thorny trees that would somehow bother him. But now, please tell me of yourself, so I may tell Romoa how fares your quest in the mind of a mysterious fake Tempero, and take your well-deserved revenge. Romoa told you that? Asked Stax, not sure that he liked the idea. Of course she did, said Ajir, looking surprised. How would I find your adversary if she had not? I have traveled many lands since adopting my code, Stack Stonecutter, though I am afraid I know about the wet area west of the Sea of Sorrows is just rumors. Everywhere I go, people bring me news and stories they believe to be true, and not only stories. I've asked about this Frag Temporal since Romoa told me your story, and I continue to do so, but not so far, I'm afraid. No one has heard of this man. I'm grateful for you helping, Stack said, and to Romoa. Where is she? I am to meet with her outside the lost fane of the Green Faith in the rain jungles of Jagatel, 2 weeks from tonight. It is a long journey. I may have to sleep less than is the ideal, and I do not know which route Romoa will take. She dislikes taking the same road twice, and never rides horses, for reasons I have never understood. But because of those things, she is often late. Stax had to smile at that, remembering Romoa's relentless and her distaste for the idea of spending even a single night at Caravasani. You may accompany me if you like, Ajir said. Perhaps such a journey would help you discover your own path. Though fellow travelers often find my code hard to abide by. No thank you, Stax said. I'm afraid my duties are thunk. Stax jumped as an arrow slid into the fence between him and Ajira. Excuse me, Stax, said the black-clad man, shrugging his bow off his shoulder with his left hand while his right reached up unerringly and eased the long bow, fletched in a brilliant red feathers in a quiver. He turned the bowstring twang and heard the rattling of bones coming apart somewhere out in the gloomy savannah. Perhaps you should take shelter, Stax, Ajira said. The nights in the overworld are beautiful, and they are a domain of things with teeth. Until morning, my friend. He clasped Stax's shoulder, his grip firm, and turned to walk into the dusk, offering a cheerful wave. Something growled in the gathering dark, and Stax retreated to his acacia wood door. He tried to spy Jira, but failed, and shut the door behind him. Stax had been working so hard that he grown used to falling asleep at the moment he hit his head on the pillow. But that night, his sleep was broken and restless. He dreamed that Void Temporal was knocking on the door in a little sod cabin, telling Stax their business wasn't concluded. And Stax opened it, saw Flake standing in the head of an army of skeletons, all of them clad in strange spiked armor made of acacia. He woke up and started in the moonlight streaming through the window. Just a dream, he said. I'm awake. It was just a dream. But he could hear someone outside, yelling and chanting. Stax opened the door a crack and peered out. The brilliant moon made acacia zigzag, shadows even longer and stranger. Stax thought he spied odd shapes out there, lone figure in frantic motion in the center of the large circle. Madness, stuttered Stax, now not sure if he was dreaming or not. Stax hadn't been dreaming. In the morning he emerged, blinking and scrubbing his hand through his hair, to find Hajir leaning against the fence, gnawing on a chunk of meat. Objects littered the ground around him, stands of spider silk, bones, arrows, and even heaps of gray powder. Good morning, Stax, said Hajir. I hope I don't disturb you. It was a busy night. Please take anything here that you might use. Stax accepted the bones, which he could grind into meal to fertilize his garden, and left the rest. We were interrupted last night, and I was talking when I have listened, Hajir said. You said you had duties that prevented you traveling to Jagatel? Unfortunately, I do, Stax said. My mining and my mission. Your mission to find Void Temporal? Yes. Are these not mutually exclusive? Excuse me? If you're mining, you're not searching for Void Temporal, and if you're searching for Void Temporal, you are not mining. Stax thought Hajira was making fun of him, and was about to tell Strange Traveler it's none of his business, but then he realized Hajira wasn't smiling, but seemingly genuinely puzzled. It's not simple, Stax said. I'm not a warrior, though you certainly are. Say, Mr. Ten Boots. Hajira held up his hand. This is your quest, Stax, not mine. I will help you discover your path if you want my assistance, but I will not steal your destiny from you, whatever it may be. If it means riding the overworld of Frag Temporal, by all means steal it, Stax said. I wouldn't mind in the slightest. The idea seemed to offend Hajira, whose gaze grew stony. That is against my code. Of course it is, said Stax with a sigh. That's all right. I had someone else in mind anyway. He told Hajira of the champion and how he performed services to return to people making the overworld a better place. And now Stax had no idea what the price might be. I have heard stories of this man, Hajir said, though there have been no new stories in recent years. So this is where you mine, instead of pursuing your tormentor? You hope to meet this price of this champion? Stax nodded. And I'm not there yet. Suddenly there's another Hajir stern gaze. His plan seemed less certain than he would have liked. How will you know when you've reached your goal? Hajir asked. That was a good question. I don't know, Stax said. I just know I don't have enough. Not yet, anyway. The sun had fully risen, drying and drew the grasslands. Hajira was peering into the distant gray shapes of the mountains and shifting from foot to foot. I must go, Stax, he said, or I'll be late to meet Ramoa, if she is not late herself, of course. Stax had to smile at the man's obvious longing for the horizon and whatever lay beyond it. And for the moment he wanted to tell Hajira to wait, and he would pack his things and come with him. Stax had survived the bleak shore, nothing but a shipwreck and broken tower nearby. Surely he'd be able to live in a tree, but no. He had chests to fill with ore and gems, treasure that he would not allow to hire a champion. And then, once the overlord was rid of Fag Tempo, he would search for a way home, put his life back together, and his plan not gallivant off to some jungle with a barefoot fanatic. Good luck journeying in the jungle of that place, Stax said. I hope the treetops are comfortable. As do I, Hajir said. I have heard of Jagged's Hell as a massive trees and such which people make their homes. I am eager to see this myself, though I am undecided on the question of whether a tree people consider a home counts as shelter. I suppose you'll have time to think it over, Stax said. Yes, a long walk always helps. Good luck to you, Stax Stonecutter. May you discover the path of your true self and find the destiny you deserve. And if Ramoa should pass this way, remind her of our appointment. Hajir clasped Stax's shoulder again, then strode off, and his long steps taking him across the savannah almost as quickly as Stax could have run. Stax had work to do. He mapped out his new feeder tunnel and hoped of finding lapis deposits. But instead, he stood at a fence, one hand on a rail, until Hajir had dwindled in a small figure and lost his sight. Chapter 22. Lurkers in the Dark. Gravel, and more gravel. A miner's mistake? Someone's at the gate. 2 days later, or at least Stax thought it was 2 days, though he had to admit it might have been longer, Stax finished the new feeder tunnel and surveyed his work. The tunnel was perfectly straight and studded with torches placed on the correct intervals, all of them on the left-hand wall, as they should be. That was properly orderly, but the walls were an unattractive hodgepodge of different types of stone. As Stax walked the length of the tunnel, he passed sections of gray andesite, pink granite, and white diorite, with no rhyme or reason. The places he'd found ore veins crossing the tunnel are now patched with cobblestone, which looked even uglier. At least, with all his care, Stax had removed something as valuable. Stacks of coal and some iron. The patches in the ceiling were because Stax kept running into gravel, packed above the rock for eons. It came showering down when disturbed, leaving Stax no choice but to shovel it all out and to fill the gap. But there was a lot of gravel around the new tunnel. Stax could only hope he had eaten the last of it, or perhaps it was imagination, but his diamond-headed pickaxe was growing a bit dull. Stax had found seams of diamond, but disliked the idea of using those stalks as a replacement tool. Need those riches for other things now, don't we? He said out loud, his voice echoing hugely in the tunnel he dug out. That seemed unwise, and he clapped a hand over his own mouth. Quiet now, he said in a whisper. Don't disturb whatever else lives down here. But when he shook his head, there was nothing down here, nothing except the unimaginable weight of rock above him and around him, through which he poked a few tiny tunnels like a worm, chewing through something too huge for it to comprehend. Nothing, yelled Stax, his voice booming and bouncing crazily around the tunnel. He laughed, bent over on his hands and knees. He felt something unraveling, but rather than to dwell on those feelings, he retreated and headed house to sleep, with his pickaxe clutched to his chest. In the morning, he gnawed on a crust of bread and drank a little water from a bucket he kept with him while he worked. The water tasted stony and metallic and left a little grit in Stax's mouth. Next time I see Brubs, I'm going to get some milk, he vowed. Milk would be good. Maybe I could bake a cake. The idea of baking cake seemed hilarious. Suddenly, he could turn a head house into the overworld's deepest bakery, selling cakes and pies and cookies and absolutely no one. He was still chuckling about this when he swung a pickaxe into rock and dig out the first branch tunnel. At this point, you're probably a little worried about Stax, thinking he perhaps had gone a bit crazy, working all by himself with his new mine. But I'd like to reassure you that this is not the case. But I can't, because that's totally the case. Stax had excavated only a couple blocks of the branch tunnel before he hit a pocket of gravel. Grunting in annoyance, he switched to an iron shovel and cleared it out. Frowning up at the dark opening in the rock on which the gravel had spilled, he saw only darkness, so he patched at the ceiling and kept working. More gravel and still more. Stax was starting to hate this new tunnel, which was far proving a source of additional work rather than wealth. He kept shoveling, plucking up pieces of flint when he found them, muttering terrible things about gravel and its fundamental uselessness. This pickaxe bit through the rock once again, revealed gravel. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Stax said. He shoveled the gravel clear, arms straining, glanced into darkness above him, and reached for some rock, patched through the last latest gap in the ceiling. Ahead of him, to his disgust, there was more gravel. And not a pocket up there. It was more like a grave, Stacks said. He decided to dig the rest of the tunnel out before patching the ceiling. It would have to save a little time. He could feel the cool air from the cave in the back of his neck, and thought it felt refreshing. Stupid, useless gravel, Stacks muttered. What substance in the entire, the wizard... There a wizard passed Stack's shoulder, clattering off a rock. Another zipped over his head from the darkness above in front of him. "Oh, you fool, you utter fool," he said to himself, his voice thick with disgust. He reminded himself not to move, remembering Ramoa's lesson the scouts were better hitting a moving target than a stationary one. The skeleton in front of him jumped down into the tunnel like a bony rattle, empty eye sockets fixed on his face. As it raised his bow, Stax drew its sword and knocked it sideways. The tip of the sword scraped across the rock wall, leaving a trail of sparks. Flame flared in the back of Stack's shoulder. An arrow found its mark. Another slash with the sword, and the skeleton in front of him shivered and collapsed into bones. Behind him, Stax heard a rattle of another skeleton jumping down. He had done something profoundly dumb, turning his back on a dark place he hadn't explored. But his enemies had failed to keep the advantage he'd given him, rushing to confront him instead of sniping at him concealed in the dark. Wincing in the pain in his shoulder, Stax drove the skeleton backward, the blows keeping it unbalanced and unable to fire, until it fell apart into a pile of bones. "Gotta patch up," Stax said. Before he heard a small sound behind him, a hiss. He turned to find himself looking in the face of a nightmare with a huge black eye spots and yawning mouth and green, spongy flesh. The creeper's flesh seemed to pulse. Stax smelled something acrid and burning. Then everything went dark. First thing Stax saw was a light, but it was faint and far away. He was lying face down, surrounded by loose rock. He shoved the rock aside and wondered why it didn't make a sound. Stax sat up, blinking confused. His face and chest felt burned. He was sitting on the lip of the pit, blasted into rock by a creeper's detonation. Above him was the black mouth of the cave. "Gotta seal it up," he said, but he couldn't hear his own voice, just ringing in his ears. He forced himself to his feet and trudged down the branch tunnel, stepping over a torch that had been blasted off the wall and lay extinguished on the floor. He stopped once he was in a full torchlight, breathing hard. "Seal it up," he said again, until unable to hear the words, and pounced himself move cobblestone into place until the cave and the pit had been walled off. By the time he was done, he could hear the scraping of his pickaxe. Little by little, his hearing was returning. Stax stared at the blank wall molted of cobblestone and let himself rest against it. If anything else, it had been hiding in a gravel cavern, he would have been killed. Fortunately, the creeper had been the last monster lurking in the darkness, but it had been close, far too close. Stax walked slowly back to the head house and sat on one of the equipment chests. It took him a minute to realize the redstone torch was lit. Someone was at the gate. "Another pig," he said in disgust, shaking his head. It was all too much. Suddenly, he was a careless miner who had nearly got himself killed, digging at the rock below a horrible little house made of dirt. His fancy doorbell didn't even work. He stalked up the narrow stone stairs, muttering at each turn, threw open a trapdoor at the top of mine, and climbed out into it. "Get lost, you useless pig," he yelled, and then stopped in his disbelief. Ramoa was standing at the gate, her mouth shocked. "Oh, gosh, Stax," she managed after a moment. "Nice to see you, too." Chapter 23, An Expedition. Of Ramoa's wanderings, reunited with Hajira, lessons in the art of war. "Ramoa," Stax tried out. "Sorry, there's a pleasure plate. And it activates but then there's a pig and I'm glad to see you." "I'm not sure I followed all that, or any of it, in fact, but it's better than being called a pig," Ramoa said. "But it's happened. You're hurt, your face and your hands are burned." She unclenched the gate and hurried to him, poking his blistered cheeks. "Ow, does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts, that's why I said ow," Stax said. "But I'm really, and I'm really glad to see you. You know you're supposed to meet Hajir Ten Boots, right? I'm Son Jungle. Hedgie was here? Oh, good. I asked him to check on you, but you never know that crazy cut of his may make him do. So I figured I'd better come to see how you're doing myself." Stax ushered Ramoa into his cabin, though a moment later she wished she hadn't. He wished she hadn't. It was small and dark and dirty, and he didn't tell Ramoa to feel the same way. "I spent most of my time down below mining," he said. "I haven't really kept the house much." "Or at all," Ramoa said, and her eyes narrowed. "What happened to you, Stax? Brubs told me you'd done well at the mining company, then gone off on your own. He warned me you've gotten a little strange out here by yourself, and I wasn't prepared for this." "For what?" "Like I said, I've been working, and I wasn't expecting company. When I met you, you had been in maroon and were wearing nothing but rags. You looked better than you do now." Stax started to object that he survived the close encounter with a creeper, but he knew he wasn't going to what Ramoa meant. His shirt was stiff as dirt and sweat, and his hair and beard were filthy. He hung his head as Ramoa's gaze took in the cabin, jumping from his unmade bed to the chest along the wall. What have you been doing down here anyway, Stax? Hope you're at least killing yourself for some reward that's worth it." So Stax told her about the champion and his plan, hoping it would make her understand and stop looking at him like he'd done something wrong. "So, that's what in those chests. Gems and ore? The stuff you're hoping to hire the champion?" "Yeah," Stax said. "I've done all right, but I don't have enough yet." Ramona lifted the lid on the nearest chest to peer inside. She looked questioningly at Stack, then opened the next chest, going down the line until she'd seen all of them. She turned her hands to her hips. Stacks, there's a fortune here. Forget ransom on princes or whatever that story you told me. With this stuff, you could become a prince yourself. I don't think... You don't think what? Just look. And Ramona took Stacks by the hand and dragged him over to look at her. At the stacks of gold bars and piles of lapis and the containers of redstone dust and the mounds of emerald. At the blocks of coal gleaming in iron and the diamonds glittering icy blue in the dim little cabin. It is a lot, Stacks admitted. I guess I kind of lost track of how much I found. But there's more to excavate. I'm sure there is, Ramona said, but there always will be. And you're not going into that little hole to bring more of it up, because it's making you crazy. Your goal was to go home, remember that? Of course I do, it's just... And Stacks trailed off, no longer sure what he was going to say, and stared at the dirt floor beneath his boots. And then he looked at Ramona. I hate it here, he said quietly, his words surprising himself. I hate the color of grass. These horrible trees are basically big thorns, and you can't see the ocean or smell the salt air, and you're sheep or cats. Ramona put her hand on her shoulder. Come with me, Stacks. Come with me to meet Hedgie and Jagatel. You need to see something other than this awful place, and you do something other than braying away at rock. Come with me, and we'll figure out what to do next. Stacks hesitated, thinking of the mine far beneath his little yard, and everything he had to do there. Ramona had stepped away, breaking her embrace, and waiting for his answer. She was right, he realized. He had become so focused on finding gems and precious metals that he lost sight of why he was working so hard to gather them. His goal has been to amass enough wealth to hire the champion, see Fueg Temporal brought to justice, find his way home. He reached the goal weeks earlier, probably, but continued obsessively pursuing it anyway. He wasn't quite willing to agree with Ramona that he'd gone crazy down in his mind, but it was obviously an embarrassingly true that his quest had become something unhealthy. You're right, he told Ramona. I'm going to Jagbell. To where? Oh, you mean Jagatel. Good. Though, where are the 7 things we have to do first? Stacks nodded. He had already been thinking about that. Yes, I need to bury my gems in ore, and my equipment in. And before any of that, you need to wash, because wow, do you stink. I do? Stacks, you smell like a dead cow. No, like a dead cow that's been covered in clay, dug up at the bottom of the ocean, and left to rot in the desert, at noon time, on the hottest... Okay, Stacks said, throwing his arms around her. I get it. Alright then. So, you take a bath in that pond out there, and find some shears for that hair, and put on something you haven't been wearing for a month, and we'll go from there. It's dusk by the time Stacks had finished bathing and shaving, harvesting the crops that are already burying several chests beneath the front gate. It meant that it was too late to set off for anywhere, let alone some distant jungle. He gave the bed of his low sod house to Ramona and slept below ground. In the head house, it was cool in the mine, and for a moment Stacks thought crept to ore veins and branch tunnels, but no, he was finished mining here. Beneath the strange grasses and trees, he'd go with Ramona and clear his head. That idea felt good, and Stacks realized he wouldn't feel good in a long time. As he closed his eyes, he was asleep instantly. In the morning, he emerged from the trapdoor leading to the mine and found Ramona standing in the yard, peering in the sun and in the gray line of the mountains. She was between them and the rising sun, and the morning light seemed to touch her black curls with fire, creating a halo of radiance. Let's walk, she said, opening the gate and inclining her head for Stacks to go first. It's 4 days to the jungle, maybe 5, quicker on a horse, but I never ride them. I always wind up more concerned with the horse than with the land around me. Hedgie said he was going to travel via Mortimer Gap. Probably because there's an innkeeper there who makes roasted chicken he likes. But I've been that way too many times, so I figured out an alternate route. And anyway, I'd never quite trust Hedgie's math, seeing how every step he takes is 2 steps for a normal person. You and Hedgie are good friends? Oh, absolutely, Ramona said. He helped me out with some bad spots and always seems to show up when I need him most. Are you too? Stacks wasn't sure how to put it. Let his voice trail off with a little flurry of hand gestures. Are you making little smoochy motions with your hands? Ramona asked, grinning. Like a puppet show. The puppets matching their scrunchy faces together like little kids in the audience are going, ew. No, Stacks said. No, not at... Well, maybe. I don't know what's going, to tell you the truth. Ha! To answer the question you couldn't figure out without asking me, no. Hedgie and I are not smoochy puppets. I don't think he's interested in that sort of thing. If you want to know the truth, he's more like my big brother, or maybe my best friend. I met him years ago, and I was traveling with the caravan and got ambushed by bandits. I was hurt pretty bad, and he brought me all the way back to the river house to recover. What's river house? My home, Ramona said. I've been out of birchwood, above the sea, at the mouth of the little river and the winds through the forest. I go back there every couple months to rest and think about the places I've seen. She frowned, studying the hills ahead of her, and shook her head. Every time I go back, I tell myself, this time I'm going to stay, Ramona said, and it works, for about a week. Then I feel myself getting, restless, thinking about the lava falls I saw in the moonlight pouring in the streaming sea, or the flower forests and the bees in the size of apples. There, the air that was so thick in the scent of pollen and honey, I thought I could float in it, or the 100 other places I've been. And then I think about all the places you must be like that. Only I haven't seen them yet. I ask myself how many there must be. Thousands, millions, and a day or two later I'm packing up my gear. They said nothing for a few minutes, walking side by side through the tall grass. My house is a little peninsula on the edge of what I guess is once a forest near your house, he said. Right off the coast, there's ice floes, a tower of ice that gleam at night. Oh, that sounds beautiful, Ramo said. It is, and if I get back there, I'm never forgetting that again. By the afternoon, they reached the hills. It was cooler on the higher ground, the birches and oaks instead of acacias, and Stack smiled to see bright green leaves and white bark again. At night, she and Ramo made camp on a little cave that Stack hacked out of the hillside on the shovel and pickaxe, evening off the walls inside of the habitat. After 2 days of walking, the hills came to an end. Standing on their edge, Stack's and Ramo looked down at the riot of green. Massive trees rose in the vegetation so high that clouds drifted below their crowns of dark leaves. Long strings of vines hung from their limbs. Stax wondered if those trees were tall as the spires of ice in the stonecutter estate. He spotted brilliantly colored birds flying through the vegetation, and the air was filled with the songs of birds and hums of insects. Is that Jagamel? He asked. Jagatel, Ramo said, laughing. Honestly, Stax, if you could remember names of places, you'd probably be home by now. That's not funny, Stax said. Ramo raised her eyebrows but kept quiet as they walked down the hill. All right, Stax said. Maybe it's a little funny. The lost Fane sat in a low valley on the grassy plain, dotted in the pools of the clear blue water. The valley was ringed with stalks of bamboo, standing like sentinels. They made hollow thunk when Stax rapped on them. The Fane itself was a low pyramidal structure of cobblestone, green with the seeping moss. Hajira 10 Boots was sitting in his front steps, sharpening his sword. He looked up at Ramo and Stax emerged from the bamboo and smiled widely. You're not late, he said. Do you sound surprised? Ramo said. It's super annoying when you do that. Anyway, I'm never late. You're always early. Call it what you like. I'm glad to see you regardless, Hajira said. And you too, Stack Stonecutter, though your arrival is a surprise to me. What do you think of the rain jungles of Jagatel? They're beautiful, Stack said, and meant it. He never imagined there would be varieties of green, ranging from dark sceneries of vines to the brilliant squares of melons that grew in the underbrush. I think so too, Hajira said. Unfortunately, the lost Fane was plundered long ago, and his treasury is empty. I had just been curious about what that would going to be inside. I guess it's so lost, said Ramo said, and Hajira shrugged. Things can be lost multiple times, but they have a way of getting found. While Hajira and Ramo compared notes on their journey, Stax lit a torch and explored the inside of the temple. On the lowermost level, they tripped wires that had been severed, rendering whatever trap they had been once triggered useless. Beyond them was a hole in the wall, raggedly cut. He noted the disapproval in chests that contained only a few shreds of rotten meat. Stack studied the carvings of the temple walls, wondering what they meant to people who built this place. Upstairs, he gathered fallen stone and walled up the corner of the temple. As a refuge, he and Ramo could sleep. Ramo heard the noise and came to see what he was doing and smiled, but shook her head. It was kind of you, Stack, she said, but the good thing about traveling with Hedgie is you can't sleep out in the open, as long as you don't mind being woke by the occasional grump or stabbing noise, of course. I figured we could set up our beds on top of the pyramid so we could see the stars. That sounded more appealing than sleeping in a temple. It smelled musty anyway. And so Stax took a part of his bed and followed Ramo back down the stairs, where Hedgie was starting at the edge of the story with one finger. What do you decide your code said about sleeping in the jungle treetops? Stax asked Hajira, remembering the conversation back at the savannah. I debated that as I walked here, Hajira said, and I concluded that it's forbidden. If people live in the treetops, they are a shelter. I have a forsworn shelter. But birds' nests and acacias and other trees, Stax said. Does that count as shelter? Hajira looked thoughtful. Ramo punched Stax in the arm. Goodness, Stax, don't encourage him, he said. His code is ridiculous enough as it is. Hajira smiled and clasped Stax's shoulder. Ramo told me what happened to you in your mind before she arrived. I found creepers the most dangerous inhabitant of the night. They are stealthy creatures and excellent senses. You must perform very capably to survive that fight. I didn't, Stax said, wincing the memory of the creeper's gaping black mouth and the green flesh. The explosion knocked me flat on my back. I'm no warrior, Hajir. I just got lucky. It's a strange conclusion to reach, said Hajir. You also prefer to believe that you're not lucky to survive being marooned. You might instead conclude that you're capable and resourceful in the difficult situations and take heart from that. Stack shrugged, muttering something. Hedgie doesn't give out compliments casually, asked Ramo, and neither do I. Though perhaps you could use some combat instruction. We could help with that. I suppose it couldn't hurt, Stack said. Excellent, Ramo said. Hedgie, you take sword play and I'll handle archery. A few minutes later, Stax was standing face to face with Hajira, a sword held in front of him, touching the tip of Hajira's. Hajira brought down his sword, sweeping Stax aside, and immediately was inside Stax's guard, bladed against his throat. I guess I'm dead, Stax said, stunned by the speed and ferocity in which Hajira had moved. No, you are just at the beginning of the learning process, Hajira said. Over the next hour, he taught Stax a way to watch the way he was balancing, to sense where he was leaning, and sense to give away with attack, and avoid being thrown off balance, and then stand his ground and push back. After an hour, Stax felt a little more capable with the sword, but Hajira still made shorter work of them with their exercises. If Stax found a momentary advantage, he quickly proved too eager and let himself open or counter-move, and his defenses started to crumble. Fear and dismay overcame him, and he soon found the tip of Hajira's sword against his chest. Your body is learning, but your mind and heart are lagging behind, Hajira said. A warrior never lets emotion direct the fight. Emotion will carry you to a place your body cannot follow, causing you to lose your focus, and no focus, you are done. You are undone. Put aside your emotions, so that there's only a moment. To his surprise, Stax found that helped him. By the end of the next hour, he was breathing hard, but Hajira had repeatedly pointed out he was doing right against what he was doing wrong, and said good several times. And now archery, Mo said. I'm too tired, Stax said. Oh, stop, you barely have to move to fire a bow. Come here, Stax. Aim at the cocoa pods at the side of that tree. Ramoa handed her Stax her bow, and Stax admired the weight of it and the way it fit in his hand. While Ramoa watched, he knocked an arrow sighted at his length and let it fly. The arrow went wide, speeding into the greenery. Don't move your hands when you fire, Ramoa suggested. You line up a shot when you go off the bowstring. No more than that. The path of the arrow is already determined, and you just send it on its way. Easier said than done, Stax said, when he tried again. This time the arrow went low, thudding into the dirt. You'll get it, said Ramoa. Here, let me show you something that might help. She took the bow out of his hands and knocked an arrow. Stand right behind me and put your hands over mine. He moved to help step toward her. Closer, Stax. I'm not going to bite you. There, like that. Now feel my hands do. Keep your eyes on the target and breathe out, he said, and could feel her shoulders move against him as she did. Empty your lungs so you're still, and then you let go. Her hand opened under his, and the arrow streaked from the bow, split in one of the cocoa pods. Now you try it, Ramoa said. Stax took the bow from her hands, knocked the arrow, and drew back the string, waiting for the tip of the projectile to stop making a little circle and hold still. He breathed out and opened his fingers. Yes, that's it, Stax. Perfect. Ramoa clapped her hands. Sarah's arrow hit the cocoa pod right next to hers. You have further lessons to learn, Stax Stonecutter, but you're more of a warrior than you think, said Hajira. Ramoa returned, carrying the two arrows in one hand and a cluster of cocoa pods in the other. I agree with Heji. Tomorrow we're going to making you a bow. This jungle wood will be ideal for building one. But for now, since you brought some wheat, we can make cookies. Chapter 24. The Road to the Champion. On journeys and the reasons for them, across the endless dunes, a long-awaited meeting. Ramoa built the fire, Hajira made the cookies, and Stax was assigned to lookout duty. He placed around the circle of firelight, peering out of the dusk, convincing every brush was a creeper and every tree hid a skeleton archer. But nothing challenged them, and soon they were eating cookies, which were delicious, though hot, causing Hajira to hop around blowing comedically over the overly large hunk of cookie she had bitten off. The man won't wear shoes or sleep on a roof, but he loves cookies, Ramoa said, grinning at Stax. He's an odd one, that Hajira 10 Boots. We all are, Hajira said, with a small smile. It was what makes us interesting. You certainly that, my friend, Ramoa said. So where are you bound next, Heji? You promised to head down the Creameries and guide the caravan south. What will bring me within a few days' journey of Riverhouse? Would you want to come with me? They could always use another capable guide. Perhaps, though I am curious where our friend Stax sees his path leading him now. Stax looked at him curious. My path led me here. Have we done everything we're going to do? I thought we'd at least explore the ruins or see if we missed anything or, I don't know, something. Hedge and Ramoa exchanged a look, one that made Stax feel like you do when you two other people are enjoying a private joke. The object of visiting Jagatel was to visit Jagatel, said Hajira. I wish to learn what came of the lost Fane, and now I've done so. Whereas Ramoa can speak for herself, she said. I wanted to observe the animals of the jungle, ocelots and parrots, and watch until I was confident I could imagine them with my eyes closed, which I will do tomorrow at dawn, before Camry's Stax. Do you think you'd trip the Camrys? If we've done what we came here to do, I need to go back to the savannah, Stax said, holding up a hand when Ramoa's expression grew grim. Only to collect my gems and ore. Once I retrieve them, I'll go find the champion and see if I can help me. And how far would you travel in order to see this champion? Asked Hajira. As far as I had to, Stax said. For revenge? Hajira said. Stax shook his head. For justice. My last night down in the mine, before I left the savannah Ramoa, I thought about how there was nothing to stop something like Fueg Tempero from taking away everything I'd worked so hard to collect. That happened to me in my house my grandmother built, and it could happen again. To me, to anyone. I wasn't Fueg Tempero's first victim, and I bet I'm not the last. Someone like that will keep doing what he's done, until he's forced to stop. In my experience, justice comes from easy to talk about but difficult to achieve, Hedgie said. That doesn't mean we should try, objected Ramoa. Your sentiments are, as always, are admirable, Hajiro said. Stax, what if you achieved justice, but not for yourself? What do you mean? Your house was assaulted by raiders, Hajiro said. Your possessions have undoubtedly been dispersed in the four winds. If you confront Fueg Tempero, you may not find satisfaction for yourself. It would be worth it knowing you'd been stopped, Stax said. However far I have to go to make that happen. Hajiro nodded, his eyes narrowed. I know that look, Ramoa said. What are you keeping to yourself? Something I heard about this champion, in whom Stax has placed his trust. Stax grumbled to his feet. What did you hear? He dwells in the fortress of Gray Peaks, beyond the land known to the traders of the Endless Dunes. Though it is far from endless, I have walked the entirety of it, in both directions, from west to east. It measures... Hedgie, said Ramoa. I don't think that's the important part. Ah, perhaps not. Anyway, Stax, now that I know more about this path you intend to follow, I find it worthy. Should you wish to visit the man, I can point the way. You mean you'll come with me? Stax said. Hajir looked surprised, and Stax realized he wasn't up to travel that man at all. But then he frowned and looked up at the stars, his mind clearly working. Go with him, Heji, Ramoa said. I would if I hadn't promised. Very well, Hajir said. If Stax wants me to. Oh, I definitely do, Stax says. On its eastern margins, the rain jungles of Jagatel thinned and gave way to grasslands of the rolling hills, which soon grew patchy and sparse, until finally they became mounds of sand and parched away on the horizon. Ramoa turned from staring across the dunes to regard Stax and Hajir, her face grim under the glossy black curls. I wish I were going with you, Ramoa said. I feel like I'm making a mistake. You're keeping a promise, Hajir said quietly, like you always do. Well, maybe this time it shouldn't be. Hajir said nothing, and looked at pass between them and Ramoa as made Stax feel uncomfortable, like he was intruding. Hajir and I will be fine, he told Ramoa, and you have Caravan to protect. Who knows? There might be some maroon unfortunate along this route, with nowhere to go and no idea how to shoot a bow. He's going to be glad you were there, just like I was. Then he patted a graceful curve of the bow Ramoa had shown him to make, which was now slung over his shoulder. That's true, I guess, Ramoa said. He smiled and put her hand on Stax's shoulder for a moment, then sighed, looked out to the south. Hedgie, I'll leave word the Carasani and Cameras, or in Brubs and Zinni and Tumbles Harbor. Stax, I'm counting on you to look after Hedgie. Don't let him decide his code means he is only allowed to walk on his hands or something. You will be late, Hajir said. Perhaps you should get going. Love you too, Ramoa said. She sighed again, hitched her shoulders, and began striding off to the south. We must go, Hajir said. The endless dunes are perilous at night. Stax reluctantly turned away from watching Ramoa and followed Hajira across the desert, having to hurry to keep up with his black-clad traveler's long, powerful strides. Hajira was silent as they crossed the sand, grasslands behind them fading to the gray-green blur. Something that was bothering him, Stax realized. You didn't want her to go either, Stax said, hoping he was right and Hajira was not. In fact, considering introducing some new element to his already punishing code. I did not want her to go, Hajira said, but I knew she would. She broke a promise long ago, and she still carries the weight of that would follow the decision. That's what drives her from place to place, seeking peace, and she will only find it inside once she forgives herself. Stax said nothing for a few minutes, digesting this. What happened? She asked finally, when it became clear that Hajir had said all he planned to say. That's Ramoa's story to tell, not tell, Hajir said. Now come, Stax Stonecutter. Your story lies ahead of us. The endless dunes struck Stax as different than the barren shore where he'd been left to Fueg and his raiders. That had been a dreary place, but the dunes had stark beauty. They also boasted a surprising amount of life, from the green cacti that rose from the sand like towers to the rabbits that scurried for cover when Stax and Hajir came too close to it for their liking. While the sun was fierce during the day, the temperature plummeted as night approached. Then the sun low in the sky, Hajir stopped Stax. I suggest you find a suitable place to camp for the night, he said. I can neither utilize shelter myself nor help others create it, so you must build your own refuge. It is against, let me guess, your code, Stax said with a sigh. He began to dig a tunnel into a clump of rock left uncovered by the dunes and the reshuffling of sand. Hajir stood nearby, scanning the horizon. I have a question, Stax said. If I started on my shelter too late, and something came to attack us before I got built, would your code allow you to do anything about it? I would test myself against these creatures of the night, as I always do. In doing so, I would be defending you, but I would not help you build. That would be interfering with your path. Stax leaned on his shovel. Yet you warned me I should make camp. And you're an experienced traveler, Hajir said. You cannot be expected to know the hazards of this region. However, now you do. So tomorrow you won't warn me of the camp at this time? I will not, Hajir said, because now you know. Your code is very complicated, Stax said. The more I learn about it, the more questions I have. We should save those questions for tomorrow, Hajir said. But yes, my code is a source of aggravation for Ramoa and other travelers who accompany, which I regret. The warrior bowed and then turned to face the desert. Stax finished working on the shelter and slept snuggled up inside, waking now again to hear the clanging and grunting of combat outside. In the morning, Hajir looked haggard, slumped over on his sword, and dark bags under his eyes. Did you sleep at all? Stax asked, concerned. A little. The absence of trees makes crossing the desert difficult. Stax hadn't thought of that and immediately felt guilty. Tonight we'll take shifts. You sleep in the sand and I'll stand guard. That's against your code, of course. Hajir clasped his shoulder. Your path is marked by kindness, Stax, and it does you credit. But I welcome this test. I have crossed the endless dune many times. When I felt my code demanded it, if we make good time today, by sunset we should make more kindly country. And another day I believe we should reach the abode of your champion. Stax felt his breath catch, barely able to believe that he was so close to meeting the man who would bring Void Temple to justice. That thought sustained him during the day, and he almost kept up with Hajir for long stretches of the afternoon. The sun was low in the sky, and then Stax spotted a cluster of dark orange buildings in the north, and he pointed them to Hajira. That's the village of Padanos, he said. They are strange folk, not bad at all, not bad people. But they prefer their own companies to that of the outsiders. Let's push on, Stax. Another hour we should reach the eastern edge of the dunes. Hajira was correct, of course. Just before sunset, he climbed up to the boughs of an oak tree. As Stax finished hollowing out the shelter, the side of the hill, bearded with fragrant grass. In the morning, Hajira looked much refreshed, but only a single length of bone and a purple spider eye for his night's efforts. Stax found a new green country beautiful and welcoming, from its carpets and flowers to the sheep and cows cropping grass in the shadows of trees. Other people apparently thought so too, as they began passing fences surrounding trim little farms, and walked through several small villages. Around noon, Hajir pointed to the north and said he could just see shapes of the gray peaks. Stax thought nothing, but it was frustration. But an hour later, they were visible to him too, only gray blur in the distance, but definitely there. By evening, they loomed over the meadows forest, and setting down sun turned them into brilliant pinkish orange. It has been a privilege to guide you here, Stax, Hajir said, as he sat by the fire and nodded mutton. But the next stop of this journey is yours to take, alone. You mean you're leaving too? Stax asked, his chest suddenly tight with worry. No, Hajir said, I will accompany you back to the savannah near Tumbles Harbor, if that is your wish, or Karambi's or River House or elsewhere, if our paths intersect. But you need to meet the champion on your own. I sense this moment is key to your destiny, and by my code, I must not interfere. You see, this is the kind of thing I don't understand, Stax said. You helped me, Ramoa, and many others, but how do you decide when to help and to step aside? Because you shouldn't interfere with someone's destiny. This is a question I have asked myself as well, and I cannot promise that the answer we'll give you today is the same one I'll give you tomorrow. But you're discovering who you are, Stax Stonecutter, and that is your place in the world. I cannot walk that path with you, and if someone found their path but strayed from it, you keep telling me I'm the warrior than I think, and you help me learn to use a sword. Isn't that walking with me? It is your path, Hajir said. Pointing the way back is not the same as walking it with you, but you know what? Never mind, Stax said, too tired to ponder puzzles of Hajir's philosophy. Very well, Hajir said. I saw a most excellent sleeping tree. We can continue this conversation in the morning. But when morning came, Hajir had several trophies to show Stax, including a golden helmet, apparently old, that had been the head of a zombie who made the mistake of growling in his ear just before dawn. Hajir was so cheerful with his gleaming headgear that Stax didn't have the heart to bring up the puzzle and code again. He had also worried that Hajir might decide that he'd already been interfering with Stax's destiny and depart. Hajir showed Stax the road that led the way up to the meadows and the top of the gray peaks in Champion's house. It was a stone road that was well built, rising gently and switching back and forth across the face of the mountain. Stax took a deep breath and started climbing. But as he neared the top of the mountain, Stax worried once again, and he hadn't brought his chest or wealth with him. He debated going back to the savannah first, but he decided it was too far away. If he went back, Hajir Ten Boots would probably decide some aspect of his code dictated that he couldn't accompany him. And anyway, if the stories he heard were correct, the champion really struck bargains with people who came seeking his aid. Surely some of those people arrived without chests of goods, negotiate then return to the champion's price. He could find out if the champion wanted to exchange his help in return of whatever wealth that required. Or at least Stax would hope that he would be the case. Stacks also wondered what he would find atop of the mountain. An army of brilliantly polished armor, perhaps, or a dragon with hypnotic eyes and wings that glittered with every color in the spectrum. Neither awaited him, however. Instead, the stone road led to the edge of a green valley between two hills, carved off with a fence of iron. Stacks could see the animal pens beyond the fence and rows of crops. In fact, the champion's estate looked much like his own home, that he felt his breath catch in a hitch in his chest. The road was blocked by a gate, deep brown oak, nearly black. There was no sign, but looking more closely, he saw a button on the gate. So Stacks pushed it. "Hello?" he asked. Nothing happened. Stacks pushed the button several more times. It said hello, even though he was pretty sure no one could hear him, and haughtily explained who he was and where he'd come from. There was no answer, no sound, all except the distant mooing of cattle, and after a few minutes Stacks sat down on the back against the fence. The breeze was cool on his face. After a long climb up the mountain, Stacks took the compass out of his pocket and looked down about it, wondering if his father's travel ever brought him to the reign of jungles of Jagatel, the endless dunes of the village of Platanos. He wished he thought to ask him, to have him explain all the flags of the maps were, and tell stories of the place he'd been and the people he had met there. In the distance he heard a slow clap-clap of a horse's hooves. He scrambled to his feet and saw the horse and the rider moving on the stone road that cut through the champion's estate, making their unhurried way to the gate. The Stacks were the handsome Palomino, chestnut and cream. The man sitting astride of the tall and thin, with the white hair and steady gaze. "It's an honor to meet you, champion," Stacks said, wondering beatly in the proper dress to actually mean something like Mr. Champion or Sir Champion. "My name is Stacks Stonecutter, and I've come a long way to see you and tell you why I need your help." Chapter 25. The Champion Revealed. The champion at work, lunch in luxurious surroundings, a warrior's misgivings. "You address me improperly, sir," the white-haired man said gravely. Stacks wanted to kick himself. He knew he would have said Mr. Champion. "I am not the champion, Sir Stonecutter," the man added. "I am his butler. My name is Troyans." "Oh, hello, Mr. Troyans. It's good to meet you. So, is the champion here?" "I believe he's working in the back garden," Troyans said. "Is he expecting you?" "No," Stacks admitted. "Yeah, I've never asked the champion for help before. I didn't know it involved appointments." "I'll take you to him," Troyans said, and swung down from the horse and opened the gate. He closed it behind Stacks and climbed back on the horse. Stacks climbed beside him and up the stone road, past the animal pens in the fields, a fish pond and a formal garden with a gazebo. "What a lovely place," Stacks said, thinking again of his home. He wondered suddenly if the champion had any cats, but decided not to ask. As Troyans didn't seem to like, he entirely approved of Stacks having simply shown up at the gate. Troyans had nothing more to, and Stacks walked along in silence, listening to Palomo's hoofs clip-clopping on the stone. The house was set on a rise at the back of the valley, looking west. It made of great stone, andesite, Stacks thought, with accents of pink granite. Turrets rose on either end, and with the sunlight reflecting on their windows, Troyans led Stacks around the back of the house, from which stairs descended to a carefully tended garden, where he tied up the horse at a fence post. "This way, sir," he said. Stacks followed him through the arbor of immaculately pruned rose bushes and past rows of tulips in a riot of colors. At the back of the garden, under a cluster of oaks, a man was standing in the middle of the lawn, facing away from him with an arm folded. He reached forward and snipped a stray of tufts of grass with a pair of shears. "Sir," Troyan said, "you have a caller, a Mr. Stonecutter to see you." "Eh?" said a man, turning. He was 2 or 3 decades older than Stacks, with chiseled features, piercing blue eyes, and long, powerful arms. He was wearing a luxurious-looking teal dressing gown. "Mr. Champion, sir, it's an honor to meet you," Stacks said. "I'm Stacks Stonecutter, and, well, I've made a long journey to explain why I need your help." "Oh, goodness me, don't call me that, Stacks," the man said, nodding at Torius, who bowed his head and glowed away. "You can call me Abel." "I see, Abel. Your stay is lovely." "Thank you," said the champion, who, Stacks reminded himself, would be called Abel. "Been having some problems with the new garden plot. There's peonies that are going to go. Dirt goes missing overnight. I suspect it's Endermen. Up to the usual mischief. Strange creatures. All the treasures of the overworld, and they're fascinated by dirt?" "Right," Stacks said. "What happened to me back home, too? In fact, my home is the reason I came to see you." "Ah," said Abel, and wiped his brow. "Warm out here today. Let's discuss this in the dining room. I asked Troyans to prepare light lunch." "Oh, okay," Stacks said. Who'd been about to start telling Abel a story? "That sounds nice. Thank you, champion, sir, Abel." Abel led him up the flight of polished stone steps in the porch overlooking the gardens. Troyans heard his request, bowed his head, and quietly withdrew. "Polished andesite," Stacks said, running his hand over the wall. "Well, it's very fine work. My family used to cut and polish stone like this." "Let me give you a tour," Abel said. Before Stacks could object, it wasn't necessary. The champion had ushered his guests into his house. The champion living room was broad and airy, with walls of polished stone lit by lanterns set into the ceiling. Bright paintings adorned the walls and the bookshelves crowned with flower pots, a variety of fascinating objects with mountains of trophies, a creeper head next to an iron helmet creased by a dent, a finely wrought bow beside a small golden idol. A compass set and framed near the map of the coastline marked with a red X. Abel looked around the room, as if seeing it through Stack's eyes. "A lot of memories in here," he said, and for a moment looked tired. But then the recollection made his eyes brighten. That helmet belonged to Dark Eric before it ended his reign of terror. The idol was a gift from the people of Castro Island after I drove out the Phillips through Buccaneers. And that map shows the location of the lost horde of Unbar, which I discovered to be sieging that fortress. Abel smiled, his mind clearly far away. Stack stopped before displaying a full suit of diamond armor, helmet, chestplate, leggings, and boots. The armor seemed to glitter and say a telltale sign it was enchanted. "Made for me by Philip the Elder, the best enchanter of the Tumbles Harbor," said Abel. "Nearly impenetrable, and enchanted against a host of perils, of course." Unable to resist, Stan ran a finger over the helm as Abel something about the siege of Unbar. He looked at his finger and saw it was coated with dust. Abel opened his chest in the corner of the room. Over his shoulder, Stack saw a chest that heaped tied with diamonds lapis. Abel turned, holding sword of diamond. "This is keen justice," he said. Do you know sword, Stacks? Give it a try. You'll find it's perfectly balanced in the hand." Abel reversed the grip to the sword and offered it the hilt first to Stacks. Dumbfounded, Stacks took the weapon. The sword was not just balanced, but also surprisingly light. Stacks made an experimental slash with the air, and with it the sword seemed to hum, a radiating powder and purpose. Stacks carefully handed Keen Justice back to its owner, who studied the sword for a moment, a faint smile on his face, and then returned it to a chest full of diamonds. "Ah, here's Troyans," he said, looking past Stacks. "Let us dine." Abel led Stacks into a dining room, paneled with strips of different wood. The floor was of glass, and below it Stacks saw brightly colored fish swimming through spikes of purple, blue, and pink coral, lit by softly glowing blocks of stone. "Have you seen the tropical reefs of the Great Eastern Sea?" Abel asked. "Recreating them was a project of mine, a little indulgent maybe, but I enjoy sitting here after dinner and watching the fish." 2 plates heaped from melon cake and cake sat along the table. At opposite ends, Abel pulled out Stacks' chair and then took his own seat. The melon was fresh, and Stacks closed his eyes with pleasure and taste, simultaneously tart and sweet. He eyed the cake with happy anticipation, then paused. He was sure it would be delicious. It was a pleasure to eat fine food amid the comforts of the beautiful house. But it wasn't why he'd come all this way, was it? "Thank you for seeing me, sir," he told Abel, who looked up from washing his fish, seeming almost startled. "I first heard about you in Tumbles Harbor. I heard that you and all that you've done for the people who need help. People like farmers who bread, and he kidnapped princes and princesses." Abel shook his head and muttered something. "I'm sorry, sir," said Stacks. "I missed that." "Brats, the both of them," Abel said. "The princess set my horse's tail on fire, and the princess spat out everything I offered him to eat." "Oh," said Stacks. "Still, they didn't deserve to be kidnapped. That must have been terrifying for them. You helped them and the people in their kingdom, just as hoping you to help me." Abel leaned back on his chair, which Stacks took his permission to keep talking, and so he did, starting at Fueg Temporal, stepping off his boat, Stonecutter Duck, and ending up with Stacks' time in Tumbles Harbor. "That's terrible," Abel said. For a moment Stacks saw indignation flare in his eyes, but he settled back in his chair, fingers stapled on the table in front of him. "But these days, Stacks, I'm more of a gentleman farmer than a warrior. I know a lot of people must come to see you, and a lot of them are more deserving than me," Stack said. "I've done a lot of mining back in Tumbles Harbor. I have gems and ore. Surely you can use the wealth like that to help somebody." As Stack said it, he looked around the room, at the chic paneled wood, down the undersea world recreated beneath the glass floor, and thought of the champion who had spent several fortunes to construct this room alone, and now eating lunch on top of a giant fish tank, help anyone struggling elsewhere in the overworld. "Last time I left here, brigands ambushed me on horseback," Abel said. "I almost lost Keen Justice, and my armor was bashed and dented. Had to replace my helmet and shield, as they were too badly damaged for further use." "And so you replaced them," Stack said. "Well, of course I did." "And the brigands?" "I chased them off," Abel said. "And because of that, you stopped helping people?" Stack asked. "I don't understand. The worst thing that's happened to you is your diamond armor was damaged, and now you're going to stay home? But so many people need you. And then there's so much injustice in the overworld." "You're right. You don't understand," said Abel. "I can rid the world of ugliness. I've tried. And it doesn't make any difference that I can see. Here, at least, I'm creating a little beauty. You can see the wisdom of that, can't you?" Stack shook his head. "I've seen a lot of the overworld in the last couple of months. I've got plenty of beauty. Beaches and jungles, deserts and meadows. It's got so much beauty and your heart wants to burst. But it doesn't need more beauty, sir. It needs less injustice." "But you can't get rid of injustice," Abel said with a sigh. "Just yesterday, a band of pillagers threatened the house. Came right up to the fence. I ran him off, but there will be more. Getting rid of injustice? That's like pouring water into a bucket with a hole in it." "So fix the bucket," said. "I thought that's what you were doing with these quests of yours." Abel looked at Stacks like he didn't understand, or didn't want to understand. Stacks felt anger pretend to burn his chest. What did what he did to me, Flake Temper, will do to others, Stax said. Innocent people. Maybe you don't think I'm worth fighting for, but surely some of the other people he'll hurt are. If you don't want to help me, thinking of stopping Fueg is helping them. I know people like this Flug or Horg or whatever you said his name was, Abel said with a sigh. People are vicious and cruel. Sometimes I wonder what made them this way. I've never found an answer. Hope flickered in Stax as the champion coming around and remembering how he earned a lofty title. I don't think there is an answer, not with Flag, Stax said. For him, the cruelty is the point. He thinks he enjoys that much as the valuable he steals, and that's why he is stopped. And if he is stopped, I asked, there will be just another one like him, and that's what being a hero, or whatever they call it in those little towns, has taught me. There's always another one, and if I get rid of Flag, the overworld won't thank me, won't care. It's just a man to know that I'm gonna do about the next Flag. And then I get to say I've done enough. When do I get to enjoy the time I've earned? Stax felt anger rising again. He tried to stiff it out, but it rose up again, and he knew he couldn't be able to. But the overworld does thank you, and it does care, Stax said. And it's just how I heard you in the first place, and the overworld needs you. You could walk out of here encased in diamond armor, swinging that sword of yours, and no one would dare face you in battle. And you could help me, but you won't help anybody because you decided there's a limit to kindness. You won't risk any harm in the playground, so you just sit around by beauty, which doesn't do any good but you. Abel got up to the table and Stax thought he looked sad. He peered out at the fish below the glass floor for a moment and then walked slowly to the window overlooking his gardens. He stood there for a long time, but then Abel spoke, so quietly Stax almost didn't hear him. I think you'd better go, said the man, once known as the champion. Yes, Stax said, getting to his feet. I think I'd better. Chapter 26. Peril and Pataranos. Stax discovered his own code, a return to a not particularly beloved house. Surprising news. It was afternoon when Stax reached the bottom of the stone road in the meadow where Hedgie was sitting cross-legged at the foot of the sleeping tree, examining the golden helmet he'd taken off the zombie's head. Hedgie had sat calmly, his face serene, as Stax told him of the champion and his decision. So what will you do now? He asked. I don't know, Stax said, and slumped into the grass next to Hedgie. Finding the champion, convincing him to help was my plan, and it's failed. I've failed. It is now apparent your path leads elsewhere, Hedgie said. Perhaps it always had. What does that even mean? Stax said, his frustration boiling over. If you see my path somewhere in this disaster, could you please tell me instead of tossing riddles in my general direction? Because I'm sure I don't see my path or any path. That is against your stupid code, Stax said, let out a bark of laughter. Of course it is. You know what, Jira? My path goes back to Tumble's Harbor. I hate the idea, but it's the only thing I can think of. Hajir nodded and got to his feet. We should go then. He tossed the golden helmet into the grass and began walking west. You're just leaving that? Stax said, scrambling to his feet to pick up the helmet. Hajir turned. It would just weigh me down. Like many people, I find gold beautiful, but it's also heavy. And with that, he kept walking. Stax studied the ancient helmet for a moment, then placed it gently on the ground and hurried to his companion. He wondered if the warrior would tell him to find his own way home, but Hajir had nodded at him, apparently having forgiven Stax's outburst. As the meadows gave way to the sand of the endless dunes, Stax felt his churning emotions subside. Hajir said nothing, but simply walked along beside him, and Stax found the presence comforting. He didn't ask Stax for the details about the champion's refusal to help, or pester Stax about his path. When Stax had no idea to even think about packing up the pieces, he let Stax be, and for what he was grateful. It was that afternoon when Hajir stopped, holding his hand up. What is it? Stax said, scanning the horizon. Do you see something? I hear something. We are near Patanos. Let us climb to the top of the dune to take a look. Hajir gracefully ascended the dune, his bare feet gliding the solid zigzag pathways beneath the sand, while Stax straddled along in his wake. Before he could reach the top, he heard sounds too. The tolling of a bell, the din of metal on metal, and the yelling. Hajir stood atop of the dune, peering down the orange cluster of buildings of the Patanos. Pillagers on a raid, he said. An ill-tempered people, not to be reasoned with. They will loot Patanos and leave it empty and lifeless. Stax could see the pillagers now, gray-skinned and dark-eyed, carrying banners and crossbows. The villagers were running in directions, trying to organize a defense. What is your code telling you to do? Stax asked. Is this destiny you interfere with? That came out with a little more bitterness than he intended, but Hajir took no offense. The villagers of Patatanos lead simple lives, Hajir said. They care for their animals and crops and try to make a better life for their children. The overworld would be a better place if more people found that worthy path to follow. But enough about my code, Stax Stonecutter. What is your code telling you to do? My code? I don't have a code. Everyone has a code. The difference is most people never think about what it is. Stax watched the pillagers advance, crossbows raised. He wondered whether the same ones Abel had shooed away from the boundaries of his estate. He looked at the neat lines of the crops imagined from the race. The house is sitting silent and empty. Someone has to help them, Stack said, and there's no one here but us. Very well then, Hajira said and drew his sword. I would suggest going in aggressively. We can catch the villagers from behind and use surprise to our advantage. It'll be a tough fight. Are you ready, Stax? I think so, Stax said. And Hajira looked over with an eyebrow raised. Yes, I'm ready. Hajira moved down the dune in a swift silence that Stax found both exhilarating and frightening. He hurried to keep up, wincing at the sand knock kicked up by the noise it made. Hajira's long strides carried him to the edge of the buildings, and his sword flashed in the late afternoon sun as he reached the rear ranks of the pillagers. Stax heard them grunt in surprise and anger, struggling to turn into the narrow confines between the barrier of the houses. And then Stax had reached them too. He heard himself yell, and an arrow zipped past his head, so close that the feathers on the shaft grazed his ear. He swung his sword, trying to remember Hajira's lessons about balance, and a pillager fell. The villagers cheered an unexpected arrival of allies, but soon fell back again, intimidated by the pillagers' ruthlessness and their weapons. Hajira had scattered the party of raiders they had taken by surprise. The crossbows litter on the ground behind him. Stax, more are coming. Stax breathing hard to follow Hajira's outstretched finger as his gaze saw more of the raiders storming across the plains, marching beneath gray banners. An arrow struck Stax in the side, spinning him around. He clutched at his wound, wincing. Are you hurt? Hajira asked. I'm okay, Stax said, wondering if that was really true. He grew his bow and lined up a shot, reminding himself to empty his lungs of air. The arrow kept wiggling in his vision, and Stax stopped forcing himself to breathe in and start over. It was a lot harder to keep still and with arrows filling the air around him than it had been in the jungle, where the cocoa pods had been shooting back. Then he let an arrow fly and saw it hit home, knocking a pillager backwards. The next shot was high and went over the heads. Hajira smashed the villager's crossbow side with a sword, stepping into the Stax's line of fire. Stax put his bow back in his shoulder, joining in the fight, forcing himself to close the distance with his enemies, so they would shoot him at the distance. He didn't know what the pillagers were shouting at him in their deep, gravelly language, but their breath was foul. Hajira and Stax dispatched the pillagers, leaving their banners strewn on the ground. But Stax heard the growls and tramp of feet, yet more reinforcements. Stax charged at them, his breath loud in his ears. He was soon too tired to keep track of how many pillagers they fought, or how long they'd been battling. His arms and legs were heavy and his side hurt, and he wouldn't worry about that or he'd let his emotion get the better of him. He was only his balance and watching the pillagers' eyes and limbs for clues that would be the next to do next, and staying alive. Until he whirled around and found no one aiming a crossbow at him, just the wreckage of battle. The sun had set and the first stars were out, with the moon peeking above the horizon. Was it over? No. Hajira was nearby, pressed by 3 villagers. Heji, I'm coming. As he heard Hajira's position, the black-clad warrior risked all luck over the shoulder and stiffened in alarm. A creeper, Stack Stonecutter. Look there, by the village smithy. I can handle these 3. You must deal with the creeper. Stack saw the creeper now, a green pillar of the black-spotted flesh, scuttling toward the multiple legs. He brandished his sword, trying to read the monster's unfamiliar body language. No, Stax, Hajira said with his voice drained effort. You must shoot it before it gets too close. Right, Stax fumbled with his bow. He always thought of the creepers as slow, but this one was moving far too quickly for his liking. He knocked an arrow, sighted down his length. His arms were tired to the point an arrow made crazy circles in the air. He fired and shot went wide. The creeper didn't even react. Stax hurriedly drew another arrow and forced himself to breathe out. The arrow struck the creeper low in its body, knocking it backward and making it shudder. After a moment of hesitation, it kept coming, its alien gaze fixed on Stax and Hajira. Stax, keep firing, Hajira suggested. Another arrow. Stax tried to calm his nerves, to breathe out, but he was too tired. Arrows went wide. So did the next one. He could hear his feet crunching through the sand. Breathe out, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Another arrow struck the creeper, but it kept coming. Stax fired wide, then high, then reached for another arrow and froze. He had only one left. He drew back the bowstring, trying to keep his heart from hammering. He emptied his lungs, but now the arrowhead wouldn't hold still in his vision. The creeper hissed. Stax closed his eyes and opened his fingers. There was a clatter of metal behind him and a grunt that turned into a gasp. An excellent shot, Stax Stonecutter, said Hajira. Ramon would praise you as a fine student. Stax opened his eyes. There was no sign of the creeper except a little mound of gray powder. Hajira had his hands on his knees and breathing hard. Behind him, the villagers of Patanos peeked out through the doors and around the corners of their houses. After exchanging glances of disbelief, they hurried forward, surrounding Hajira and Stax. Stax was buffeted by claps on the back and spun around in hugs. Villagers pressed gifts into their hands, pies and blue nuggets of lapis, and single brilliant red poppy offered shyly by a child. They were asking us to stay for dinner, it seems, Hajira said as a villager ushered them toward the house with the delicious smell wafting out of his window. Are you hungry, Stax? Stax's side hurt, and he could barely lift his arms, but the smell of pumpkin pie made his mouth water. I could eat, he said, with a smile, tucking a poppy behind his ear. The feast lasted until late into the night, when Stacks finally convinced the villagers that he couldn't possibly eat another pork chop or slice of pie. They showed him to an empty house where he could sleep. If Hajir battled any monsters that night, Stacks slept through the noise. In the morning, they said farewell to Patamos and headed across the dunes. After a day and a walk, Stacks found an emotions of the last night ebbing, replaced with anxiety. He was returning to the little sod cabin outside Tumble's Harbor and had no idea what to do once he was there. The champion had failed him, and he didn't know where to find Fueg. He let alone defeat him, and he did. Hajir was silent, but Stacks sensed it was different silence than yesterday's. Rather than let Stacks be alone in his own thoughts, Hajir kept glancing over this fellow traveler, as if he expected him to start talking, but was disappointed that he hadn't. Finally, Stacks couldn't take it anymore. What is it, Hajir? I can feel you over there, wanting to tell me something. Me? Hajir said. I'm simply walking across the endless dunes and thinking about whether we should skirt the rain jungle with a jagged tail or go through them. Sure you are. I'll make this easier. I have no idea where my destiny lies right now, so if you see a path for me and think I've strayed for it, by all means, please give me a little nudge, even if your coach says you shouldn't. You fought well in Patamos, Stacks, said Hajir. Well and wisely. It can be difficult for someone who has not been in any battles to realize that. I hope that you do. Stay, Stacks, said Stacks. But I don't think that's what you've been wanting all these hours to tell me. Hajir said nothing for several minutes, but Stacks could tell he was thinking, or wrestling with the naughty demands of his code. But then he turned and smiled at Stacks. You spent a great deal of time and effort, and we were prepared with the deal of money to find a champion. But you do not need one at Patamos. You were that champion, and you do not need the fine Fueg temper for justice. Your path is to be your own champion, and you are farther along the path than you realize. Oh, I wish that were true, Stacks said. But that's kind of you to say. Thank you, Hedgie. You are welcome, Stacks Stonecutter, and Hajir had continued the journey in silence, because now it was Stacks who had something to think about. Hajir suggested they go around the borders of Jagatel to make their journey shorter. The days passed pleasantly enough, with Hajir not pressing Stacks about what he had to do next, and Hajir asked him about adventures of his past. When night drew close, Stacks could carve a shelter out of a cliff still, while Hajir found a tree or sometimes spent the night roaming around and testing himself against the perils of the darkness. After several days, they found themselves once again amid the acacia trees and grasslands of savannah, where Stacks had set up his homestead. Stack thought he recognized the shape of hills to the west in the direction of Tumble's Harbor. He was correct. From the top of the hill, he saw a familiar pattern of trees and even a little square of his sod house. Where it was home, or at least the closest thing Stacks had to one now, except the sight of it made his heart sink. Stacks peered at the little square below him. Perhaps something else was there too? Hajir had seen it too. That is a horse, he said, and I believe that is Ramoa. I can't see her, Stacks reminded his friend. She doesn't like horses. No, she does not. Nonetheless, that is Ramoa. I'm curious as to what this means. They hurried down the hillside across the grassy plains, and Stacks following behind Hajir's long strides. Ramoa ran to them, hugging Hajir and then jumping into Stacks' arms. Aren't you supposed to be comrades guarding a cavern? Stacks asked, and once they distinguished themselves. I was, Ramoa said, but I heard something about your going want to know. Stacks, I think I found Fueg Tempero. Chapter 27. Encountering Karamez? Yeah. Karamez. A project for us, surveying a caravan town, directions are offered and promises are made. Stacks looked at Ramoa in astonishment. You what? Did you see him? No, Ramoa said. Not him, but Look, it's simple if I just tell you the story from the beginning. It was a caravanserai the innkeeper there had a couple of months ago. The place was outrun with bandits who come back from looting and stealing of the seas of the west. She said they thrown around money and gems, going on a real spree. Most of them had moved on, but their leader was still around. She said that there was a big bruiser with a black beard named Miggs, and he was waiting for new orders from his boss. Miggs was the name of the raider you told me before his right-hand man, right, Stacks? Please tell me I didn't come all this way, and on a horse, no less, for nothing. Stacks felt slightly dizzy, like he couldn't get enough air. Miggs was Fueg's lieutenant, and supposedly he was waiting for a word from a man who destroyed Stacks' life. Ramoa could bring Stacks to him. Miggs was his name, he managed. Thank you, Ramoa. I can't believe it. He needed a minute to process what he heard, and that was now possible. I've never been to Camarilla, Stacks said. Where is it? About 2 days' ride to the southeast, Ramoa said, and Stacks' hand closed over the compass in his pocket. Probably 5 days' walk if you're Hedgie. 6 or 7 for mere mortals like you and me. And is there any kind of law there? Ramoa pursed her lips thinking. Merchants, associations, things like that, but no, nothing that could handle a situation like this. Stax nodded, leaning on the fence of his little homestead. Thoughts chased himself through the head. Champion the hope Stax had invested in him for nothing. The chest of gems and ore he'd buried in his yard. Fighting in Patanos at Hajir's side. Huddling miserably at the bottom of the boat with Miggs. Void temper laughing at the stonecutter state burn. If I go to Commerce to track down Miggs and confront him, will you come with me? He asked Ramoa. I'd go, even if you told me not to. Hajira will come? Will you come? Yes, this is a worthy path, and I wish to see you travel it. But I must ask, do you intend to kill Foig Tempero when you find him? He certainly deserves it, Ramoa said. It is not your path. I did not ask your opinion, Hajir said. I'll offer whatever opinion I want, Hedgie. Whatever you ask me or not. That's always been my path, and you know perfectly well. While his friends argued, Stax imagined Foig Tempero before him, helpless and at his mercies, and felt his familiar flare of anger. But then it dissipated. The Stax just felt sick. I'd rather not kill anyone, Stax said, but I do not see how to stop Voig without doing that, and I'm going to stop him. That's a promise. Mo nodded, and then frowned. She won't ride a horse, though, he said, so we'll get there long before he does. You are mistaken, Hajir said. My code allows me to ride horses. It does? Mo looked surprised. But I thought, why would riding horses be forbidden? A horse is not a shelter, unless you desire shelter that will pee on you and kick you during the night. I do not ride horses when we travel together because you do not like him, and I do not wish to offend you. Huh? I never knew that, Ramon said, looking embarrassed. She turned to Stax. So this is unexpectedly not a problem. We can buy horses from Brubs and Zinni. What else do you need before we go? Dig up some chests, Stax said. We can go see someone I know in Tumbles Harbor who likes to make things. She's the best enchanter in town. Or the third best, anyway. It was dusk, with the sky gloomy and threatening rain as they arrived at Osk's house on the edge of Tumbles Harbor. The cube at the gate was glowing, which made Stax smile. While Hajir and Rameau tied up their horses, a donkey carrying the chest of gems and ore, Stax humbled the doorbell. Remembering at the last moment to step back and avoid being walloped by an iron door that was coming. Coming, yelled Osk from somewhere in the depths of their little house. The little red-haired artificer arrived with a breath, wiping smears of redstone dust off her leather apron. Oh, hello, Stax, said Osk. Did you see I rewired the street lamp to come on automatically at dusk? Thanks for that idea. You're welcome, Stax said. Let me introduce you to my friends. This is Hajir Ten Boots and Ramiro Peranzi. Hedgie and Rameau, this is Osk Fikar. Hi, said Osk. Are you two new miners? I stopped working for Miss Tiny Stax. Did you hear that? But I'm always looking for redstone. If you run across any, I'm telling you, it's a material of the future. Okay, Osk, can we talk? I have a project for you. Sure, said Osk. I like projects. Speaking of projects, Stax, you have to see the new design I've been working on for an ore smelter. Maybe some other time, Osk, but we're kind of in a hurry. Well, that's a nuisance, Osk. What kind of project did you have in mind? I need to make me some armor, Stax said, and a sword. Here, come inside. Outside. It's simpler if I show you something. Osk scowled and scrubbed a hand through her red hair. Armor and sword? You get a smith for that? Then he could do it. I'll pay you, of course, Stax said, patting a donkey who was standing crouchingly beneath the weight of the chest strap and flanks. It's not that, Stax, Osk said. I mean, I'd like to help you, but making armor is kind of boring unless... Stax opened one of the chests, and Osk grabbed the pile of diamonds and lapis. Wow, she said quietly. Oh, wow. I need diamond armor, said Stax, and a sword, and chances so he could make a lot of punishment, and deal it out, too. It began to rain. Osk took no notice, simply hypnotized by the wealth in front of her. Hajir glanced at the sky and retreated across the street to stand beneath the eaves of the house. That chest over there is full of redstone, Stax said. It's yours if you can do this for me. And a giant chest of redstone? Osk said, looking astonished. Yeah, I think we can work that out. Let's get the stuff inside to get to it. While Osk and Stax relieved this donkey of its burden, Ramoa cocked her head at Hajira, who was leaning against the wall across the street where it was dry. What? Hajira asked. How does that not count as shelter? She demanded. Osk worked through the night, fussing at the diamonds into plates of armor and discussing enchantments with Stax. Ramoa studied the plans strewn across her table for a couple of hours, then excused herself to find a hot meal and a bed. So, are you going after that Void character, the one you were telling me about? Asked Osk, while Stax tried to make sense of one of the vendor's schematics. Yes, Stax said. Rameau thinks she discovered where his lieutenant is. Hopefully that leads me to him. Osk nodded. I bet you can't wait to see his face when you show up with an enchanted diamond sword. Osk looked up from her work and frowned when she saw Stax's face. What is it, Stax? Did I do something wrong? No, Stax said. It's just, I'm not a warrior, Osk. You know that never wanted to be a warrior. So why don't you ask that scary-looking guy who came with you to do the job? He looked like he could make on a whole army himself. Hedgie? I did, believe me, Stax said. But he's got his code, and that means he can't. Oh, let's just say it's complicated. So I put my hope in someone else, but then it didn't work either. It's my path, as Hedgie would say. I just hope that I can find my way along it. So maybe you're not going on the right path, Osgood. I mean, my mom was a sailor and wanted me to be one too. I did my best to please her, and I never mind that I always got sick the moment we left shore. It took me a long time to figure out that it was never going to work. Maybe I'm not getting the right path, Stack said, but someone has to stop Fwig. It looks like it's me. Well then, we better make sure this arbor does the job, Oz said, returning to her work. Stax nodded and returned to examining the inventor's sketches. She looked up at the moment, not wanting to interrupt Osk, but overcame by curiosity. That's this one, Osk. Osk peered over the schematic. Stax told him, oh, that? I was thinking of a way to produce obsidian blocks without needing to have miners work up close to lava, but I'm afraid it's not very practical. Osk paused, and their face brightened. Or at least, it isn't yet, but there's a good idea there, Stax. See, you start with a water source here, and Stax smiled, and as Osk talked excitedly about water and lava and pistons at the same time, her hands were shaping the diamond into armor. He didn't know if Osk had the right that Redstone would change everything, but he did wish more people were free and invent things like they thought they would. And if there were a few people like Fwig Temple, perhaps one day they'd be proved right. Shortly after dawn, both armor and sword were finished. Yawning, Stack stood with his arms outstretched, feeling slightly foolish as Ramon and Osk closed fastener and cinched up traps. They stepped away and Stack flapped his arms, then carved a figure 8 into the air of the sword. The weapon was dealer and sorcerer's purple and seemed to swing in Stax' hand. Wow, said Ramoa, you look different, Stax. Mildly embarrassed, Stax took off the helmet, marveling at how light it was. We both know that you were types of fire I could ever be, he said. Diamond armor doesn't make you a warrior. That's true, said Ramoa, but it sure doesn't hurt. Let's get moving. Can I come? Asked Ox. I never placed so many enchantments on an armor before. I want to see if they all work. They'd better work, Ramoa warned her. Oh, I'm sure they will, Ox said hastily, but after all this, I kind of want to know how the story turns out, and alright, I'll admit it. If this Fwig Temple has done all the looting pillaging you say he has, he probably has a big stockpile of interesting things wherever he's holed up. Interesting things that could never be returned to the rightful owners, and would just go to waste if they let the rot there. Stax exchanged a glance at Ramoan, who shrugged. We're going to ride fast and hard, she told Osk. Can you ride a horse? Not in battle or anything like that, but I can put my arms around a horse's neck and hold on. Stax considered the lower fisher workshop overflowing with plans and machines. She thought she could change the overworld. The plans he'd been thinking about all night, while Osk measured and tinkered and hammered. You can come, Osk, he said. I might even have another project for you. So bring your redstone, please. How much? All of it. Grammy's a sprawling town in the intersection of a river running east-west and a caravan route running north-south. Its buildings are constructed in terracotta and crowned with graceful minarets. Banners flapped in the stiff wind and blew through the north, sending little funnels of dust across the marketplace. Sax, Ramoa, Hajira, and Osk arrived after nearly 2 days of riding on the dust, saddled sore and caked in dust. I will never be able to walk again, Osk protested after a holster led their horses all the way to the stable. She groaned as she leaned against the wall and tried to convince her knees to bend again. What a nuisance. You'll be fine after a good meal and a bath, Ramoa said, sniffing unhappily at her clothing, which we could all use. I, too, am relieved to have my feet on the ground once again, Hajira said, serenely stretching leisurely. But Stax was staring at the door of the Caravasani. The idea that Miggs might be on the other side of it being impossible. And yet it was true. For all Stax knew, Miggs could be sitting a few blocks away, unaware that his past was about to catch up to him. Stax's head flexed, as if around the hilt of a sword. His diamond gear was stowed to avoid attracting attention, but retrieving it would take only a few minutes. Ramon saw a gesture and immediately knew what he was thinking. I'll find out if he's here, she said. Wait for me here. Ramon slipped through the front door. Stax waited nervously, measuring all the things that might go wrong. But a few minutes later, Ramon reappeared to say that while Miggs wasn't there, he'd been around the night before, and the innkeeper expected him to be back some evening. That gave them time to bathe and rest in the Caravasani rooms, though Hajir contented himself with a dip in a horse trough, with Stax tipping a very confused stable boy who wouldn't ask questions. Hajir also took Miggs an evil meal outside, telling a nervous Stax if Miggs fled, he'd be in position to intercept him. That left Osk, Ramoa, and Stax, who took the corner table with a view of the inn's common room. Ramoa and Osk flanked Stax, who sat in the recesses of the booth, his diamond armor covered by a dark travel cloak. The inn's food was good, perfectly prepared mutton and a beetroot soup, but Stax could hardly taste it and chewed mechanically, his eyes fixed on the door. Oscar was chattering away about some invention about the revolutionized something, or Ramoa quizzed her about the details that sounded like genuine interest. But Stax barely heard them. Every time the door opened, Stax's brain tried frantically to make a new rival into Miggs. Never mind the person was much shorter, had different colored hair or no hair at all, or was another gender entirely. The actual Miggs walked inside, however, Stax recognized him instantly, remembering the thick black beard, broad shoulders, muscled arms, and just in case Stax had any doubts, he was wearing Stax's shirt. The yellow one with the red dragons. Is that? Romoa began. Stax nodded. Where? Demanded Oscar, before getting to her feet and scrape off the chair across the floor. That Stax was pretty sure he could be heard in Toma's Harbor. He grabbed the artificial's arm and hauled her back into her seat. Miggs glanced around, his eyes passing over Stax's booth in no apparent recognition, and took a table by himself in the middle of the room. Stax got to his feet and noted that his hands were trembling faintly. Breathe out, he told himself, just like you're firing a bow. I don't believe her, Mo said. Stax felt a surge of annoyance. Had she thought he'd been sit there while Miggs had leisure dinner and left? Had she broken his code, she added, and Stax saw that Hajira had entered the inn and standing near the door. She caught Stax's eye and nodded once. I'll be right behind you, Romoa told Stax, standing up. Oz scrambled to her feet as well. Stax felt like he was floating and crossed the room, standing at Miggs' table. Hello, Miggs, he said, and drew his cloak back to the radius so he could see his arm and hand on his hip next to a diamond sword. It's been a long time. Miggs' eyes went to the sword first, and then glittered up the armor to Stax's face. Stax smiled as he saw a moment when Raider remembered. You're that kid, she said, from across the water, way to the west. I'm that kid, Stax said. I bet you thought you'd never see me again. I didn't. I ignored Stax that Miggs was calm, while his own knees kept knocking. You're the fancy boy that one the weird name. No, 2 weird names. Stax, that's it. Stax Stonecutter. May as well have a seat, and your friends too. And Miggs pulled out a chair next to him in one foot. Not quite believing it, Stax sat. After Romoa and Oscar did the same, Hajira came and stood at the table, looking down at them. So what do you want, Stax Stonecutter? Miggs asked. Revenge? I'm guessing that's it. And what 3 thens for backup and that pig sticker on your belt? Well, if that's what you want, here I am. I want information for starters. Where's Frigg Temporal? Miggs made a sound of something between a laugh and a snort in disgust. You want my advice, kid? You're lucky to be alive, and I don't want your advice, Stax said. Let's try this again. Where's Frigg Temporal? Miggs studied his Stax's face and nodded. Was that respect that saw in the Raider's eyes? You're not the same kid you were then, though back then when you were huddled at the bottom of the boat, retching and spitting, Miggs said. You've changed. Yeah, a lot's happened to me. Where's Frigg? Miggs sighed. East of here, upriver, and a fort on top of a mountain. Which mountain? You'll know it when you see it. Romoa shook her head. Zarek glanced. At least make up a good story, she said. It's true, Miggs said. It's unmistakable. Can't miss it. Stax fished the compass out of his pocket and found it pointed due east. And what the rest of your gang? He asked Miggs. They don't matter. Brigands, sell swords, pirates. Who knows where the lot goes when the job's done? I'm lucky I found you then, Stax said. I suppose you are. So now what happens? Here I am. You gonna draw that sword, Stax? Stax considered it, but on one hand he was sure Miggs had committed any number of other crimes, on the other, he had been the only one Fueg's crew to treat Stax with a bit of kindness, however grudgingly offered, and it suggested where something in a man might be worth preserving. Stax looked at Romoa and asked, and then up at Hajira. What do you think, Hajira? He asked. Oh, come on, you're inside the inn. It's definitely a shelter. I'll leave it up to you. Hajira's eyes narrowed as he studied Miggs for a moment. Let him go, he said, but only if he can find a decent path, one that does not hurt others. I travel many lands, Miggs, and I have eyes and ears wherever I go. If you leave a new path, I will know, and I will find you. Miggs looked down from Hajira to Stax, his eyes dark with anger. And if I don't want no part of this new path of yours, think about why we're here, Romoa said. This is really the life you want to keep leading? Miggs glared at her, and Stax's hand crept the hilt of the sword. And then bearded Raider became a sag. Slowly, almost unwillingly, he nodded. There's one more thing, Stax said. That shirt belongs to me. Now Miggs really was angry. But then he started to unbutton the shirt. His fingers trembled slightly. As people at the other table looked on in disbelief, he stripped out the shirt off, balled it up, and set it in the middle of the table. Then he got to his feet and strode bare-chested out of the inn. I'll be outside, Hajira said calmly. Once Miggs was gone, I may suspend my vow only when I absolutely must, and then only for the briefest of periods. That was kind of intense, said the pale Osk, as the door closed behind Hajira. Stax had to agree. In fact, he felt like throwing up, but Romoa smiled at him. And now we find Fueg, she asked. And now we find Fueg. Good, I only have one question. Why did you want his shirt back? In fact, why did you want it own it in the first place? It's awful. Chapter 28. The Mountain. A country of legends, into the caverns, an ignoble retreat and a noble end. The next morning, Stax, Hajira, Ramona, and Osk mounted their horses, but put a lead on the donkey and headed east out of the Caramanes, riding along with the south bank of the river. The caravan town gave away the farms, and within an hour they found themselves riding through a green, pleasant country. The hills dotted with gray and black sheep. But something felt off, and finally Stax realized what it was. There are no people, he said. We're not far from a big town. The river's navigable by boat, and this land is ideal for farming and raising livestock, but it's empty. These aren't even other travelers. Why would that be? Asked Oz, who was clinging unhappily to the neck of their horse. I do not know this country, said Azir, but I have heard tales of it. Supposedly the Umphalos lies east of the Kamades. The Umphalos? Asked Stax. What's that? The word navel, Azir said. It's a place where life began. Right, said Ramoa. The overworld's origin point. Remember, Stax? That's why your compass points this way. But I've never been east of Karamis either. These lands are new to me. Maybe it's taboo to travel here. We could ask him, suggested Oz. Startled, Stax looked ahead and saw one lone trader in the riverbank, clad in colorful garments, leading a pair of shaggy llamas. The trader saw them too and drew back in alarm. We mean you no harm, Stax called out, slowing his horse and raising his hands to show that they are empty. The trader stood warily as they approached, and the llamas grunted in fright. When they were close enough, he began talking rapidly in his deep, rolling language and pointing ahead at them east. What is he saying, Hedgie? Ramoa asked. I do not speak this tongue, Hedgie replied, but I can guess he has no trade goods and is very agitated. I suspect he's been robbed, and the robbers dwell to the east. Stax nodded. Something tells me we're going in the right direction. I believe Stax is correct, said Azir. We are traveling his path, and we are close to its end. I'm going to take that as a good sign, Stax said. But Azir said nothing. The trader stared at him for a moment, took his head, and pulled his llamas away from the crowd of adventurers. As they rode along, they began to see ruins. First the stubs of walls and the stubs of towers, then until they were surrounded by rubble and wreck of tumbled structures. This wasn't some town, but a major city, Ramoa said, and it's old, older than anything I've ever seen. Have you ever seen anything like this, Hedgie? I have not, Hejir said. I suspect it's connected to the Umphalos. While Ramoa and Hejir exchanged theories, Stax tugged his horse reins and dropped back to ride along Osk, who was clinging unhappily to her mount. So what do you think of the project I suggested, Stax asked. Would it work? Yes, I think so, Osk said. As long as I have all the materials I need. But are you sure this is what you want to do, Stax? No, Stax said. I'm not sure about anything, except that I'm not a warrior, no matter what Hedgie and Ramoa think. You may have to be, Osk warned him. I know, Stax said, and maybe that's the right path. But maybe not. In which case, I'm going to need your help following that. It's a little different. Farther to the east, the river thinned until it was a little more than a stream, then vanished into the side of the hill. The first line of the hills that gradually rose ahead of Stax's party. The hills were green but broken by patches of sand and more ancient walls, which zigzagged back and forth across the landscape. The horses picked their way up and down the hillsides, but they were growing increasingly nervous. Osk's horse kept rearing and trying to unseat the little artificer, and Stax's kept trying to go sideways, ears pressed back against his head. Hejir, of course, was the one who saw the mountain first. Soon that they all could see a spike of stones rising from the tumble hills, one side of the slightly bright, and there was a cloud of white at the base of the mountain below it. Is this the mountain? Asked Oz. I'm pretty sure it is, Stax said. The brightness they turned out to be lava, a torrent of it, splashing down to one side of the mountain into a small lake, which appeared and disappeared behind veils of steam, and disappeared behind veils of steam. And atop the mountain was a fortress of dark stone. To Stax's eyes, it looked like a malevolent ruler, brooding over the surrounding lands far below it. I suggest we stop here and take stock of our surroundings, said Ajira. It would be not wise to proceed without learning as much as we can. Agreed, said Ramoa. We can tie up the horses here. Then we split up in a circle of the mountain. Hedgie, you and Osk with you, and I'll take Stax. We can meet on the other side. Ramoa kept low, and Stax did the same. The sides of the mountain were steep and sheer, mostly dirt and andesite, speckled with outcroppings of diorite and granite. That would be dangerous. That'd be a dangerous climb, said Stax, but Ramoa nodded. Fueg must get up some other way, she said, unless he can fly. He could get up here by building ladders. If you cut down a forest, maybe, Ramoa countered. The lake was deep and dark, hissing and boiling around the brilliant orange lava. Stax kept a wary eye on top of the mountain, alert the signs of archers or other guards, but only saw rock. I wonder if Hedgie's seen anything, Ramoa said. I was wondering what he and Osk would be talking about, Stax said. What do you mean? Well, Osk sees the world in terms of machines and she can build to improve it. But Hedgie leaves the world basically untouched. He never goes inside. I don't think he even grasps the idea of what a machine is, and they're definitely forbidden by his code, so what is the strange conversation? Rameau grinned. Maybe Oscar's convinced Hedgie he's all wrong about his code thing. He'll find Hedgie wearing some kind of armor made out of pistons, swinging a redstone super sword. Or maybe Hedgie convinced Osk, that suggested, we'll find her barefoot, wearing animal skins, and yelling that redstone is a perversion of the natural order. Neither turned out to be the case. Rameau and Hedgie spotted each other in the distance. On the eastern side of the mountain, they also spotted a worn lock leading through stumbled walls and mountain's base. There was a cavern lit by torches, gaped like the maw of some hungry creature. At least we found the way in, Osk said. Do you see any guards? Asked Ajir. No, the traveler said, after scanning the area carefully, which concerns me. A fortress like the one above us is unlikely to be unguarded. So, what do you think we should do? Stax asked. Hajir considered the question carefully. I suppose I can take the lead with Ramo to my left and you to my right. Osk is not an experienced fighter and should stick close to us. I agree with that 100%, Osk said hastily. Stax thought about pointing out that it wasn't exactly an experienced fighter, but he decided not to. The other three knew all that already, and calling attention to it would help nothing. We will have to fight, perhaps against heavy odds, Elgir said, but this Frake Temporal does not have an army. From what Mig said, they are more of a rabble, and a rabble could be its own worst enemy. If it tests by determined foes, they can prove ill-prepared, or not particularly loyal to the leader. Confront them, and they may surrender. Press them in battle, and they may break and scatter, instead of fighting to the death. Or perhaps they would prove worthy opponents. The only way to find out is to fight. Understood? All right, Stack said, removing his cloak. His diamond armor shining in the light. This quest is my burden, so as long as there's talking to be done, I'll do it. We give Fueg's raiders a chance to abandon him, and then, if we have to, we fight. The cavern leading into the mountain was hacked out of the rock, with torches and regular intervals in the walls and the stairs leading up to the far end. At first, Stax thought it was empty. He hoped it was empty. And then he spotted windows set into one wall and door. It opened and 4 ill-dressed men stumbled out, swords held naked in their hands. At first glance, Stax didn't recognize any of them in the long voyage across the ocean. You there, stop, said the leader, a weary, tattooed bald man. This here is private property. What's your business? I demand to speak to Fueg Temporal, Stax said, in a voice that I hope was firm. He robbed me and destroyed my home, and left me to die. Now he must answer for what he's done. The thugs looked at one another. Boss is busy, said the tattooed man. No one interrupts his studies. Not until he says so. Get lost or we'll put you to the sword. Your boss must answer for what he's done, and I have no quarrel with you. Go, and we'll settle our business with Fueg Temporal herself. The raiders looked at one another in mingled amusement and disbelief. I got a better idea, fancy boy, said one. We'll give all 4 of you what you deserve, and me and the boys take that diamond armor and sword as trophies. One of the raiders fell back, clutching at his chest. One of Rameau's arrows had found its mark. Hajir was already in motion, his sword flashing. The tattooed bandit leapt at Stax, screaming, with his sword raised above his head. Stax caught off balance, parried desperately, but his opponent shoved him aside and smashed his sword into Stax's unprotected back. Stax felt the blow, and his armor took the brunt of it. Stax, balance, he heard Hajir yell. He turned to find the tattooed raider standing in front of him, surprised that Stax was still on his feet. Stax brought his diamond sword around in an arc, sending him stumbling away, hurrying after the raider Rameau hit with an arrow. As Hajir advanced with a mask of grim determination, the others fled in panic. Osk appeared frozen in shock. Are you alright? She asked Stax. Fine, Stax said, but somewhat surprised to discover it was true. His back hurt, but he was otherwise uninjured. You make a good suit of armor, Osk. Thanks. Not even the best armor I can stand up to too much punishment, Hajir warned Stax. Be cautious. Stax nodded gravely. I know, I will be. What was that about Fueg's studies? Asked Ramoa. I have no idea, Stax said. He's never struck me as a studying type, to be honest. That was all of them, right? Osk said. Ramoa shook her grimly. There will be more. More? How many more? We cannot know, Hajir said. But now the best ones will be know we're coming. Oh, squeaked Osk. Just stay with us, Osk, Ramoa said, impossibly impatient to get moving. But Stax held up his hand, asking her to wait. He turned and put his hand on Osk's shoulder. His friend was quivering. Osk, you're scared, and that's okay, he said. I'm scared too. If it's too much for you want to go back to Comrades, go. But I'd appreciate it if you stay, because I need your help once we reach the top of the mountain, and we'll be all might need your help before then. We're far, far stronger together than we are apart. But when I get scared, I remind myself of that. Okay, I'll try, said Osk, who was still breathing hard. I think I can keep going. Good, said Stax. If you can, I can. Hedgie, let's go. Hajir waited for the other 3 to join them at the bottom of the stairs. As they took their places, he caught Stax's eye and gave him an approving nod. The interior of the mountain was carved into warren rooms and connected to stairwells. Most of the rooms were empty and looked like they had been for many years. Fueg's raiders had apparently taken over the skies fortresses, none of them built to house much larger numbers. Stax and the others met several more groups of raiders, but no organized defense. They thought their way through past these gangs, climbing ever higher, until they found themselves in a large cavern whose ceiling was mostly packed sand, its contours jagged above their heads. Sand lay piled up around the perimeter of the cavern, too. Beyond lay a cave with lower ceiling of stone, with several doors on both sides, bet in a band of darker rocks, and another stairway leading up. We have to be near the top of the mountain, Stax said, pointing at the stairway. He could feel his own anticipation rising, his eagerness to confront Void Temporal. Apparently, Hajir could sense that he was feeling. Remember what you learned in the jungle, Stax. Do not carry it away by your emotions and lose your focus, Hajir warned him. Stax nodded, forcing himself to take a deep breath. I would have thought there would be more guards, Stax said. Maybe, me too, Ramoa said. Behind those doors, maybe. Or maybe they're higher with their boss. They started across the cavern floor. Ramoa had an arrow nocked, searching for targets. Stax kept turning from side to side rarely. Only Hashira betrayed no anxiety, and then veteran warrior never did. Osk hurried along behind them, and they were halfway across the cavern when a whisper of sand reached Stax's ears. He turned, hoping his senses were playing tricks on him, but they weren't. Raiders were emerging from behind the mounds of sand around the edge of the cavern near the rear. Stax counted a dozen. No, more than that. Oh no, Osk breathed. Stay calm, Hajir urged. We must work together. And there were bandits ahead of them, swords out, and their leader was burly, black-bearded man, Miggs. You should have run, Stax said grimly. Oh, so should ye, Miggs replied. Now, let's not have a scene. You've beaten a long odds to come this far, fancy boy, but your luck's run out. You're outnumbered and surrounded. Put down your weapons. Let my friends go and I will, Stax said. And I'm the one your boss wants anyway. Stax, no, said Ramoa. I refuse as well, said Hajir, studying the ceiling. The rest of you go forward. I'll handle the ones behind us. Stax looked at the packed sand and formed in the roof of the ceiling, suddenly understood what Hajir planned to do. Hedgie, don't, he said, but Hajir already turned. 2 quick steps in a spring, and he among the raiders in the rear of the party. Sword flashing, started the bandits tried to regroup, falling back before him. Take them, yelled Miggs, ducking to avoid an arrow fired by Ramoa, who was running forward, reaching behind her for another arrow. I didn't expect, mumbled Osk. I can't. And that's when the red-haired inventor broke and ran, back to the way they came, past Hajir and the crew he was battling. Osk dodged the bandit and raced out of the cavern. Stax started to call to Osk, but then turned attention back to the battle, and specifically to Ramoa, who had driven away one of Miggs's men, but was alone against a dozen more. He hurried to her side as Hajir broke through the line of raiders and scrambled atop of the pile of sand. Look out, Stax told Ramoa, who had slung her bow and drawn her sword. Ramoa glanced at them with her eyes wide as they saw Hajir chopping at his sword at the sandy ceiling of the cavern. Hedgie, no. Hajir's sword bit through the sand. The roof of the cavern seemed to shiver, and when it came down with a roar, sand filled the air around Stax and Ramoa, getting in Stax's eyes and mouth. He coughed and spat. Behind them all was silent still. Sand filled the cavern. Stax saw no sign of the raiders, who had been behind him when Hajir had brought the ceiling down. They had either been buried beneath it or been cut off behind it, but he knew Hajir had been standing, and where the stand silent and still. A foolish sacrifice, Mick said, and Stax tore his eye away from the mountain sand. There's still a dozen of us, and only 2 of ye. Let's see if we can even up those numbers then, Stax said, teeth bared. The raiders just laughed. Stax, there's too many of them. We don't know where Osk is, and we've lost Hedgie, Ramoa said. I don't throw your life away, not like this. Your friend's smart, Mick said, and you're gonna be smart, kid? Stax looked from Ramoa's grim expression to the eager raiders of the weapons in their fists. He was willing to go down fighting, but not to make the choice for Ramoa. With a sigh, Stax lowered his sword. Chapter 29. Prisoners of Fueg Tempro. The recollection of bygone perils, morning visitors, a confession. The stores Stax had glimpsed in a rocky cavern turned out to be jail cells. Miggs' raiders stripped Stax of his diamond armor, took away his weapons and Ramoa's, and shoved Stax and Ramoa into one of the little rooms. Ramoa immediately began examining the walls and doors for a way out, but Stax told her to stop wasting her time. The cell walls were made of obsidian, leaving just enough for 2 beds with lumpy, dirty woolen mattresses. It would have been a huge effort to dig through the walls, even with proper tools, and the guards would have made to be actually unconscious to ignore the noise I would make. You're right, there is no way out, Ramoa said with a sigh, sitting on the wall next to Stax. Still, don't despair. I've been in worse situations than this. You have? When? I was taken prisoner by the priest kings of Davernod, Ramoa said, for daring to look upon the sacred waters of the Great Cataract as a heretic. Oh, totally worth it, by the way, but when the cell door closed, thought I was a goner. How'd you escape? Ramoa's face fell. Hedgie rescued me. Oh, Hedgie, I wish something in crazy code had stopped him. It's forbidden to dig above your head or something. Stax said nothing. Remember this last look at Hajir's slim, black-clad figure before the ceiling came down with a roar. At least Osk got away, Ramoa said. Poor kid, she wasn't really cut out for the swords and bows. Stax tried to imagine Osk getting help and somehow returning to rescue them, but stopped himself. The artificer would be lucky if she got back to the horse without running into more Fueg's gang. Stax hung his head at the thought. What do you think will happen now? Ramoa asked. Oh, I imagine Fueg will come to gloat, and I'll have his revenge. Which will be what? Ramoa asked. Stax just shook his head. I'm glad to say I don't know what it's like to have in that man's brain. He thought about adding that he knew whatever Fueg came up with would be worse than anything he could imagine, but he decided not to. The situation was bad enough as it is. Hedgie liked you, Ramoa said. He said you didn't understand how resourceful you were, and that your instinct was to help others. He said lots of people figured that first part, but help others or didn't. He told me he rarely wanted to know what your destiny would be. Stack smiled, but shook his head. I'm glad he didn't get an answer then, because it sure wasn't the destiny I had in mind. Neither either, she said, but I'm still glad I met you. It's like I told you back when we met. People need people. I'm glad we got to be each other's people, Stacks. I could have done without the being captured by a psychotic bandit part, but that's a regret for you. Quiet in there, you two, growled a guard. Or what? Demanded Stacks. You'll throw us in jail? Ramoa laughed, and a moment later, despite everything, Stacks was laughing too. Stacks expected to go long before Miggs and someone else came to bring them in front of Foig Temporal, but minutes stretched into hours and nothing happened. Finally, a band brought them some stale bread and a curt message. The boss would deal with them later. They would get some sleep because they need it. Stacks didn't think he'd be able to sleep well, knowing in the morning he'd be at Foig's mercy all over again. But to his surprise, after a few minutes of tossing and turning, he succumbed to exhaustion. He woke up because Ramoa was shaking him. Stacks, wake up already. Can't you hear it? At a moment later, everyone in immediate vicinity to the mountain could have heard it. Steel on steel, accompanied by grunts of effort. Something clattered around outside their cell. They heard footsteps and heavy breathing. The cell door opened. Hajira Ten Boots stood in the doorway, shoulders hunched, leaning on his sword. He was breathing hard, and he looked awful. His black coat was streaked with sand, and his face with his arms were bruised and cut. Behind him, Stack saw Osk's figure peering into the cell. You're alive, he exclaimed. Heji, yelped Ramoa, who threw her arms around her friend. Hajira stumbled backward, dropping his sword and emitting gasps of pain until Ramoa realized how badly hurt he was and let him go. Stacks was stammering something that wasn't exactly a sentence, more of a jumble of hows and whats, and Hajira was trying to answer them. Osk dug me out of the sand, Hajira said. The other raiders had fled. I did not suffocate. Not quite. But it was not an experience I care to repeat. I'm sorry I ran off and left you guys. I just got scared. I was halfway through the entrance when I heard the ceiling come down, and I realized I was the only one who could help, Osk said, looking down at her feet. So I hid until the coast was clear and snuck back in. But you're all gone. I managed to find Heji, but I'm sorry I couldn't stop them from taking you two. You ran off, but you came back, Ramoa said, and hugged Osk, who had no injuries but would allow her to escape Ramoa's embrace. But now, did you get past the guard, Stacks? That stuff is an excellent strategy, Hajira said, particularly when you're not capable of prolonged combat. The last guard started me before I could sneak up on him. Unfortunately, I persuaded him to depart, but now I'm winded. Hajira put his hands on his knees and tried to get his breath. We need to get you back to the mountain, Stack said. No, Hajira said. We must press on. This may be our only chance to take Foig Temporal by surprise. Unfortunately, they have taken our weapons and armor for the tower. I suggest you salvage any useful gear you can find. You're not going to go down to the mountain, are you, Ramoa asked Hajira, before Stacks could protest. No matter what we say or do? Hajira just shook his head. Impossible, man, she muttered. All right, then, Stacks, let's see what we can find. They're able to find a pair of swords abandoned by fleeing guards, one of which they're badly notched but usable. So armed, they stood in front of the stairs leading up. Before we ascend, I have a confession I must make, Hajira said. It's painful, and you will think less of me. When Osk found me, I was badly hurt, so we found shelter a level below, and I slept in a bed. Ramoa and Stacks and Osk looked at one another. We'll never tell, Ramoa said. That's a promise. Chapter 30. The Man in the Mountaintop Fortress. Bandit King's hideout. Hajir proceeded as reputation. Foig at last. This time Stacks was in the lead, with Ramoa and Hajir behind them. They took a stone step slowly, out of concern for Hajir's injuries. The stairs ended at a pair of doors that made of dark oak. Stacks pulled the ring on the left-hand door and found himself at the end of the long hall. There was a table in the center, lined with low chairs on either side with two high-backed ones at each end. The windows on the far side of the room. Everything was covered with a thick layer of dust. This place is old, said Osk. So, where are the rooms in the mountain and the ruins behind it? Stack said. Foig either found it or took it away from somebody. I doubt he ever built anything in his life. Stacks, look. Stacks saw what Ramoa was pointing at, the path through the dust made by a multitude of feet. They followed it another door and led it to a long corridor with many rooms of it. It would be good to find our weapons, Ramoa said, but bad to find more guards, Stack said. Osk, wait. It was too late. Osk, who had been muttering about something curious, opened one of the doors and stood in the entrance, mouth agape. A strange purple light played over her astonishing features. Stacks looked over at Osk's shoulder and peered into the room. The door opened to a balcony and an iron railing, with ladders leading down the lower part of the room. Below, a massive frame of obsidian enclosed the royal purple light, shot through the traces of sparks. What is that? Asked Stacks. Another portal, Osk said. A gateway to another dimension. That must be how the guys get back in the mountain meant. They said their boss was studying, Stacks. If Foig has gone through there, you might never find him. Then let's hope he wasn't, Stacks said. Come on, Osk. He heard a whine of hinges and turned to discover Ramoa opening another door. What? She asked. Our weapons might be around here somewhere. Seriously? Stacks asked. I'm both tired and injured, Azir said. I don't think I'll be able to free you from captivity a second time. Nobody open another door unless we all agree, okay? Stacks asked, and led them down the hallway. It jogged to the right, merging with another corridor to form a foyer. Behind them lay a door of oak. Ahead of them, three broad steps led to double doors, which on the other side of the doors a low column topped with torches. Looks like an important place, Stack said. It does, Stack said. Everybody ready? The doors yawned open. Beyond them lay a wide wall, where there was a long table in the center. None of the room was piled high with objects. Some scattered on the floor, some spilling out of chests, discarded in chairs. Much of the stuff was valuable, or at least looked like it might be. There was gems, bars of gold, paintings, maps, pieces of armor, banners, and many other things besides. But at that moment, Stax didn't care about any of those fascinating objects, because sitting at the end of the hall was a high-backed chair with a velvet cushion, which Fueg temporal. Stax recognized Fueg's bright blue eyes at once, and his unnerving, intense stare. He was wearing mismatched clothes, as he might have when he first arrived at the Stonecutter estate, but he was pale and haggard. His deep bags on his abdominal eyes. Stax, standing next to Fueg, was Miggs, who was speaking urgently with them. Three other guards were lounging nearby and sprang to their feet. "What's this, then?" asked Fueg crossly. "Stax Stonecutter," said Miggs. "The prisoner I told you about, boss, but now..." Stax was spent a number of sleepless nights imagining what he'd say at this moment, and he did open his mouth. Before he could speak, Hajir stepped forward, held head high and sword held almost carelessly in one hand. It was amazing enough when Hajir did something Stax found even stranger. He looked at Stax and winked. "The man in black," one of the other raiders said, "but the roof fell on him, buried him alive. It can't be." "It is," Hajir said, his voice even and calm. "The mountain is empty. There are only defenders left, and now I have come to you. Run while you can." "What is this, all this bother?" asked Fueg, more crossly this time. His hand straightened the diamond sword at his hip. "A ghost!" yelled one of the raiders, running from the room. Hashir continued to advance on the others, his stride slow and deliberate, his eyes fixed on Fueg and his minions. He raised his sword, his point held unwaveringly in his hand. That was too much for the other raiders. They ran as well, eyes wide with fear, leaving Miggs alone at the side of his master. "Your luck's run out, Miggs," Stax said, following the step behind Hajira. "Now you're the one who's outnumbered. I bet you better go, and this time you better stay gone." Miggs' eyes jumped from Hajira to Fueg and back again. "I lifted you up from nothing, Miggs," Fueg growled. "I can make you nothing again. If you cross me, I'll do far worse." "You don't have to be afraid of him, Miggs," Stax said. "He's never leaving this place again. That's a promise." Miggs hesitated, and then he too hurried from the hall, and Stax heard him break into a run once he reached the doors. Hajir stopped a few blocks from Fueg, now sitting alone in his chair. His shoulders slumped, he lowered his sword. "I think I need to sit down," he said, fumbling for a chair. "You were bluffing," said Fueg, admiring and eager chasing each other across the face. "In my experience, most brigands are weak people, easily led by anyone with enough bluster or bravado," said Hajira, slumping in a chair. "This also makes them easy to deceive." "Hard to get good help these days," muttered Fueg. "Stax," said Ramoa, "I think I found some things that belong to you." Stax looked over to find Ramoa standing in a pile of diamond armor. She had already picked up her bow and was gathering arrows. "Stax Stonecutter," said Fueg, his blue eyes studying Stax. "Yes," Stax smiled in grim satisfaction. "It's been a long time, Fueg. Miggs told me your name, and now had you and your friends locked away," Fueg said. "But I'm afraid I don't remember who you are." At first, Stax thought Fueg was lying in an effort to provoke him, but the confusion in his face was real. He had actually forgotten. "I lived in a house of diorite and granite with a little peninsula by the sea," Stax said, his voice tight with anger. "With my cats and flowers, my family's mine in the back garden." Fueg's face brightened. "You had a little pool above that mine," he said, "built out of the black and white speckly stuff. I remember now." And he grinned. Not a predatory grin, but Stax found it unsettling, but a little smile, delighted recollection, as if he and Stax were old friends, meeting again after many years apart. "You destroyed my pool," Stax said, "and the mine, and the house, and then you carried off everything that belonged to my grandmother and father, and left me on a desert shore to die. Do you remember that now?" "More or less," Fueg said, "but that's so far from here, Stax. You came all this way for revenge?" "For justice," Stax said. "Oh, call it what you like. What a waste of time and effort. You've done all the right for yourself since we parted ways, Stax. Diamond armor doesn't come cheap. I'm betting you had to build 4 or 5 houses like the one I visited to fill them with more stuff than even my raiders could take away. But instead, here you are, wanting to settle some boring dispute from a long time ago." "It's not a long time ago to me," Stax said, and turned to save at the gems and treasures piled up in the hall. "I bet it's not a long time ago for all the other people you stole it from. I see you're determined to be tedious. Very well, Stax. So what's it going to be, a duel to the death? Or is excitable friend here going to simply shoot me where I stand?" And Fueg inclined his chin at Ramoa, who was standing astride Stax's armor and bow drawn back, an arrow aimed straight at Fueg. Stax let his anger rise, but it wasn't that Fueg had forgotten him. It was the casual way he referred to all his misery he'd caused. Fueg got to his feet, most lazily, only to start with surprise when the arrow thudded in the back of the chair behind him. "You missed," he told Rameau mildly. "I didn't," she replied. Zax gets the buckle on his armor and take up his sword. "You're going to sit back down and hold still while he does it." Fueg fixed Rameau with a look of pure malice. "Us help him," Ajira suggested. Zax kept an eye close on Fueg as he crossed in front of the table, stood beside Rameau. He nodded at her and knelt to pick up his diamond sword. Without retorting to Fueg, Stas strapped him to a chest plate, cinching it tight, and then knelt to fix his leggings. "This hardly seems fair," Fueg said. "I have no protection." "Was it fair when you invaded my house with boats full of bandits?" Stax asked, picking up 1 foot of osk so it fit a boot over it. "Oh, Stax, why so serious? You are unhurt, wealthy, and have made interesting friends. Was this all really so bad?" With both boots in place, Stax took his helmet from Osk and tightened his chin strap. His armor felt light and strong. The sword seemed to hum in his hand. "Now you can get up, Fueg," Stax said. Fueg glanced at Rameau, who nodded and released tension in her bowstring. He stood and stretched leisurely. Stax glared at Fueg, drew his own diamond sword, and predatory grin back on his face as he approached. Chapter 31. Duelist. A long-sought confrontation, hunting for very specific treasure. A puzzle with maps. Now, you've probably read other accounts of the duel between Stax Stonecutter and Fueg Temporal. Some of them are very exciting, full of sparks flying off diamond blades and sorcerer's fireworks. Muscles bulge and sinews strange, but there's a lot of that sort of thing. But I'm going to tell you what really happened, or at least what really happened the way I heard it, and my sources are pretty good. And while this version is less than a way of sparks and sinews, I think it's pretty dramatic too, in its own way. What really happened was Fueg Temporal took a couple of steps towards Stax, smiling that nasty smile of his. He made a few cuts in the air with his sword to see that Stax's reaction was. Stax, remembering that Hajira taught him, simply waited. He was watching Fueg's feet and the way he set his shoulders, and was ready for whatever happened next. Or at least, he thought he was. What happened next was Fueg laughed, opened his hand, and let the diamond sword clatter on the stone floor. "You know what, Stax? I'm not going to fight you. You can do whatever you want to me. I didn't teach you that nothing matters. Our lives, the overworld, everything we get so worked up thinking means so much. But this is just a big cosmic joke. When we first met, the joke was on you, and now it's on me. So do what you will." Stax hadn't been expecting that. He looked at Fueg with a long moment, expecting some kind of trick, the revelation of second sword, or a bunch of bandits rushing in from the secret entrance. But Fueg just shrugged and sat back down, crossing his legs at his knee. Stax glanced at Rameau, Hajir, and Osk, but Rameau and Osk looked as stunned as he did, and Hajir had no reaction whatsoever, because he was Hajira. After a moment, Stax bent, which wasn't easy to do in his armor, and picked up the swords Fueg to drop. You did tell me that nothing matters," he told Fueg, "and you certainly tried to make me believe that. But I learned something else, Fueg. You might be right that nothing we do matters but to the sea or the stars, but we aren't either of those things. Our lives are only meaningless if we live them that way. The world can be cruel, I agree, but that makes it more important for us to be kind, for us to create a bubble, however fragile and short-lived it might be, against the world's cruelty." Fueg chuckled and clapped his hands. "Oh, bravo, Stax. When I found you, you were lazy, spoiled child. Look what you've become. A warrior, and adventurer, and even a philosopher. Really, you ought to thank me. Would you have become any of those things, sitting in the solitude of clipping lawns and petting cats? I made you what you are. I made your singularity a useless life matter." Rameau, teeth bared, made to draw her bow again, but Stax caught her eye and shook his head. "I did those things, not you. It wasn't your job to turn me into anything, and your cruelty isn't designed to make anything. It serves nothing except your own selfishness. And now, I'm going to make sure you can never hurt anyone else." "Ah, finally," said Fueg, spreading his arms, thrusting his chest forward. "Very well, Stax. Strike true, and try not to make a mess of it." "No, Fueg, I'm not going to kill you. Too noble to do the deed yourself, eh?" asked Fueg, glancing at Rameau and Jir. "So, who would it be? The hot-blooded archer or the mysterious swordswoman?" "Neither," said Stax. "I'm going to leave you to my friend, the artificer, Osk, who, now what we discussed, seen the fortress. Do you have everything you need?" "Oh, yes," said Osk, pausing to give Fueg a little bow. "It's a complicated design, relying on obsidian and lava and water and pistons. I'd need lots of redstone. But I've been thinking about it since Stax suggested it away at Humble's Harbor. I'm pretty sure it'll work. An impenetrable prison. Claw through the obsidian and wham, a new block of it snaps into place." "Sounds ingenious," Fueg said. "But no thanks. I'd rather die." "I'm sure you would, Fueg," Stax said. "But you aren't going to. You're going to live, and comfortably. But you'll spend the rest of your days alone. No minions to boss around, no victims to torment, no shiny stolen baubles to distract you for a minute or an hour a day. It'll just be you, alone with yourself. which I think is the only thing that really frightened you. Fueg for once had words, but Romoa did. Total insulation? She asked. That's a lot, Stax, for anybody. He won't change. Don't make the mistake of thinking he will, Romoa frowned. But Stax had already turned back to Fueg. Romoa, I will see that you're comfortable and secure until Osk prison is built. Osk, this is where anything else you need? Osk shook her head. A drawing table, some paper, and help, all of which I have. Don't you want to know why, Stax? Fueg asked in an unnaturally quiet voice. You asked me that a while back. You didn't deserve an answer then, but you do now. I don't want your answer, Stax said. But I don't want to know why, Fueg asked, incredulous. I find that impossible to believe. I don't, because to be honest, I don't care. And I'm not going to let you invent some reason for you what you've done, because it would just be another lie. You're like a hazard deep in a mine, Fueg, like a lava fall or dungeon full of monsters. It's just a waste of time trying to convince lava not to burn or monsters not to attack. Instead, you wall those hazards up and put up warning signs. And once you've done that, you don't have to think about them anymore. Fueg resisted briefly, but he trusted and watched Romoa while Stax found a pickaxe in one of the fortress storerooms, dismantled the nether portal, and used the obsidian to construct a temporary cell. With that pleasant task completed, they explored the fortress, discovering it contained a courtyard open to the sky with shaggy oak trees. Hajira, to everyone's relief, decided that this didn't count as shelter and immediately climbed into a tree's branches to sleep and heal. Stax turned to Fueg's hall and all the loot it contained. He pawed through gems, looking through stacks of paintings, examined banners for hours. In the corner of the room, he found two simple wooden frames, one enclosing a stone pickaxe worn down to a snub, and the other housing a door and notched stone sword. Do you recognize those things? He asked Romoa. I do, said Stax. Those were my grandmother's. They used to hang in the wall behind our garden. Once I wanted to get rid of them, but now I know better. He put them aside to examine the next pile of things, and nodded that there was a banner with the Stonecutter family crest, a blue triangle with an orange field, and now were long rolls of paper. Could you help me spread these out? He asked Romoa, and they brought them to a table in armloads. Stax hoped they were the father's maps, but simple for the outposts he set up in the ocean voyages he made to sell stone. They're all out of order, said Romoa, frustrated. It's like a giant puzzle. My grandmother and I used to do puzzles all the time, said Stax. I'm sure we can solve it. And they spent the next couple hours rearranging maps and turning them this way and that, and standing atop a table for a better view, and making suggestions that went nowhere, and trying to convince themselves that coastlines fitted together, and when they actually didn't. But little by little, the right answers began to outnumber the wrong guesses, until finally the table was covered with a huge map of land and seas. Romoa studied it, walking around and around it with her hand on her chin, until her eyes lit up and she laid her finger on a stretch of coastline. I think that's Desolation Bay, she said, which would mean you and I met about here. And if you go up the coast to the north, here, Tumbles Harbor, said Stax. He smiled at Romoa, and then why the discovered hit him, and he felt his knees go weak. He brought his hand to Desolation Bay. At this time, he followed the coast west to the wide body of water that had to be the Sea of Sorrows, and from there further west. There's my little peninsula, he said. He felt tears start to in his eyes. He knew he was right. He knew the little spikes of blue right off the coast represented the ice floes, and an orange chevron next to him. Here's home. Romoa nodded and showed Stax where her own finger was resting on the patch of green and dotting the coast some distance down the Desolation Way. What's that? Stax said. River House, she said. My home. Which you better come see. It took a couple of weeks for Osk prison to be finished, and took another couple of days to test it, to ensure Fueg wouldn't be able to escape. The completed prison was striking, if a little odd-looking and seemingly solid block of obsidian covered half of Fueg's fortress, with lava surrounding it, an artificial lake and the roof of perimeter pistons in the lava. Inside the two of the rooms had been converted into a small farm and a pen for cows and pigs, while the others restrained their creature comforts. Fueg would have a bed, furniture, some paintings, and books, everything except the freedom he used to hurt others. And the prison came with other layer of certainty. Osk announced that if they were all right with others, he'd set up a shop in the rest of the fortress. As Fueg's custodian, the fort would make an excellent laboratory and a sprawling home. Then word spread that the ballad men atop the mountain would have run off. Farmers and traders would follow the river east to Karamis to become Osk's neighbors. With a glance at Romoa, Osk said she'd keep watch over Fueg, and if she had showed any sign of her acceptance for what he'd done, and she added a glance at Stax, she'd alert to his tricks. Fueg would be charming his way out of his prison and difficult as digging his way free. Stax, Romoa, and Hajira said their farewells to Osk, and a crisp, clear morning walked back to Karamis. There, Rameau said a not particularly reluctant farewell to her house. The donkey reluctantly weighed down the chest of redstone, now blissfully unencumbered. Stacks had taken a small amount of diamonds and lapis as father's maps, the stonecutter banner, and a frame with his mother's tools. The rest he'd given to Osk. Stacks and Ramoa had rented rooms in Caravasani, and that was dusk. Stack's stomach rumbled. "Goodbye, Hedgie," he said, embracing a black-clad warrior. "Thank you for everything you taught me." "And I, in turn, thank you," Ajir said. "Your path has been a fascinating one to observe, and I remain keenly interested in your destiny lies." "So do I," said Stacks. "Farewell for now, my friend," said Rameau, hugging Hajira. "I'll come see you at River House. It's been too long since I've been home, and I think I'll stay a while." "I'm glad your path is returning you there," Hajira said, and embraced her. "Hope it leads you to a peace you deserve and enjoy." "Where are you going, Hedgie?" Stacks asked, when the two old friends parted. "You haven't said." "North," said Hajira, with a smile faded. "I will watch for signs of the raiders are regrouping, and I will seek word of Miggs. I believe he needs another nudge into a better path." "It might make for more than a nudge," said Stacks. "It might," said Rameau, "but Hedgie can nudge pretty hard." Chapter 32. Two Shores. A tower revisited, a familiar peninsula, and a long-awaited reunion, the future considered. After parting ways with Ajir, Stacks and Rameau traveled through the forested hills, sprawling meadows, and rolling grasslands. They set a leisurely pace, and Rameau telling Stacks about the caravan she'd guarded, amazing vistas she'd always wanted to return to, and lands known to her only through travel tales. Each night, they'd look at one of the stonecutter maps to try to trace routes Rameau had walked and find places she'd been. The time passed pleasantly, but it passed, and one afternoon Stacks stopped Rameau, sniffing the air. "What is it?" she asked. "The sea," he said. "I just realized how much I missed it." Another hour's walk brought them to the caravan track that led north of Tumbles Harbor, not far from where they met, and a few minutes later Stacks was standing in the shallow water at the eastern end of Desolation Bay, looking west of the sun had already been low on the horizon. They passed the night in a little hollow hacked out of rocky hill. Tomorrow they would be parted, with Rameau heading south through the shining desert and Stacks heading west toward home. They talked a number of things, like a bizarre experiment Osk might actually make work and the demanding new rules of Hajira would dream up for himself, but mostly they simply enjoyed each other's company. In the morning, Rameau sat on a rock on the seashore, ignoring the bees humming around her head and shooing away curious sheep, while Stacks built a crafting table and hammering another little boat from old logs. They discussed the route Stacks would take home. Stacks would have studied the map so many times that he would almost see it with he closed his eyes, and now best to avoid perils along the way. Until finally the boat was finished and time to part. They hugged each other for a minute, or maybe it was two, and Stacks smiled. "Don't worry about me," he said, because he couldn't tell Rameau he was doing exactly that. "I have this," and then he showed her the compass he'd carried from his pocket for so many months. "Is this what you found on the beach, the one Voig dropped?" "It is," Stacks said, looking down at it. "I was convinced it was his, and maybe it was, but at some point in the journey I stopped thinking about it that way. My father would have used one like this, and who knows, maybe this was my dad's, before one of Voig's raiders stole it, which could mean it came back to me." "I like that," said Rameau. "Let's tell the story that way from now on." "Agreed," Stacks said, and returned his father's compass to his pocket. He checked for leaks one last time and pushed the boat into the sea, standing next to it in the shallow water with one hand on the gunwale. "I circled River House on your map," Rameau said. "When you're ready, come see me, and if I'm not there, I'll be again soon. A girl does get restless." "I will," said Stacks, and clambered into his boat. He rowed for a minute and looked back to see Rameau's figure growing rapidly smaller on the shore. He raised his hand for farewell, and a moment later, she did the same. Stacks got close to the southern shore and found himself rowing past the barren desert crossed he'd come to know all too well. He knew it well the shining desert and avoided by wise travelers, which he knew was a rowing across Desolation Bay before he had named for these places. Now he knew what they were called, and could look at his father's maps and find them sketched out in a miniature. At mid-afternoon, Stacks saw a little black dot on the shore ahead. He knew what it had to be, but it was still a strange sensation to discover that, yes, he returned to the patchwork tower, and Fueg's raiders had left him. It was a place where he thought he would die, but instead came to the place where he learned how to save himself. Stacks stopped rowing and let his boat drift for a moment. Ahead, he could just spot a keel of shipwrecked boat off of the shore, and he plundered the wood to make a boat. Stacks looked at the position of the sun in the sky and thought about his route through Desolation Bay, calculating how far he had come and how far he might still go before he needed to find shelter. Then he realized what he meant. He frowned and started to do calculations again, and then stopped. "Oh, what the heck," he said, and rowed for the shore. The tower smelled of salt and charred wood. Stacks spread out his bedroll, relit the furnace, and pondered whether he wanted to eat beefsteak or a couple slices of pie. He decided on pie, and after dinner he stood outside the tower and watched the sun sink into the sea. As Stacks was getting ready for bed, he considered his choices for breakfast. Something growled outside the door. The noise ending in a gurgle of seawater. "Oh, get lost," Stax called out. "We've done this." He decided against dried kelp for breakfast, though. In the morning, Stax bid the tower farewell and rode west. And I'm happy to say, for the next several days, the story wasn't terribly interesting. Each morning, he checked his route on the map, decided how far he would go, and figured out a likely stretch of coast, where he would look for a place to rest for the night. Then he rode, glanced at the compass, kept through the bench inside, and ensured he was going the right course. He rode past the desert shores and shipwrecks and broken towers. He crossed the long stretches of empty sea. He stopped for a moment to give thanks when he spotted ice floes and spiky towers. He failed to reach on his first attempt to return home. Then he rode carefully among them, seeking the path through the ever-changing obstacles posed by the ice. Other than the polar bear snarling at him, he met no mischance. And then, around noon one day, he came through the ice and spotted green ahead of them. It was a peninsula with a little hill behind it, green and dotted with white birches. Only a small part of the overworld, perhaps, but one that meant everything to him. Stax brought the boat to the end of the broad green lawn, now overgrown with tall grass and interrupted with stumps of birch trees, which were left with broken fences, a single pumpkin growing amid the weeds. But to his right, flowers were growing with wild abandon, turning the hillside into a happy riot of red, pink, and blue and white. Stax walked up the lawn, past the stagnant green pool with a broken fountain, and climbed the flight of polished diorite steps, now gapped to with sprouting weeds. Atop the hill was a jumble of shattered rock, black and white diorite, and pink granite. To his left, the sea curled around the peninsula, with splintered dock and the wreckage of the boathouse. "Well, I'm back," said Stax, sitting on a hunk of diorite, surveying the ruins of the stonecutter estate. His mind went back to the day of the fire and horror, and voyage had brought his raiders, and Stax's life had become crashing down. But voyage was locked away and the bandits were scattered. And looking at the wreckage around him, Stax started thinking of the stone blocks that would be fit together, and tall grass that would be cleared, and the trees that would be planted. He heard a low noise somewhere nearby and got to his feet, wondering if his ears were playing a cool trick on him. But no, it was real. Attentive, quiet meow, and a black head and golden eyes peeked out at him behind the dark diorite. "Cole?" Stax asked. "Cole, come here, kitty. Come on, it's okay." Cole, always the boldest of his cats, emerged into the jumble of fallen stone to regard. Stax suspiciously interrogated him with further meows. Her tail went up a moment later, and she was twinning herself around his legs, bedraggling but purring. Stax heard more meowing and looked at his stroking Cole to see a gray striped cat with green eyes and Siamese with blue eyes poke their head out of their own hiding places. "Emerald, Lapis." A moment later, Stax was surrounded by cats meowing and accompanying for pats. "It's so good to see you, kitty," Stax said. "Funny, you don't look as skinny as I would have guessed. Seems like we are what we're capable of, huh? Though I bet a fish or three would be nice to have, am I right?" Fortunately, Stax had a fishing rod. He learned something from his hungry days at Desolation Bay, so he retrieved it from his boat and stood in a splintered dock until he landed 3 cod, which Cole, Lapis, and Emerald quickly reduced to bones. Emerald meowed for more, and looked doubtful when Stax assured them that the days of shameful neglect had ended. But he was looking for a burned-out boathouse and thinking about the shelter for the night, and it would be beyond ridiculous to make it all the way home, only to be caught outdoors after dark and obliterated by a creeper in its nocturnal rounds. And so, Stax spent the rest of the afternoon making an improved shelter where the boathouse had stood, and the ramshackle construction, honestly, it made the tower in Desolation Bay look like a palace, but it would keep out rain, wind, and hungry creatures of the night, which was good enough for now. Stax even found a few squares of carpet that had been entirely burned, and laid them out to cover some of the floor. And in the morning he woke up to the stonecutter estate, with Cole on his left, Emerald on his right, and Lapis stretched out on his chest, and simply lay there for a while, smiling in happy disbelief. A couple days later, the employees of Stonecutter offices were stunned to discover that Stonecutter was not in fact dead, and there's even more stunned when he arrived carrying Father's maps and full of questions about outposts and trade agreements and dozens of other things in which he never before shown the slightest interest. And they were absolutely flabbergasted when he thanked them for keeping the business in working order. It's not just like, well, he presumed dead, but for all the years he'd been alive and barely noticed his existence. The employees were also surprised to be invited out to the estate, along with many Stax's neighbors. The estate had changed too. The day after he returned, Stax started clearing away the debris of the house and cleaning up the lawn, ridding it of birch stumps and weeds. Soon after that, he drained the water from the mine in the back garden, and that was a big job, and patched the mine's roof. But after thinking about it a while, he closed not to rebuild the big house that sat on the hill, the one made of diorite and granite, the one that shone in the sun. Instead, he cleared the hilltop of shattered stone, filled the stagnant fountain, and removed the broken staircase, so that visitors found green hill and the low lake and a garden with a small, well-kept family cemetery. What Stax did rebuild was the boathouse, the best he remembered. It was cozy, but big enough for his bed, as well as a chest, bookcase, furnace, and a crafting table. Windows overlooked the sea, and Stax hung his grandmother's stone pickaxe and his sword side by side to the wall. He rebuilt the dock too, and visitors could use to the landing here they had business at the Stonecutter estate. Most of the time they found Stax sitting at the table in the dock, with the cat snoozing in the sun, reading a book about mining or studying one of the Sawther's maps. Stax would greet these visitors warmly, thank them for not coming to the old landing on the lawn we would no longer use, and proved quite able to talk about things besides cats and flowers. Though visitors did not know, Stax could talk to those cats quite a bit, and occasionally was found to have conversations with himself. For a long time, it was definitely weeks. It might have been months. Stax was happy, but over the time, restless crept into his thoughts. He found himself retracting the route in the Stonecutter Peninsula to Desolation Bay, and where the Tumbles Harbor, the range jungles of Jagatel, and the village of Pantanos, and the caravan town of Karamis. But the route he traced most often led to the place on one map, surrounded by a circle drawn by the hand of a friend. Until one morning, Cole and Lapizarro had meowed quite a bit more than usual to remind Stax of his responsibility to catch fish and deliver breakfast. Instead, he was packing up maps, trying on armor and swords through chests, without noticing 3 cats who were becoming terribly hungry. Stax apologized and caught some guard, but the cats had only just finished picking the bones clean when he carried them into a boat, instead of rearranging the chairs on the dock so he could snooze in the sun. The cats weren't sure about the odd break in their routine, but they were so full and sleepy to object strenuously, and before they could grasp what's happening, Stax had rowed the boat away from the docks, and was looking back and forth between the sun and the father's compass. "Come on, kiddies," he told them with a smile. "Let's go see the world."